Chancellor at the budget will help families right across Scotland. Scrapping the two-child limit will benefit 95,000 Scottish children. We're putting more money into the pockets of 220,000 people in Scotland through increases in the national minimum wage, and the triple lock pension increase will benefit around 1 million Scottish pensioners. We're also cutting energy bills by up to £300 for those most in need.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. While the Labour Westminster Government has been killing jobs, hiking energy bills and exacerbating the cost of living crisis, yesterday the SNP Scottish Government's budget cut child poverty, boosted funding for the NHS and slashed income tax for hard-working families.
Well done.
A clear majority of workers in Scotland will pay less tax than the rest of the UK. Does the Secretary of State support the action in the SNP's budget, or would he prefer the lowest earners in Scotland paid more tax, as they do under Labour?
Mr Speaker, what's the reality? The governing philosophy of the Scottish National Party is 19th century nationalism. What's the reality of what we saw yesterday? The 19th budget from John Swinney. The idea that after 18 goes they're going to get it right on a 19th go is frankly risible. We have the same record of failure with the SNP, and if people want a new direction, they'll have the chance to vote for it in May.
Liz Saville-Roberts.
Ariane Lavareth, England-only projects like Northern Powerhouse Rail give Scottish Government the Barnett consequentials which they rightly choose to use on cost of living support like the Scottish Child Payment. But Wales is denied any such extra funding. His government is committed to learning lessons from HS2. So why can't Wales have the same means which would, I can assure him, allow a Plaid Cymru Welsh Government to spend to alleviate child poverty?
Well, Mr Speaker, I think 19th century nationalism is a bad prescription for Scotland, and it's also a bad prescription for Wales. The reality is we are proud of the fact that we're increasing public investment, not just in rail, as we've heard today from the Transport Secretary, but more broadly across public services in every part of these islands.
Chair of the Select Committee, Patricia Powys.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The Secretary of State is aware that the Scottish Affairs Committee recently conducted an inquiry into the Thistle, the Safer Drug Consumption Room in Glasgow. I hope that this innovative facility will help to cut drug death numbers in Scotland. But does he agree with me that the Thistle on its own cannot end the drug crisis? And does he therefore further agree that a real terms cut of £1.3 million from alcohol and drug services is entirely the wrong move in yesterday's Scottish budget?
Mr Speaker, this is literally and figuratively a deadly serious issue. The reality is, as we've just heard from the SNP benches, they're claiming in the coming months that this is as good as it gets for Scotland. And yet the reality is their shameful record in Scotland has been more than 6,800 drug deaths since the SNP themselves declared a public health emergency. That, let us be clear, is the worst drug-related death rate in Europe. It is a shameful failure by the Scottish Government, and despite all of their claims about the budget yesterday, once again it was a missed opportunity to take a better approach. We have provided the resources, but alas, we have a government that is out of time, out of ideas, and is failing in terms of public health.
Christine Sullivan. Thank you. Actually up here because I did need to speak to you. Please, Karen.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. After 19 years of SNP government, does he agree with me that yesterday's budget reflects broken public services, decades of economic stagnation? That means for many families there's just too much month at the end of the money.
Mr Speaker, well, what's the reality after the budget that we saw from the Scottish Government yesterday? The reality after 19 SNP budgets is hundreds of thousands of us stuck on NHS waiting lists in Scotland, over 10,000 children in accommodation with no permanent home, and councils unable to afford even the most basic. Look at the of what they did to local government. They don't learn, they don't understand, and they are out of time.
Andrew Bowies, Shadow Secretary.
Mr Speaker, one way to lessen the bite of the cost of living for hard-working Scots would be to cut their taxes, letting people keep more of their hard-earned money. Unfortunately for the Nationalists, this appears to be an anathema. Instead, they're increasing foreign aid spending, reserved to £16 million, introducing yet more tax bans, more new taxes, but nothing to incentivise people to find good well-paying jobs. Conservatives know you cannot tax a nation into prosperity. Does the Secretary of State agree?
Why did the Conservatives deliver a decade of low growth, high inequality and high taxes when you were last in power? In fact, let's just take a moment to have a look at the Conservatives' record when they were in power. 11% rate of inflation under the Conservative government, of which the honourable member was part. Interest rates have hit the highest level in 40 years. Mortgages are up to £221 a month for families who were forced to remortgage after the mini-budget. There are many people who have interesting observations on how to run an economy. The Conservative front bench is not one of them.
Alan Gamble.
Question number 2, Mr. Speaker.
Secretary of State.
With permission, Mr. Speaker, I'll answer questions 2, 3, 6, 9, 10 and 14 together. Just last week, we launched the UK Government's £140 million Local Growth Fund, which will help to deliver economic growth to 5 Scottish regions. Scotland will also benefit from around £700 million of other local and regional project funding over the next 3 years. And in addition, as we pointed out in relation to the budget, the UK Government has provided the Scottish Government with the largest block grant in the history of devolution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I thank the Secretary of State for the announcement of £11 million for local growth funding for Ayrshire. Ayrshire boasts internationally successful businesses in engineering, advanced manufacturing, aerospace, defence and energy. And I've been working with my excellent Ayrshire colleagues, the Ayrshire Chamber of Commerce and the Ayrshire College to ask businesses what more we can do to grow the economy. Does the Minister agree with me that we must support Ayrshire's most successful sectors and ensure this region plays its part in growing Scotland's economy?
Well, Mr. Speaker, absolutely. I welcome the work of the ambitious Ayrshire consultation and pay generous tribute to the work that my honourable friend is doing. As Trade Minister, I visited companies including XSL and GE Aerospace in Ayrshire and saw for myself the extraordinary potential for growth-driving sectors like advanced manufacturing. As part of the more than £200 million the UK Government is investing in Ayrshire, the Local Growth Fund will provide flexible, targeted support to help unlock exactly that potential.
Chris Simpson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. After years of increases to the cost of living, my Airdrie and Shorts constituents are understandably impatient for change and want to see the benefits of economic growth in their communities and in their pockets. Can he provide further detail on how this government is supporting the growth of local economies in North Lanarkshire, and what role does he see AI, advanced manufacturing and life sciences playing in that growth by helping to build supply chain resilience locally?
Mr. Speaker, of course North Lanarkshire has been at the heart of Scottish manufacturing for many decades. Since 2019 it's actually grown faster than the national average in Scotland due to the highly skilled workforce and ambitious local development plans. I'm delighted that large US companies like CoreWeave have recognised that potential with their £1.5 billion investment into North Lanarkshire's growing AI infrastructure. North Lanarkshire, I can assure the honourable gentleman, has a strong advocate and supporter in the UK Government. It's determined to fulfil that potential.
Liz Twist.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Buses are hugely important to our communities and to our transport network. And so it's vital that Falkirk-based Alexander Dennis Limited and its supply chain, including Delner Glass, in Consett in my constituency, are supported. It's taken the SNP First Minister over a year to recognise that. Can the Secretary of State set out how he's working with other departments to ensure that jobs and the company not only survive but thrive?
Can I thank the honourable friend for the question, and of course I warmly welcome the decision to keep Alexander Dennis's Falkirk and Larbert sites operational, which will be a huge relief to the talented workforce, not just in these parts of Scotland, but also to the workforce in Delner Glass and other parts of the supply chain. I recently met with the President and Managing Director of Alexander Dennis, Paul Davis, to discuss their strategic plans and growth of UK bus manufacturing, and I'm also supporting the positive progress made by the Department for Transport's UK Bus Manufacturing Panel, the first of its kind, which brings together industry leaders such as Alexander Dennis with metro mayors to support manufacturing, boost regional economies and create jobs.
Mike Reader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As Chair of the International Trade and Investment APPG, I'm pleased that we're running the Power of Place campaign to encourage colleagues to highlight incredible small businesses that are exporting out of their constituency. Does the Secretary of State agree with me that this initiative and those such as Brand Scotland are invaluable for showcasing the power of Scottish products and markets across the world? And will he meet with me to explore the ways that we can improve exports out of Scotland?
Secretary of State.
So, Mr. Speaker, in my previous role as Trade Minister, I was very proud to promote world-class Scottish products, whether that's satellites or indeed whisky. Since 2024, as the government, we've been working to extend those international trading benefits. For example, the UK-India trade agreement will boost the Scottish economy by an estimated £190 million per year. Both Brand Scotland and the Power of Place can help small businesses in Scotland and elsewhere increase their global exports. And I would want to pay generous tribute to my honourable friend, thank the International Trade and Investment APPG for its important work, and would be pleased to hear more from honourable friend about the work we can do together.
Steinback.
Mr. Speaker, in November I called for urgent intervention to support Forth Valley's industrial economy. Since then, a £150 million deal to protect 500 jobs at Grangemouth. £14.5 million in the budget to unlock hundreds of new jobs quicker at Grangemouth, such as those announced at Mealgie, and £9.8 million of local growth funding announced at Forth Valley College last week, despite some nationalists moaning that this money should have been sent to St Andrew's House rather than Falkirk, Clackmannanshire and Stirling. What further steps will the Secretary of State be taking to support the vast economic potential of the Forth Valley?
Secretary of State.
Well, Mr. Speaker, of course, just last week I was with my honourable friend in Falkirk announcing £9.8 million worth of funding for the Forth Valley region as part of the new local growth fund. Meanwhile, the UK Government is working hard to secure further investment for the Grangemouth site. And tomorrow, Minister McNeill will be in Scotland signing a memorandum of understanding for the Forth Green Freeport, unlocking £25 million in capital funding to support economic growth in the region. That, frankly, is the difference having a Labour government with Scots at its heart can make to economies like Falkirk.
Chris Kane.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the Secretary of State agree that yesterday's SNP budget, which meters out another round of civic vandalism to local authority budgets, demonstrates a failure to understand that economic growth is built from the ground up and requires well-funded local authorities delivering schools, infrastructure and clean, safe communities? And does he agree that Scotland needs a Labour government at Holyrood with the same ambition for growth being shown by this UK Labour government if it is to unlock its full economic potential?
Secretary of State.
Speaker, I sense that my honourable friend has forgotten more about local government financing than John Swinney will ever know. The reality is he's been writing budgets for 19 years in the Scottish Government, and at the same time Scottish local government has been pushed to the brink of failure. But look at the independent analysis from the IFS. That shows that Scottish local government and finance is set to see reductions averaging 2.1% a year in real terms, which would require each Scottish council to increase council tax by around 8% just to hold budgets constant. My question for the First Minister is the same the day after the budget as the day before. John, where's the money gone?
David Munda.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Secretary of State will know that the Borderlands Inclusive Growth Deal is a very important factor in driving growth in the south of Scotland, and I'm looking forward to speaking to the Minister next week about the deal. But such deals, the importance is getting the money out the door. Over the years, a number of projects originally identified are not now going to go ahead. So does the Secretary of State agree with me that new projects should be brought on board, such as replacing the bridges at Annan, which were damaged in storms over the recent years?
Secretary of State.
So, Mr. Speaker, of course I know from his own expertise and understanding of his constituency the challenge in relation to Annan and the fact that the bridges were swept away in the floods. I can assure the right honourable gentleman that my officials are working closely with the Borderlands Inclusive Growth Deal partners to oversee our £65 million investment in projects in that area. The balance we are endeavouring to strike is to make sure that there is effective local leadership, but he makes a powerful case that we have not seen the delivery at the pace that he would have wanted and we would have wanted in recent years, and that's why I hope next week's meeting is a constructive and useful opportunity to discuss these matters.
Dave Doogue.
Speaker, the SNP delivered yet another ambitious budget for Scotland yesterday, which saw almost £1 billion for rates relief, £5 billion for energy and climate change, and a 10% uplift for Scotland's colleges. That's the SNP that have delivered 10.5% growth since 2007 compared to the UK's 5.1%. The question isn't what will the UK government do for Scotland's economy, but what will they do to stop damaging it?
Secretary of State.
Mr. Speaker, through the shouting, I heard the claim that the announcement yesterday in the Scottish budget helped Scottish colleges. I had the opportunity to be at Forth Valley College last week. I simply invite the honourable gentleman to talk to the principal of Forth Valley College, or indeed West College, or any of the FE colleges across Scotland. And if the honourable gentleman wants to suggest for 1 second that the uplift announced yesterday touches the sides of the 20% cut that we saw previously, then it would be an interesting perspective. Look at the numbers, don't judge it on the rhetoric, judge the cuts that his government has delivered, and then come back and perhaps apologise to the young people of Scotland.
Wendy Chamberlain.
Mr. Speaker, business rates are crippling, particularly for hospitality in North East Fife, including hotels, and we know that we haven't seen the initiatives that have delivered business rate relief in Scotland as other parts of the UK. Now, the UK government may be U-turning on this issue, but would they consider a cut to VAT for hospitality so businesses across the UK can benefit?
Secretary of State.
So, Mr. Speaker, my initial glance at the Scottish budget that was announced yesterday suggests that there will still be significant uplifts in 2026 in terms of business rates across Scotland. That is a direct challenge to the claims that we've heard from the Scottish Government in terms of economic growth. And so I hope that, as well as continuing to advocate and make the case to the UK Government, she and her colleagues will take the opportunity to say Scotland's high streets are being let down by the Scottish Government, as surely as Scotland's public services are also being let down.
Harriet Cross.
Getting money back in people's pockets is vital for economic growth, but today the government has signed the country up to the highest energy bills for offshore energy for the next 10 years, and bills that we'll be paying for 20 years to come. Can the Secretary of State explain how this is going to get more money back in people's pockets to spend on high streets rather than just to spend on higher bills?
Well, Mr. Speaker, let's actually start with the facts. Our auction today delivers new renewable power that is cheaper to build than operate than building new gas. Let me give you the figures. Here are the key facts. The cost of building and operating new gas, £147 per megawatt hour. The strike price we agreed today, average of £91. That means the price of wind we've secured is 40% lower than the cost of building and operating new gas power plants. It's simply not true.
Jamie Stone.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Tonight, millions of people will tune in to The Traitors, which was filmed at Ardross Castle in my constituency. Really, I should have put on my Claudia Winkleman eyeliner for this one. It's brought millions of pounds and jobs to the Highlands. So can I ask the Secretary of State what plans he has to encourage the screen industry to look at locations like Ardross Castle in Scotland?
So firstly, Mr. Speaker, I defer to my Cabinet colleague, the Secretary of State for Health, in terms of his expertise and knowledge when it comes to The Traitors. He made a powerful case on television that he had watched the series, and I then had to catch up subsequently. I would simply say Ardross Castle is a fantastic advert for Scotland, not simply within the castle, but the scenes around it. I was talking only yesterday to my colleague, the Member of Parliament for Stirling, about the huge potential for the film industry in Scotland, and we stand ready with our colleagues in DCMS to do whatever we can to support Screen in Scotland.
Brendan O'Hara.
The State talks about supporting economic growth in Scotland. Well, perhaps he should check in with the local authorities across the Highlands and Islands, who combined have received absolutely nothing from the UK Government's Local Growth Fund. Life is tough enough for our rural communities, so this decision to exclude them from the Local Growth Fund will only make things more difficult. So will he listen to the advice of the leader of Argyll Butte Council, Councillor Jim Lynch, who desperately seeks that he rethink this allocation?
Secretary of State.
Mr. Speaker, I understand that the SNP's grievance machine doesn't run on facts, but let me introduce a few facts into the conversation. The Highlands and Islands are benefiting from more than £300 million in investments, including £80 million to support neighbourhoods through Pride and Place, and of course the £25 million for the Inverness and Cromarty Green Freeport. I can attest to that because I visited Inverness and announced it.
Senate Secretary of State, Andrew Barr.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Labour government are doing absolutely nothing to grow the Scottish economy, from the national insurance increase, the family farm tax, the unemployment rights bill, to gutting the oil and gas industry. Growth halved, unemployment up, inflation up. But not total incompetence. But not only are they incompetent, Mr. Speaker, they are weak. So weak that Scottish Labour announced they wouldn't oppose the SNP's budget before they even knew what was in it. Now, we know they aren't very good at government, but you would have thought, after all these years, they might have worked out how to do opposition, wouldn't you?
Mr. Speaker, let's see whether the opposition frontbench agree with the opposition frontbench leader, because, of course, you don't need to take my word for it in terms of the complete chaos that was left by the last government. The present leader of the Conservative Party is the one who admitted they had, and I quote, no plan for growth. So we're not going to take any lectures from a party that delivered not just the Liz Truss budget, but an economy that was high in inequality and low in growth.
Andrew Bowie.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, what we saw yesterday from the SNP was nothing more than the same old, tired, stale government with tired, stale gimmicks, handouts, and an addiction to punishing hard-working Scots with the highest taxes for poorer services. Nothing for growth, nothing for entrepreneurs, and nothing for businesses. But what would you expect from the separatist pressure group cosplaying as a government that is the SNP? So does the Secretary of State agree that after 19 years we need change in Scotland, and that the only party with a plan to cut tax, cut the benefit bill and support business and grow the economy is the Scottish Conservative and Unionist Party?
Secretary of State.
Unsurprisingly, no. I half agree with him, which is that Scotland frankly deserves better than a government that after 19 years is claiming to be the change that Scotland needs. The reality is, when I'm on the doorsteps in East Lothian, I ask people inclined to vote SNP a single question. Name a single area of Scottish public life that has got better over the last 19 years. We've had 2 decades of talking about independence. What do we have to show for it? This isn't the change that Scotland needs this budget. The change we need is an As Sarwar and Scottish Labour.
Susan Merritt, Liberal Democrat spokesperson.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to congratulate the Government on the successful 7th round of the allocation of green energy and CFD contracts, nearly 20% of which are going to Scotland. It's good to see that even amid their U-turns, a Liberal Democrat system from over a decade ago is still delivering. What discussions has the Minister had with his Cabinet colleagues to ensure the benefits are passed on to the Scottish people through skilled jobs, working to upgrade the grid, and crucially through protecting and defending our offshore infrastructure?
Secretary of State.
Mr. Speaker, I was last in touch with the Designated Secretary about an hour ago before Scottish Questions. I talked to him after the Cabinet and discussed these issues with him in the Cabinet. The choice, and it's a very serious question, it deserves a serious answer, the choice is not whether to build, but what to build. And our answer is clean, homegrown power that we in the United Kingdom control. Our answer is that we should build new renewables because they are cheaper to build and to operate than gas.
Stephen Gittins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, can I wish the Secretary of State the best for 2026? I'm glad that he caught the traitors, because I have to say I'm so sorry to have heard the language that was being used about Scottish Labour MPs by Labour MPs in the press recently. So I wish him the best. But can he tell me the best way to improve our lives and our economy? Why is Scotland the only part of the UK where child poverty is going down?
Well, in part, child poverty is going to be falling because of the 95,000 kids that we helped by abolishing the 2-child cap. It is not a coincidence that on a single afternoon, our Chancellor of the Exchequer took the mantle from Gordon Brown as being the politician who lifted the most kids out of poverty across the UK in a single parliament. Gordon Brown had taken that mantle previously from Dennis Healey. It is not a coincidence that Labour Chancellors lift kids out of poverty. That's what we do, and we're proud of it.
The Secretary of State a little bit more seriously if so many Labour MPs hadn't lost the whip for backing our vote on tackling the 2-child cap. Now, the Scottish child payment has been described as game-changing. That's been extended to babies to get additional funding, meaning that those from deprived communities in Scotland get the best start in life anywhere in the UK in Scotland. So why on earth are the Labour Party abstaining on the budget? And just as the Prime Minister turns up, maybe the Labour Party can explain why they abstain and why they don't stand for anything.
Because, Mr. Speaker, we're not spending our time indulging in the games of the opposition. We're getting on with the serious job of government. Whether that is delivering a record package of employment rights to help raise pay, because the critical point that he failed to mention was 3/4 of the kids in poverty in our country today are in working households. That's why the Employment Rights Bill matters. That's why 220,000 people being lifted out of poverty as a consequence of increases in the minimum wage matter. We have a comprehensive approach, which is why we've got a comprehensive strategy.
On Scott Arthur.
Question number 4, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, can I firstly pay tribute to my honourable friend's very passionate advocacy for higher education in Scotland. He'll be well aware that the Scottish Government have received an additional £11 billion since the general election, money that could have been spent on Scotland's world-class universities and colleges. But as a recent Audit Scotland report shows, these institutions will be put under immense stress, with Scottish colleges suffering a 20% cut in real terms funding since 2021. It's utterly shameful.
Scott Arthur.
Mr. Speaker, Scotland's universities have been facing a funding crisis which has been many years in the making. Funding for students in Scottish universities is currently over £2,000 less than it is in England. Universities Scotland yesterday, in response to the SNP budget, made it clear that it will have little impact on this problem, as it does not adequately address the situation. No government in Europe, Mr. Speaker, cares less about the education of its young people. Will the Secretary of State or the Minister make time to visit Heriot-Watt University in Edinburgh South West, to meet with the Vice-Chancellor, Richard Williams, the staff and the students to hear about the impact of this situation?
Mr. Speaker, I agree with my honourable friend that Scotland's young people have been appallingly let down, which is why it's time for a new direction. I would, of course, be delighted to meet with him and Heriot-Watt representatives to discuss Scotland's desperate need for a new direction.
Right, we now come to Prime Minister's questions. Lincoln Job.
Question number 1, Mr. Speaker.
Very well done.
Mr. Speaker, can I start by condemning, in the strongest possible terms, the sickening repression and murder of protesters in Iran? The contrast between the courage of the Iranian people and the brutality of their desperate regime has never been clearer. Mr. Speaker, we've called out this brutality face to face. We're working with allies on further sanctions and doing all we can to protect UK nationals. Mr. Speaker, time and again, under the party opposite, towns and cities across the north were failed. Today, this Labour government delivers change, a major new rail network across the north and a new northern growth strategy. That is the renewal that this country voted for. This morning I had meetings with ministerial colleagues and others. In addition to my duties in this House, I shall have further such meetings later today.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And can I associate myself with the Prime Minister's remarks, particularly about Iran? Visiting schools in my Spelthorne constituency is one of the great joys of this job. So I was frankly appalled to hear that the Labour Member of Parliament for Bristol North East was prevented from visiting a school in his constituency because he is Jewish. This is anti-Semitism and it is happening in plain sight. With all due respect to the Prime Minister, I don't want to know how he feels about this. I want to know what he's going to do about it.
Prime Minister.
Can I start by thanking him for raising this case, because it is very serious, very concerning. And all members of Parliament should be able to visit anywhere in their constituency, schools or other places, without any fear of anti-Semitism. We do take this seriously. We're providing more funding for security and support we're putting in across the country, and we will be holding those to account who prevented this visit to this school.
Annalise Midgley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the Prime Minister for his commitment to delivering the Hillsborough Law. But it has been proven that following the Manchester Arena bombings, MI5 spent 6 years misleading the public and concealing information. There was no risk to national security because it was a closed hearing. So will the Prime Minister deliver justice for those families and confirm that this government will bring forward an amendment that will make robust the duties and responsibilities of Canada for all parts of the state, including individuals in the security services, so we can finally say, never again.
Prime Minister.
Can I thank my honourable friend? The Hillsborough law will right wrongs of the past, changing the balance of power to ensure the state can never hide from the people it should serve. And I would like to acknowledge, Mr. Speaker, I think some of the families are in the gallery with us here today, and I will be meeting them later on this afternoon. I've always been clear the duty of candour applies to the intelligence services. I made a commitment we wouldn't water down the bill, and the amendments we put forward strengthen it. It is right that there are essential safeguards in place to protect national security, and we've got that balance right. I will meet the families and will outline the next steps on Monday in relation to that crucial balance.
We come to the Leader of the Opposition, Kemi Badenoch.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And can I agree with the Prime Minister's comments on Iran? Today, Irfan Soltani faces execution for protesting in Iran, and I'm sure the whole House will be united in condemning this. Our thoughts are with him and his family and the brave protesters fighting for their freedom against an evil regime. Mr. Speaker, I know the Home Secretary will be making a statement today on the West Midlands Police. The first thing that she should be announcing is the sacking of the Chief Constable. And I thank the member for West Suffolk for relentlessly pushing this issue. Mr. Speaker, can I welcome the Prime Minister's latest U-turn? I feel like I say that every week. Mandatory digital ID was a rubbish policy, and we on this side of the House are glad to see the back of it. But yesterday, the Health Secretary said the Prime Minister's New Year's resolution should be, and I quote, to try to get it right first. To try to get it right first time. Try to get it right first time. Yes, you did say that. You did say that. My question is, does he agree?
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'm determined to make it harder for people to work illegally in this country, and that's why there will be checks, they will be digital, and they will be mandatory. And I'll tell her what this government is doing, whether on planning, child poverty, employment rights, investing in our NHS. We're taking the right choices for Britain, and they oppose every single one of them. And she talks about U-turns and consistency. From the party that used to recognise the challenge of climate change, and now they run from it, who promised to cut immigration, but then lost control of it, who once took great pride in our diversity. Now they talk of deporting our neighbours to achieve cultural coherence. And, Mr. Speaker, on consistency, don't get me started on 5 Prime Ministers, 6 Chancellors, 8 Home Secretaries, 16 Housing Ministers. They had more positions in 14 years than the Kama Sutra. No wonder they're knackered and they left the country screwed.
Kemi Badenoch.
A lot of waffle, Mr. Speaker, but it's still a U-turn. The member for Hull East has said, it's so interesting, Mr. Speaker, Labour MPs must think very carefully before defending policy decisions publicly. He said, and I quote, "This stuff leaves us looking really stupid." I'm sorry to tell him, but Labour MPs have been looking stupid for a long time. But let's look, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let's look at some other things the Prime Minister didn't get right first time, starting with the family farms tax. Some farmers were so terrified they sold their farms last year only for the Prime Minister to U-turn 2 days before Christmas. Will he apologise for the misery he's caused countless farmers?
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the principle we put in place on inheritance tax is the right one. We listened, we made an asterisk. But what we're doing is turning the country around. Yes, we've changed the country. We've changed the failed approach of the last Tory government. They crashed the economy and sent mortgage rates through the roof. They left millions stuck on NHS waiting lists. They presided over the worst Parliament for living standards on record. Now we're turning that around. We're changing that. Inflation and interest rates are coming down. Waiting lists are coming down. Wages are up more in the first year of a Labour government than 10 years of the Tory government. But I understand, Mr. Speaker, that she's taking advice on change. She had Nadeem Zahawi in to ask his advice how to change and how to save her party. Please don't tell me she listened to his accountant. Next day after the advice, he jumped ship to reform, the 23rd former Tory MP to do so. I don't know which is more pitiful, the flood of former Tory MPs deserting her sinking ship, or the Reform Party so desperate to launder any old failed Tory politician.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister doesn't need to worry about me. I'm all right. And I didn't hear an apology. I didn't hear an apology to the farmers. Has he even apologised to the member for Penrith, who stood up for farmers only to have the whip removed? This Prime Minister treats his MPs so badly, they follow his lead, and he hangs them out to dry every time. Let's turn to another area the Prime Minister has got wrong. His budget doubled business rates for thousands of pubs. So can the Prime Minister tell us, is there going to be any change to his business rates policy?
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we're working with the sector to ensure that they get the support that they need. I have to say, the Leader of the Opposition's newfound concern for pubs will come as a surprise to anyone who remembers the 7,000 pubs that were closed under the Tories. And as Business Secretary, she didn't say a word about it. So we support business. We also support workers, Mr. Speaker. And that's why we passed our Employment Rights Act. And on Mr. Speaker, on Monday, the Business Secretary and I went to Croydon to discuss our Employment Rights Act with workers there. They were very keen on the paternity rights and the maternity rights, which I know the Leader of the Opposition opposes. And whilst we were there at IKEA, they showed me their new prototype, the IKEA Shadow Cabinet. The trouble is, nobody wants to buy it. It's mainly constructed of old dead wood. And every time you lose a nut, it defects to reform.
Mr. Speaker, he didn't answer the question about business rates. It sounds like he doesn't know what his policy is. And this has been a farce from start to finish. On Monday, the Business Secretary said the Chancellor did not even realise the impact of her business rates policy. No surprise there. But yesterday, the Tax Office said that they did tell the government what the impact would be. So can the Prime Minister be clear? Did he understand the impact of his own policy on pubs?
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we're working with this sector. She hasn't explained why she said nothing about the 7,000 pubs that closed on her watch. We're doing other things on the cost of living to help people, to make sure they can get out, to spend money in pubs and hospitality, boosting the minimum wage. What did they do? They opposed it. Freezing rail fares and prescription charges. What did they do? They opposed it. £150 off energy bills. What did they do? They opposed it. She said nothing when pubs were closing, and she opposes every measure now. And she said a moment ago, I'm all right. She clearly didn't listen to the advice of Nadeem Zahawi, because what he told her, he's now made fun of it. He told her that they failed on mass migration, they failed on our armed forces, and he told her that she's leading, his words, a defunct brand the nation can no longer trust. No wonder he's joined the Tory migration to reform. Mr. Speaker, it's the second Boris wave.
Mr. Speaker, I asked him if he understood the impact of his own policy. He didn't say yes. The reason he U-turns all the time is because he is clueless. He is blowing around like a plastic bag in the wind, no sense of direction whatsoever. And let's be clear, Mr. Speaker, this mess goes beyond pubs. The whole of the hospitality industry, cafes, hotels, restaurants, they're all being clobbered by Labour's tax hikes. There is an answer to this. Conservatives would abolish business rates for small businesses on the high street. Mr. Speaker, yes, they're all chuntering. He's already agreeing with us on family farms tax. He's already agreeing with us on digital ID. Why doesn't he make it a hat trick and abolish business rates for the high street?
Mr. Speaker, they crashed the economy, and now they want to give lectures. She's wondering why nobody's listening to them. Nobody is ever going to listen to them on the economy ever again. Mr. Speaker, in 18 months, because of the decisions we've made, inflation is falling, and the Bank of England say it's coming back down to target. We've had 6 interest rate cuts in a row. Wages are up more in the first year of a Labour government than under the first 10 years of their government, and we beat the forecasts on growth for 2025. We're turning this country around after the appalling mess that they left it in.
Kemi Badenoch.
He says no one's going to listen to us. Who's going to listen to him? The winter fuel allowance, U-turn. Waspy women, U-turn. The 2-child benefit cap, U-turn. Grooming gangs inquiry, U-turn. The family farms tax, U-turn. Digital ID, U-turn. Jury trials? U-turn. We hope so. We hope so. I think that's going to be the next one, Mr. Speaker. Week after week, these poor people sitting behind him have to defend the indefensible, only for him to U-turn a few days later. Mr. Speaker, one of his cabinet ministers told a journalist that what's happening at the moment is extraordinarily bad. Another said we've gone through a catastrophic series of missteps. Yet another minister said, we are so unpopular at the moment, I've come to the conclusion it's worth rolling the dice on a new leader. They're right, aren't they?
Mr. Speaker, here's the difference. I changed my party, and that's why we stand here with a majority Labour government. She sits there with her party that lost 2/3 of their MPs at the last election, and she's losing more every week. They're queuing up to join the member of Clacton's laundry service for disgraced Tory politicians. Meanwhile, inflation is down, wages are up, and waiting lists are down. Labour's turning the corner and changing this country for the better.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm sure you will agree, and I hope others across the chamber will also, that we need to recognise and to celebrate achievements. And I say this because across the country, knife crime offences is going down. And of course, more needs to be done and more should be done. But this week's figures have shown that London has had its safest year ever under the London Mayor Sadiq Khan. And in fact, homicide rate in London is the lowest ever since records began. Now, Mr. Speaker, Reform and the Conservatives repeatedly talk down our capital city. So will the Prime Minister join me in saying they are wrong, and will he applaud these achievements?
Well, she draws attention to the important work of the Mayor of London, and nobody should be talking our country down or talking London down. And she's right to say that since we came into office, the number of knife crime offences is down. But, Mr. Speaker, there is more to do. We're introducing new powers to seize knives and increasing the penalty for selling knives to under 18s. And the party opposite, what did they do? They're chuntering. They voted against those provisions. And what's obvious about London and Reform is they've got a candidate for mayor who doesn't like London, a new ex-Tory recruit who struggled to pay his taxes in this country, and a leader who spends more time in France than in his constituency.
Sir Ed David, leader of the Liberal Democrat.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I associate myself and my party with the Prime Minister's comments on Iran? And can I encourage him to go even further on sanctions and also prescribe the IRG? Mr. Speaker, Sandra is 71. She has bladder cancer. Just after Christmas, she went into her local A&E. She had to wait 31 hours to be admitted on a plastic trolley and in a plastic chair. Last year, more than 500,000 people waited for over 12 hours in A&E to be admitted, more than any year in the history of the NHS. Mr. Speaker, this corridor care crisis was created by the Conservatives, but it's got worse under Labour. So will the Prime Minister end this scandal by taking up our plan to end all 12-hour A&E waits this year?
Prime Minister.
Can I first say through him to Sandra that that's simply not acceptable for her or for anybody else, and I'd appreciate if he passes that on to her directly. We have put record investment into the NHS so that we can turn this problem around, and we are turning it around. I would say to him that he puts forward his plans for change, but he never votes for the increase in investment and the measures that are needed to actually put that into practice. You can't change things without investing in them. You can't call for change and vote against a budget that puts a record investment into the NHS.
Sir Ed Davey.
Mr. Speaker, we saw what happened to the last government when they failed to improve the NHS, and if the Prime Minister is not careful, that will happen to his. Mr. Speaker, last month I asked the Prime Minister to get a grip of South East Water, who'd left thousands of people in Royal Tunbridge Wells without water. Now it's happened again, not only in Tunbridge Wells, but in East Grinstead, Burgess Hill, Haywers Heath, and other parts of Kent and Sussex. Families, pensioners, schools, care homes, businesses without any water since Saturday. And the water company bosses involved now stand accused of misleading Parliament over their failures. Mr. Speaker, South East Water keeps failing its customers over and over again. So will the government immediately strip them of their licence?
Prime Minister.
Can I thank him for raising this, because the situation is clearly totally unacceptable. He will want to know that ministers have chaired daily emergency meetings to hold the company to account, to deliver on the change that's urgently needed at the moment in all the areas that he mentioned. We've also doubled the compensation rates for individuals and businesses, and we're absolutely clear the company must urgently invest in infrastructure, and we'll publish the Water White Paper in due course, but we are holding those daily meetings to hold this company to account.
Dr. Maria Timble.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm delighted by today's Northern Powerhouse Rail announcement. A down payment on the North of England's future. Fulfilling Laura Blunkett's rail plan for Yorkshire also included upgrades to the Penistone Line train, the spine that connects South to West Yorkshire, coursing through 8 constituencies, serving 500,000 people. When I was growing up, my dad opened Silkstone Common Station as a Dodworth councillor. I want my legacy to be 2 trains an hour Tidball for our Penistone line. Will the Prime Minister meet with me to discuss how we can secure funding for the second phase of the Penistone Line upgrade scheme to achieve 2 services an hour?
Prime Minister.
Can I pay tribute to her as a dedicated campaigner on this and so many other issues? And I'm delighted that today we're announcing a transformation in journeys across the north. Of course, it was said and promised many times by the party opposite, but never delivered. We're taking action and delivering. We're working with Kirklees Council to prepare the business case for the first phase of upgrading the line, and I know the Transport Secretary would be happy to discuss the details of that with her.
Robin Swan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. At question time last week, the Prime Minister seemed to intimate that the Government was bringing forward amendments to the Northern Ireland Troubles Bill. Within hours of him saying that, the Irish Government's Minister for Foreign Affairs said that any significant changes must have the full agreement of both governments. So, Mr. Speaker, can I ask the Prime Minister, is he intending bringing forward amendments to a flawed Troubles Bill and give a reassurance that the Irish Government does not have a veto over legislation in this House?
Prime Minister.
Can I thank him for raising this and tell him I spoke to the Taoiseach in December about this, and I know he's committed to delivering on this. The new legacy unit has been established within the Garda, and I'm confident the Irish Government's other commitments will be delivered as set out in the joint framework. For the first time, information held by the Irish authorities is being shared with a reformed Legacy Commission, meaning more families and victims of terrorism getting information about what happened to their loved ones.
Glendon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I welcome the Prime Minister's leadership and our government's clear commitment to tackling child poverty, recognising that high-quality education is one of the best routes out of poverty. However, young people in one of the most deprived areas of my constituency, attending Churchill Community College, have been taught in temporary accommodation for over 16 months. Can the Prime Minister use his good offices to expedite funding from the Department for Education to support rebuilding this school? Thank you.
Prime Minister.
Can I say I'm very proud of what we're doing on child poverty, lifting 500,000 children out of poverty. The party opposite says their policy is to plunge them straight back into poverty, and they should be ashamed of that. The situation she draws my attention to is appalling. Parents and teachers are furious that the party opposite left schools literally crumbling. We invested, Mr. Speaker, £20 billion to rebuild around 800 schools, and our aim is all schools and colleges in England that aren't being fully or substantially rebuilt to be rack-free by the end of the Parliament, and I'll make sure a Minister meets with her to discuss this.
Morrison.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I visited Stepping Hill Hospital in my constituency, where I met the incredible team there, but they are working in some of the worst conditions. The staff there showed me the wards where sewage is coming up onto the floors through the drains, and they showed me the ceilings where water is dripping down out onto vital equipment. The hospital itself has a £130 million repair bill, and the Prime Minister is the man that can change this. So will he meet with me, the member for Hazel Grove and the member for Stockport constituency, so we can talk to him about this issue, get some investment in, and then get the hospital that my constituents deserve?
Prime Minister.
Well, I thank him for raising this, and he knows we inherited a terrible situation with waiting lists, performance targets missed, and hospitals like Stepping Hill left to crumble. They should be absolutely ashamed of themselves. I'm pleased the new outpatients building is open, and because of our decisions, the local trust will receive £75 million in capital funding. Progress is being made. His local trust has seen waiting lists fall by almost 3,000. The number of waits over a year is down by 67%. I will make sure he gets the meeting that he wants to discuss the details further.
Emily Darlington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If reports are correct, Elon Musk has climbed down today under pressure from this government. And let's be clear, stripping women naked without consent in real life or online is abuse. But we don't know whether to trust what X is saying today, and this isn't just happening on X. So will the Prime Minister join me and men and women across this House and our nation to say to any app and to any AI company that we will not tolerate and we will enforce any abuse of men, women or children in this country?
Can I thank her for raising this? The actions of Grok and X are disgusting and they're shameful. And frankly, the decision to then turn this into a premium service is horrific. And we're absolutely determined to take action here. We've made it clear that X has to act, and if not, Ofcom has our full backing and will introduce and are introducing legislation. Mr. Speaker, to update the House, I have been informed this morning that X is acting to ensure full compliance with UK law. If so, that is welcome, but we're not going to back down. They must act. We will take the necessary measures, we will strengthen existing laws and prepare for legislation if it needs to go further, and Ofcom will continue its independent investigation.
As someone with a personal experience of AI-generated images, the recent AI images shared on X, particularly those of children, sickens me. Yet, the leader of reform continues to defend Elon Musk. Anyone who defends platforms linked to sexual exploitation of children forfeits any right to give lectures about protecting women and girls. What will the Prime Minister do to stop any political party from putting tech billionaires ahead of protecting our children?
Can I thank her for raising this? And it's astonishing that Reform defend Musk on this issue. It is complete. I said the images are disgusting. Their position is disgusting on this. This is weaponising images of women and children that should never be made. And that's why we're acting. Reform refused to do anything about it. But more than that, the point she raises is really, they would scrap the Online Safety Act that stops children accessing content like pornography, suicide, self-harm and eating disorders. They're an absolute disgrace and know nothing about protecting children.
Can I just say, we're only on question 18. If we don't want to get MPs in, please, you're going to have to work with me. Kemi Badenoch.
Many of my constituents and Stephens were appalled to hear Reform MPs oppose the principle of deploying British troops to maintain a peace in Ukraine. Our brilliant armed forces have defended democracy in Europe across a generation, so it is shameful that the leader of Reform opposes that today. That is not leadership, it is surrender. Does the Prime Minister agree that Labour governments always have and always will defend British interests, not those of Russian dictators or oligarchs?
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, this is a question of values and freedom, I'm proud of the British workers in his constituency, in fact, supporting our Ukrainian allies. Ukrainian soldiers are defending European values on the front line every day. And, Mr. Speaker, in the event of a ceasefire, multinational force will carry out defence and deterrence operations and conduct training, planning, recovery and regeneration of Ukrainian forces. But this week, the leader of Reform said Russia had a casus belli. That means a justification for war in invading Ukraine. A Putin apologist using Russia's talking points.
Lewis Cocking.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The world is becoming more dangerous every single day, and the Ministry of Defence has said it needs an extra £28 billion to keep us safe. Well, I know where the Prime Minister can find it. Stop this nonsense Chagos Island surrender policy and spend that money on protecting the United Kingdom. Will the Prime Minister commit to that, or will he continue to put the interests of foreign governments and countries above our own?
Diego Garcia is a vital military base with important capabilities of our own. It's integral to our security. Our decision was welcomed by our allies, the Five Eyes, India and the United States. It was opposed by our enemies, including Russia. Now we can add the Tories to that list and Reform to that list. The Tories following Reform, Reform following Putin.
Jasmine Qureshi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would like to offer my condolences to the families of the 4 people who died in the road traffic accident which occurred over the weekend in my constituency. Mr. Speaker, families in Bolton South and Walkden are already benefiting from this Labour government's action on free school meals, free breakfast clubs, 30 hours funded childcare, scrapping of the 2-child limit, taking nearly 500,000 children out of poverty. But in Bolton South and Walkden and across the country, there is a chronic shortage of social housing and genuine affordable homes. Will the Prime Minister now show the same ambition on housing and commit to a major expansion of social housing?
Prime Minister.
Can I just say that my thoughts, and I think the thoughts of the whole House, will be with all those affected by the terrible road traffic accident in her constituency over the weekend, and our thoughts with all of those so awfully impacted. On her question, we are determined to restore the dream of home ownership. That's why there's been £39 billion of investment to deliver the biggest boost in social and affordable housing in a generation. Through planning reforms, the New Homes Accelerator and New Towns, we're determined to deliver the homes that people need.
Dr. Luke Evans.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I welcome the Prime Minister's commitment to the Violence Against Women and Girls strategy, but I and many have concerns about stigmatising young boys men and masculinity as inherently toxic, especially when suicide is the #1 killer for young men. So is it about time that we have a minister for men and boys? Because this is about women and men, not women or men.
Prime Minister.
Can I thank him for his support on what we're doing on violence against women and girls? Can I also agree with him that this isn't about women or men or boys or girls? It's about both. And that's why I was very pleased to bring forward our men's health strategy, one of the first of its sort, to deal with the challenges that young men in particular, in my view, have growing up, particularly with social media, but also to go further on the question of suicide. And I know that that's something that the whole House is prepared to work together on, and quite right too.
Caroline Harris.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As trade envoy to New Zealand, last year I visited Eden Park in Auckland to hear their exciting plans to bring the Edinburgh tattoo to New Zealand. Well, next month that plan becomes a reality, and one of Scotland and the UK's greatest military displays will be taking place in Auckland. This spectacular event is testament to the exciting and successful trading relationship between the UK and New Zealand. Will the Prime Minister join me in congratulating and thanking everyone who's made this a reality?
Can I thank her for raising that? Because the Royal Edinburgh military tattoo is absolutely brilliant, as anybody who's seen it will attest. And I'm so pleased that it's heading to New Zealand. And I think it's another example of Scotland's unique contribution to our international image, our culture and tourism. And I think we all wish them the very best of luck in their performance. And I know it'll be very well received.
Timothy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The police fabricated intelligence to get Israelis banned from Villa Park, as demanded by Islamists. It's not an isolated case. Forces cut deals with dodgy mosques and refuse to arrest preachers who incite violence. The CPS uses the Public Order Act as an Islamic blasphemy law. In prison, governors do deals with Islamists to maintain order. And we all know about the rape gangs. So will the Prime Minister launch a review of the corruption of our criminal justice system by Islamists and the politics of communalism?
Prime Minister.
Well, I disagreed, as he knows, with the decision of the West Midlands Police, and the Home Secretary will be making a statement in relation to it today. Mr. Speaker, the Home Secretary used to have power to remove Chief Constables. That power was stripped by the 2011 Police Reform Act. The honourable member knows who was making decisions in the Home Office at the time. It was him, working for Theresa May, that stripped that power away.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and a belated Happy New Year. But for the 4.8 million leaseholders across England, it's not a Happy New Year. They're going to be receiving large bills in a matter of weeks. They've been waiting patiently for us as a new government, a government that said we were going to deliver that change, to bring forward the legislation on leasehold and commonhold. So I want to ask the Prime Minister, when will we see that legislation so that we can put those leaseholders out of their misery?
Well, can I thank her for raising this really important issue, and we are bringing forward proposals very shortly now.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 35,000 children, including my constituent Clover, live with uncontrolled, life-threatening epilepsy. Those who can afford it are already benefiting from prescribed medical cannabis, yet families face endless delays, confused trials, and a Home Office process designed for criminal misuse, not healthcare. Will the Prime Minister meet with me and affected families to move paediatric medical cannabis out of Home Office control, create a pathway for proper trials and NHS access, and ensure that all children with life-threatening epilepsy get the care they deserve, regardless of their family circumstances?
Well, can I thank you for raising the case of Clover? NHS England and the National Institute of Health and Care Research recently agreed funding for 2 world-first clinical trials relating to the use of cannabis-based products. This could help see medicines more routinely available in the NHS, and I'll make sure that she gets the meeting that she wants with the relevant minister to discuss what else we're doing.
Hello, Donovan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The people I represent are fed up with Southern Water, from sewage to broken pipes and water outages, even on Christmas Day. In November, millions of plastic beads washed up on our beaches, and we discovered they'd come from a Southern Water treatment plant. I'm now campaigning for water companies to stop using this outdated plastic bead method and bin the beads. We're really concerned about the impact on wildlife, and we have a massive clean-up operation on our hands. Over 5,000 people have already supported my campaign with Sussex Wildlife Trust. Will the Prime Minister join me in sharing his horror at this dereliction of duty from Southern Water and calling on them to face the full force of the law for this terrible pollution incident?
Can I credit her with helping expose this scandal and working with her and everyone in her community, volunteering to clean up the beaches? That is the very best of who we are. But people are right to be furious that for far too long water companies were allowed to get away with polluting our seas and beaches. The Environment Agency are leading a full investigation, but we are more generally ending unfair bonuses for polluting water bosses, abolishing Ofwat and introducing tougher penalties, holding companies to account.
Then a message objected.
Mr. Speaker, ahead of the forthcoming consultation on local government reorganisation, last month Huntingdonshire District Council voted for option E, a Huntingdonshire Unitary Council. This was a cross-party view and the Prime Minister's own Labour councillors voted in favour of it. There is a suspicion locally that the government favours option D, proposed by the Labour Eastern Regional Office, which would see Huntingdonshire and my constituency split in two and combined with Peterborough. Can the Prime Minister offer assurances to my constituents and those across Huntingdonshire that the decision isn't already a done deal and that the democratic will of Huntingdonshire District Council won't be overridden to satisfy an unelected Labour regional office?
Prime Minister.
There are no done deals here. We're going through the proper process.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The staff at West Herts Teaching Hospitals Trust, which operates Watford General in my constituency, have been very busy bees. They have recently won Trust of the Year and Performance Recovery at the 2025 Health Service Journal Awards. Will the Prime Minister join me in congratulating the amazing team at Watford General and thank them for all the hard work that they have done to achieve this admirable accolade? Imagine what further achievements that they will make when they have their new hospital and new facilities.
I will join him and thank the staff in his hospital, but also the NHS staff across the country who worked so hard over Christmas and New Year, which is notoriously a difficult time.
That completes Prime Minister's questions. Let the front benches change over. We now come to the first statement. I call the Secretary of State for Transport.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to make a statement on the government's plans for Northern Powerhouse Rail. I realise I'm not the first minister ever to talk about transforming infrastructure in the north of England. I get why people there are sick to the back teeth of Westminster politicians promising the earth and delivering absolutely nothing. Parties, whether the Tories or Reform, who lack ambition and are either incapable or unwilling of doing the hard yards of delivery. This ends today, Mr. Speaker. It's been over a decade since the then Conservative Chancellor pledged a transport system fit for a northern powerhouse. And what came of it? HS2 to Manchester and Leeds, both promised, both axed. Rail services that have let down commuters, and a railway still reliant on diesel trains and two-track Victorian infrastructure. Levelling up, the integrated rail plan, Network North, just empty slogans and even emptier pockets to pay for them. Mr. Speaker, this gulf between rhetoric and reality has consequences. An unbalanced economy doesn't just affect growth. It strikes at the heart of the fairer country we want to be. Political choices over decades now mean a 40-mile commute into Manchester is a world away from a similar journey into London. Take Liverpool, which has only 2 fast trains an hour to Manchester, where a direct rail journey to Manchester Airport takes an hour and 25 minutes when it's only 28 miles away. Or take Leeds, still the largest city in Western Europe without mass transit, with only a third of the population able to reach the city centre in 30 minutes. Mr. Speaker, we are finally consigning this sorry political legacy to the bonfire of history. No previous government has acted as swiftly and decisively to back northern leaders. We've made the largest ever investment into local transport. We've given the go-ahead to road and rail projects across the north, and we're allocating billions of pounds in pothole funding to local leaders across this Parliament. And today, Mr. Speaker, we're going further. After years of underinvestment in the North's rail network, I am proud to announce we will deliver Northern Powerhouse Rail. This is a generational commitment, building on the ongoing Trans-Pennine route upgrade. We will invest up to a further £45 billion to create a turn-up-and-go railway along the northern growth corridor of Liverpool, Manchester, Bradford, Leeds, Sheffield, as well as York. There will be regular services onward to Newcastle and Hull and to Chester for connections to North Wales. Make no mistake, NPR will transform how people travel. We'll end the hour-long waits if you miss your train. We'll attract more people to a railway that will be faster, more accessible and more frequent than ever before. For Northerners who have long complained about being treated as second-class citizens, my message is simple. Those days are over. Mr. Speaker, this is an ambitious long-term programme, but it is not HS2 reheated. I stood in this House last year and said we'd learnt the lessons of that infrastructure project, and I meant it. Unlike the previous government's Network North plan, which was announced without so much as a phone call to the mayors, we have been working directly with them on developing these proposals, and I'm proud to announce that every single one of those mayors is backing the plan today. I'm clear that NPR will not be a central government vanity project. It will be rooted in northern communities. Them up. We'll also take the time to get this right. That starts with agreeing mature, stable designs as well as consents, all before construction. Finally, unlike HS2, this isn't about the fastest line at any cost. Northern Powerhouse Rail will be the shoulders of this nation's rail network, improving services across the north and beyond. Let me now turn to delivery, Mr. Speaker. We are making £1.1 billion available to deliver NPR over the next 4 years. This will proceed in 3 phases, sequenced so passengers experience a better railway as soon as possible. The first phase will prioritise electrification and upgrades east of the Pennines for delivery in the 2030s. That covers the Leeds-Bradford, Sheffield-Leeds and Leeds-York corridors, including the stations. Alongside NPR, we'll develop the business case for the Leamside line as part of our broader plans for the north, and I want to pay tribute to the Honourable Member for Washington and Gateshead South, who has been campaigning on this for over 20 years. Mr. Speaker, Phase 1's benefits will be clear. It means pressing forward with plans for a new station in Bradford, with funding secured to take it forward subject to business case. And it means working with local leaders on a redesigned York Station master plan. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to recognise the work carried out by Lord Blunkett. It was his vision, endorsed by the White Rose mayors, which informed our plans for Phase 1, and I'm proud that Lord Blunkett is backing our plans today. Work also starts now for the second phase, west of the Pennines, with major construction planned for the 2030s. It includes a new route and predominantly new line between Liverpool and Manchester. This will run via new stations, improving access to Manchester Airport from across the North and North Wales and to Warrington Bank Quay, with plans to deliver thousands of new homes. I have today instructed my officials to immediately resume work on the adapted hybrid bill so we can reach planning consent for the parts of the route in Manchester. These plans align with the prospectus of the Liverpool to Manchester Railway Board, and I'd like to thank all of them, including the chair of that board, the former Rail Minister Hugh Merriman, who is also backing our plans today. Mr. Speaker, the third phase, which takes us to the 2040s, will improve connectivity across the Pennines over and above the Trans-Pennine route upgrade currently underway. And I see Bradford to Manchester, Leeds to Manchester and Sheffield to Manchester as key routes we will upgrade. Mr. Speaker, if we are to secure Britain's long-term growth, we must also recognise future capacity and connectivity is needed along other major routes, such as the West Coast Main Line, and ensure that this is reflected in our decision-making now. I can therefore confirm this government's long-term aim to see a full new north-south line from Birmingham to Manchester. That's one of the reasons why we have chosen the Liverpool to Manchester route as put forward by local mayors, because it's the only route that properly preserves our ability to ultimately build a new line south to address longer-term congestion and crowding challenges on the West Coast Main Line. Again, this won't be a revival of HS2, and no decisions have been taken on the specification or timetable. In the meantime, we'll retain land the government has already purchased between the West Midlands and Crewe. This will be an incremental programme of change, and delivery will be taken forward after MPR has been built. Nevertheless, I believe laying out now our strategy is sensible, responsible and in the long-term interests of the country. Mr. Speaker, today we're announcing a second rail revolution in the very region that gave us the first. The North powered Britain's past. It can lead this country's future. This plan is a down payment on the North's potential, part of a broader growth drive to lift the region's productivity, boost living standards and add tens of billions to the UK economy. At the heart of this lies connectivity, because only by strengthening the links between our northern cities, only by bringing the pools of talent there closer together, can the region begin to rival the other major growth corridors in Europe. Mr. Speaker, too many northerners still face the choice of either staying at home and putting aspiration on hold or moving away in search of a better future. I say no more unfair choices, no more missed opportunities. Today we start delivering Northern Powerhouse Rail, and I commend this statement to the House.
May you, Shadow Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and may I thank the Secretary of State for advance sight of her statement. Now, she started her statement by saying that people are sick to the back teeth of Westminster politicians promising the earth and delivering absolutely nothing. And then she did exactly that. Because on this side of the House, we know, Mr. Speaker, what the Right Honourable Lady's statement marks today. It's not a strategy for the North. It's not a genuine commitment to a £46 billion project, costed back in 2019 at £46 billion, as the current Prime Minister then promised. Instead, it's a flagrant attempt to silence her party's restless northern mayors, whilst Labour ministers who came to office with no plan to deliver on their promises butcher the budget. Let's get straight to the point here. She can bluster all she likes, but where Northern Powerhouse Rail is concerned, today we have no construction start dates, no completion dates, no published or costed route map, no sequencing, no idea who will pay, nor by how much, and no certainty at all, except it won't be what Labour promised ahead of the election. She says, Mr. Speaker, this is a generational commitment. Well, at this rate, it's going to turn out to be a multi-generational commitment. Because if the Prime Minister wanted to deliver what he actually promised in opposition, he knows he'd have another black hole of billions. Such is the uncertainty, the genuine uncertainty caused to the sector by this announcement. What we have, Mr. Speaker, is a commitment to fiddling with the paperwork without any secure investment for the actual project. Yet the Right Honourable Lady expects this House to believe that this is some sort of investment in the North. She and her ministers must be delighted that the Mayor of Greater Manchester overplayed his hand at the Labour Party conference last year. So today he feels constrained to profess loyalty to the Prime Minister, perhaps wonderment at his generosity. That's in public. We all know what he's doing in private. Does the Right Honourable Lady take this House and her own backbenchers and the voting public for fools? Whether she does or not, the Prime Minister certainly does. He wrote in the Yorkshire Post with some gall that this amountment, and I quote, is a serious plan backed by billions of pounds of investment, when we know from this statement that it is not. Can the Right Honourable Lady confirm how a £45 billion cap on a scheme that was costed way more expensive than that back in 2019 can possibly deliver projects which are already estimated to be so much more than that value? What guarantees exist that schemes will be completed in full, and when this House will be finally given the detail that it deserves? Because perhaps she ought to remind the Prime Minister what he told the Yorkshire Post back in 2019, promising to deliver Northern Powerhouse in full. Today's announcement offers nothing better than dither, delay, and a further decade away from spades in the ground. How can she and the Prime Minister pretend that this is the delivery of Northern Powerhouse Rail when it is anything but that? By their own admission, no budget has been set out. The cap in funding gives no confidence that funding which will have to be raised from the private sector or through local taxes is in place. So can she tell the House which local taxes will have to rise and by how much to fill the gap created by her own £45 billion cap? I know she, like me, cares deeply about ensuring Parliament is told the whole truth. But perhaps on this occasion it is the Prime Minister himself who should be lauded today when he said, time and again, that the cuts and downgrades this government has foreshadowed today represent nothing more than, and I quote, a betrayal of the North. So I asked the Secretary of State, isn't it the case that this is a strategy from a desperate government to make a cut appear an investment, an attempt to save face with the British public, to spend months and months hiding their mealy-mouthed plans, only to reveal them with bluster and misplaced confidence, is a sad indictment of a sorry government. To come to this House today without dates, budgets and a plan for how to raise shortfalls after the cap is frankly pitiful. To spin this as a plan for the future is a disgrace, and one of which she should be ashamed. She cannot escape the facts that her party came to power with no plan on how to deliver on their promises, and their complete ineptitude at managing the public finances means they're now having to U-turn even on those promises. If the Metro mayors and backbenchers had any backbone, then rather than genitalously jostling for position under the next Labour leader, today they'd be acknowledging the truth in what I've said and calling out this betrayal.
Secretary of State.
Mr. Speaker, I can't believe what I've heard, to be honest. I mean, I know he's standing in for the Shadow Transport Secretary today, but really I hoped he would have done a little bit better than that. He talks about no budget being set out. We have set out £1.1 billion to be spent over the next 4 years, far more than his government ever spent on Northern Powerhouse Rail in the 14 years they had an opportunity to make improvements to the rail network in the north of England. If that's the way they approach basic maths when we're spending over £1 billion, I can see why the public booted them out of office at the last election. Mr. Speaker, we are working in collaboration with local mayors, and we have agreed with local mayors that where they see opportunity to boost economic growth beyond the core scope of the Northern Powerhouse Rail proposals, we will work with them to agree local contributions so the full benefits of this investment can be realised. Mr. Speaker, more generally though, I think this was a classic case of the honourable gentleman writing the questions without listening to the announcement. We are delivering Northern Powerhouse Rail in full. We have set out our plans in full. We are funding MPR in full and we will deliver it. He mentions the previous government and their aspirations. Let me remind the House of what that actually amounted to. The plan that got the location of Manchester wrong on a map. The plan that promised new tram lines that had already been built. The plan that diverted funding away from the north to fix potholes in the south. That plan was not worth the paper it was written on, and so we'll take no lessons on this from the party opposite. But if he won't listen to me, maybe he'll listen to the people who run our great city regions in the north. The mayors of West Yorkshire, South Yorkshire and North Yorkshire said, we welcome the government's once-in-a-generation commitment to improving transport across the north. The mayor of the Liverpool City region said after more than a decade of dither, delay and broken promises, this is the start of a new era with a genuinely strategic approach and a government finally backing Northern Powerhouse Rail in full. The mayor of Greater Manchester said finally, we have a government with an ambitious vision for the north and a firm commitment to Northern Powerhouse Rail. And let me quote one more person. MPR is a project I've long championed, so it is excellent to see the government backing it in full. Not the words of a Labour mayor, not the words of a Labour minister, but the words of former Conservative Rail Minister Hugh Merriman. Mr. Speaker, our plans are backed by the mayors, they're backed by business leaders, they're backed by their own former Rail Minister. That tells you everything you need to know about who is delivering for the North and who never did.
Ruth Cadbury, Chair of the Select Committee.
Mr. Speaker, this is another hugely welcome transport statement from the Secretary of State for Transport and her team. Today's announcement promises levels of rail connectivity for communities from Merseyside to Tyneside that will compare with that of the London travel to work area. The question I and many have today is when will we have more details about the timescales and the potential funding sources for phase 1 and 2, and most importantly, phase 3 of today's statement. Phase 3 being linking Birmingham with the Northern Powerhouse Rail network, so desperately needed, so cruelly and ridiculously cancelled by the party opposite when they were in government, so that we can relieve the pressure on the West Coast Main Line and link up London and Birmingham with the cities of the north.
The Chair of the Transport Select Committee is completely right to say that the proposals that we're announcing today will deliver rail services for the north that are comparable to those in London and the South East. A turn-up-and-go railway where you can go to the station, not having to check the timetable before you go, because you know that a train will be there within a reasonable time frame. And you know that if you miss your train, you're not going to have to wait for an hour to get the next one. She's right to press me on timing about when more information is going to become available about the different phases. The first phase of improvement relates to the corridors into Leeds from Sheffield, Bradford and York. We will be progressing with urgency on those, as well as the plans for the new line between Manchester and Liverpool. Phase 3 of MPR relates to further Transpennine improvements beyond the Transpennine route upgrade. And we will be saying more in due course about our plans for Birmingham to Manchester, noting that the delivery of that will come after MPR has been completed.
Tim Farron, Liberal Democrats.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have read the statement and indeed listened to her carefully, and I'm very grateful for early sight of it. We are massive supporters of Northern Powerhouse Rail on these benches. But we actually have, all we have really concrete in this statement, is just over £1 billion, so we can spend the next 4 years planning to maybe come up with another plan. So the failure of the previous Conservative government to deliver infrastructure projects like this and HS2 was utterly depressing and embarrassing, but I hope she will understand the scepticism of many of us in the North, not just on these benches, who fear this government is being worryingly pedestrian too, lacking in the determination to deliver vital projects like these. High-speed rail for the North delivered at snail's pace if we are lucky. So my questions are, would I be right to surmise from her announcement that while we will see upgrades in the 2030s, which is a long time away still, we won't actually see trains running on the new track much before 2045? What confidence can she give us that we won't see even more slippage in that timetable? What guarantees can she give us that we won't now see a repeat of the Conservatives' approach of stop, start, stop, start, stop, start, cancel? And finally, of course, could I remind the Minister that the north of England does not stop at the M62? And while we are proud of our cities of Leeds and Manchester and Liverpool, the biggest visitor destination in the north of England is actually Cumbria. Yet there is not a single mention of either Cumbria or Lancashire in this statement. Nothing on the vital upgrades, needed to the West Coast Main Line north of Warrington, especially in the light of the recent derailment at Shap. And we still continue to wait for the government to invest in the all-important Lakes Line to Windermere, where a simple passing loop at Burneyside would double the line's capacity at a fraction of the cost of Northern Powerhouse Rail, directly connecting Manchester Airport to the heart of the English Lake District. Might the Minister agree to meet with me to discuss these vital projects to help prove this government's concern for the North includes the actual North?
Mr Speaker, I can assure the honourable gentleman that we are getting on with this and we will see these improvements delivered. I don't share his cynicism that we will spend the next 4 years simply coming up with a plan. The £1.1 billion that has been allocated is for land acquisitions, it's for early preparatory works on the Yorkshire schemes. We will see delivery in the 2030s and passengers seeing benefits of some of those schemes. But what I won't do is make the same mistakes as the last government when it came to HS2, who let contracts before the scope of schemes had been finalised, essentially a free meal ticket for building contractors. We will take the time to do this properly, spend taxpayer money wisely. Of course, I want to see the delivery of rail infrastructure speeded up, but I also want to make sure that every single penny of money that this government spends is well spent. He asks about whether I can reassure him about the stop-start nature of plans being drawn up and then delivered. We have taken our time to come up with a credible, sequenced, prioritised programme of improvements in stark contrast to the previous government. And I can assure him that this is a plan for the whole of the north of England. And I'd also gently remind him when it comes to Cumbria and our government's commitment, over £13 million investment from the Department for Transport in Carlisle Station, Cumberland with an £18 million multi-year bus funding deal, Borders Rail Viability Study, £10 million. So he should remember that we are investing across the north of England in improving public transport for the travelling public.
Lucy Powell.
Speaker, and it's nice to speak from the backbenches for the first time in a very, very long time. Can I strongly welcome this commitment to Northern Powerhouse Rail and the vision that underpins it? This will be game-changing for the North. After decades of underinvestment, poor connectivity and years of indecision by the party opposite, this really is going to transform lives. But does she agree with me that in order to ensure that long-term reliability, the capacity for generations to come, we have to solve the problem of Manchester Piccadilly Station finally having through capacity in an underground station, which will truly unlock the connectivity between Liverpool, Leeds or Sheffield and Manchester Airport and unlock the real potential of the whole regions across the north?
I'm grateful to my right honourable friend for her contribution, and she talks about Manchester Piccadilly, and I'm reminded of the words of Mayor Andy Burnham, who has said to me that he sees the potential for Manchester Piccadilly as being a King's Cross for the north. I agree with her that we need to resolve the issue of throughput through that station, and I will be working very closely with the Mayor on plans for that station to ensure that we can unlock the regeneration that we are all united in wanting to see in the heart of the great city of Manchester.
Robbie Moore.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've spent years fighting to ensure that Bradford is at the heart of the North's rail network, and therefore I very much welcome today's announcement. But after decades of empty promises for the North from Whitehall, my constituents also need clarity. Secretary of State, we have seen 13 U-turns in 18 months from this government, including the West Yorkshire tram network. So I ask the Secretary of State, how much will be specifically spent on Bradford Station project, and when will the Bradford Station project be completed? Because with 4 general elections, at least 4 general elections between now and 2045, which is the period of time that this statement relates to, my constituents and I are worried that this simply will be another future U-turn in the future.
I can wholeheartedly assure him that this is good news for Bradford Station. I've been working very closely with Councillor Susan Hinchcliffe, the leader of Bradford Council, and of course Mayor Tracy Brabing, the Mayor for West Yorkshire. We will be pressing forward with the work that's already underway with the Council on a business case for Bradford Station, and I'm very conscious that in doing so we'll be putting a young, dynamic city of 500,000 people at the heart of the Northern Rail network. We expect to reach decisions on the station by summer of this year, and we have made funding available to then move forward into detailed design subject to the conclusions of that business case.
Mike Kay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. February will represent the 25th anniversary of the opening of runway 2 at Manchester Airport in my constituency. With capacity for 60 million passengers, this announcement will finally allow it to achieve its full potential. Does the Secretary of State not agree?
I wholeheartedly agree with my good friend, and the selection of the route between Liverpool and Manchester was to a large degree determined by the importance of providing better connectivity to Manchester Airport, not just for people in the northwest, but also those travelling across the Pennines from other parts of the north of England. It has the potential to be a real generator of economic output, and I look forward to working with him further on the proposals, given how dear I know that airport is to him and his constituents.
Tom Gordon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I completely disagree with the Tory spokesperson's comments about the betrayal of the North from this Labour government. Whilst I don't think this plan's by any means perfect, it's a damn sight better than what we saw from the last government. The last week's transport oral questions, I pressed the Minister about the improvements to the York Area Capacity Scheme and was told that it was not ruled out. But I was surprised to see that in the statement and the documents circulated today, there was no mention of that York Area Capacity Scheme, which would relieve pressure and congestion at Skelton Junction, which would improve rail network and connectivity across the north. So will the Secretary of State rule out the cancellation of the Skelton Junction improvements, and will she commit to making sure that they are part of the scheme going forward, and why they weren't in this document today?
Can I say to the honourable gentleman that in the announcement today, we are ruling things in. We are not excluding things from funding through other funding sources. We will be setting out in the normal way future rail network enhancement programme funding, for example, and so I'm happy to continue the conversation with him about what further benefits we can bring to the York area. The benefits of MPR in particular we'll be working with David Skaith, the Mayor of Yorkshire and North Yorkshire, on the master plan for York Station and the massive brownfield regeneration opportunity, one of the largest in Europe, that lies directly next to that station.
I want to help everybody. Those who have actually got involvement in this are the ones I really do want to get in. We've got 3 statements on, so hopefully we can get, because I really know it matters, especially to the north, we've got to get the people in. So please, if we can help each other, it would be really useful. Jim McMahon.
Speaker, this is welcome. The north of England has been held back for far too long, with the people and its economy not being allowed to realise our full potential. And so too is the commitment to properly review the Manchester Piccadilly Underground alongside the Mayor of Greater Manchester. Without this, it leaves one route in and one route out, with trains forced to turn back onto the network, slower, second rate, and it's not something the North can support. But can I ask for more details? Firstly, on the funding of the Manchester Airport local contribution, to ensure that it's both fair and at a level that can be fairly raised locally. And secondly, on the timing of the Birmingham to Manchester line, can we have a clearer idea of timescales from the dispatch box?
I can assure my honourable friend that we will be having detailed conversations with local partners, including Manchester Airport, and we will ensure that any contribution is fair and locally agreed. It is important that organisations that will benefit directly from the improvement of rail links make a contribution, and I look forward to those discussions happening in the coming months and years. He asked about timing for the Manchester to Birmingham element of the route. I have been clear that the priority for investment are the 3 stages of the Northern Powerhouse Rail scheme, and so the improvements to Birmingham to Manchester would come after these schemes have completed construction, so into the 2040s.
Martin Vickers.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Sadly, we've heard all this before, and yes, I admit that some of the ambitious proposals of the last government haven't come to fruition. But the Labour government are now... The Labour government are now finding that it's very easy to criticise. I don't recall that the criticism coming from Labour benches when we were in power was, don't worry, by 2050 we can solve the problem. Right. It was that you had immediate answers. Could I suggest to the Secretary of State that instead of these ambitious proposals, she actually announced something that she could deliver? If she shook her petty cash tin, she could find the few £1,000s it would need to extend the King's Cross to Lincoln service through to Grimsby and Cleethorpes and boost the local economy there.
Come on, you're making a statement, not even a question in there. Secretary of State, I'm sure you could just rustle up a quick answer.
I will ask the Rail Minister to write to the honourable gentleman and update him on the particular scheme that he is advocating.
Sharon Hodgson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Can I welcome this fantastic announcement today, particularly regarding the Leamside line, which runs from Philo and Gateshead through my constituency in Washington and onto Ferry Hill in County Durham, as well as being the line that will finally bring the Metro to Washington, which I have campaigned on since I first stood to be an MP back in 2005. This investment will be transformative for my constituents and the whole North East. And so although we are still a little way off spades in the ground, does the Minister agree with me that this truly is the difference that a Labour government, together with Kim McGuinness, our Labour North East Mayor, makes?
Can I just pay tribute once again to the long campaigning that my honourable friend has done for the Leamside line. I recall her excitement when we announced the extension of the Tyne-and-Wear Metro to Washington as part of the spending review, and I look forward to working with her further on the work we will be doing to look at the business case for the reopening of the Leamside line that I know closed many decades ago.
Lisa Smart.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Safe, reliable and affordable railways are vital for economic growth in communities like mine, and so I welcome the Secretary of State's statement today, because we haven't seen that investment in our northern communities for too long. For too long, our infrastructure has been neglected, and as a result, our northern communities haven't been able to fulfil their potential. I want to build on what some Greater Manchester colleagues have been asking about Manchester Piccadilly and some of the enabling work around Ardwick and around Ashbury's that would unlock improving services to communities like mine, so on the Rose Hill line, or maybe even tram train to Marple. How can the Secretary of State ensure that communities like mine can feed in so we make this project reach its full potential, So it gets a 10 out of 10 rather than a mediocre meh.
One of the reasons we've taken our time to make sure that we're working with the local mayors is so that we can properly ensure that the improvements to intercity connections that will be delivered through NPR can be integrated with local improvements as well. Mayors in the north of England have had a multi-billion-pound funding settlement through Transport for City Regions, and really to unlock the regeneration potential in many of the towns and cities that we know have untapped potential, we need to make sure we get that integration right.
Imran Hussain.
Mr. Speaker, and I strongly welcome this statement which recognises that Bradford, one of the largest and youngest cities, cannot be left behind any longer. I, along with my colleagues, the Honourable Member for Bradford South, Madam Deputy Speaker, and the Leader of Bradford Council, have long campaigned for a new station and better connectivity for over a decade. But what we cannot have, Mr. Speaker, is Bradford to wait another 2 decades. So can the Secretary of State confirm that the new station and the connectivity will be part of phase 1 of this programme?
I know he has championed the station in Bradford enormously over recent years, and I can assure him that we will press forward with the work already underway with the Council on a business case for the station, and as I said, to reach decisions by the summer of this year. And we have made funding available to then move forward into detailed design pending those decisions.
Sarah Poacher.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a North West MP, I of course welcome all efforts to improve connectivity across the north for my constituents of Runcorn and Helsby, but the devil is always in the detail. And I've looked at the Liverpool to Manchester proposals, and they're actually 20 minutes slower than what currently exists now. And also, the Secretary of State talks about improving accessibility to Manchester Airport, but this link actually stops a mile outside of the airport, and you have to get a bus into the airport, so it actually doesn't even go to the airport. Would the Secretary of State assure the House that she will review the points that I've just made? Thank you.
I'm interested to hear the Honourable Lady's contribution, Madam Deputy Speaker. She claims that she is supportive of anything that improves the public transport network in the north of England, and yet the Reform Party in September of last year came out in clear objection to the Northern Powerhouse Rail scheme, basically telling the public that they should just accept their lot and be grateful. So I look forward to hearing from her colleagues in future about whether they have reversed their position on Northern Powerhouse Rail and finally seen the light.
Graham Stringer.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I appreciate the way the Secretary of State introduced this, recognising the lack of investment there has been in the north of England. But it isn't even as though there hasn't been jam to go around. At the same time, there has been almost zero new investment in the north of England. We've had Javelin trains, the Jubilee line extension, Thameslink now, the Elizabeth line, and all the expenditure on HS2 in the south of England. So, given all that money has weighed down the south of England, and the crucial part of this scheme, which I pay tribute to the Secretary of State for recognising, of the underground station at Piccadilly, does she think it's fair that local contributions will be expected for that scheme when most of the other schemes have been paid out of direct taxation? Why should the north not be treated the same way that the south is being served? Is it fair that taxpayers, local taxpayers, have to pay for what is part of the national infrastructure?
I do agree with the Honourable Gentleman that the public in the north of England have had to put up with a second-rate transport system for far too long. We're determined to right that historic wrong, invest in the necessary upgrades and get spades in the ground. I would observe that when it came to the delivery of the Elizabeth line and Crossrail, there was a local contribution through a business rates retention scheme. And indeed, if you look at other investments in the capital, there's been enterprise zones, land value capture, and those are some of the ideas we would like to discuss with Northern Mayors.
And David.
Our Madam Dirprwy Llefarydd. Today's announcement directly affects Wales, given that the Northern Powerhouse Rail is a project that Wales is footing the bill for, along with HS2 and the Oxford-Cambridge Rail. Although I have to say I'm delighted for my northern friends that they're getting this. The price tag now owed to Wales adds up to around £6 billion, yet the government expects us to be satisfied with the £445 million over 10 years that we're having in Wales instead. So how much longer does the Secretary of State think that this farce can go on? Isn't it time that rail was devolved so funding can be directed back towards the people of Wales instead of any other project which is classified as an England-Wales?
The £445 million investment that was announced at the spending review is historic, and we do recognise that there has been underinvestment in Welsh infrastructure. This is really significant investment. It will deliver new stations, faster journeys and better services for passengers, as well as connecting people to jobs and driving economic growth.
Hi, Bets.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Could I first of all thank the Secretary of State for the improvements announced to the Sheffield-Leeds line and some of the improvements to Sheffield-Manchester, though, as my right-hand friend's already said, we need a through route to Manchester Airport as well. In particular, I want to ask her about the tram-train project, which she and Mayor Oliver Cobbard have committed to doing the business case at work on. My honourable friend for Penistone and Stocksbridge has certainly fought for this as well. Can I say to her, Germany's been running tram trains for 40 years. We've had one pilot scheme in this country between Sheffield and Rotherham which has worked as a success. Can she now see the development of tram trains generating growth, housing and jobs in Sheffield as a precursor to rolling tram trains out across the country, which will be beneficial to a lot more areas?
I'm grateful to my right honourable friend for that contribution, and he and I have spoken about this issue in recent months. I've also had more recent conversations with the Mayor of South Yorkshire about his aspirations around tram train, and I look forward to working with him closely to make sure that we properly integrate the benefits that are going to be brought through Northern Powerhouse Rail with schemes that he wants to see promoted in the South Yorkshire Combined Authority area.
Bill Esterson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. My constituents stand to benefit enormously from the improvements in capacity and connectivity which the Secretary of State announced both to Manchester Airport and indeed to Birmingham. But does she agree that one of the big benefits here, and she talked about growth in her statement, is the impact on reducing congestion on our roads and indeed the pollution it produces? That is massively important, both whether it's to MPR or to the Birmingham to Manchester and I would say Liverpool part of the link in the northwest. And the big difference, it seems to me, between what she announced, or one of the big differences, is that she set out an outline plan. We never had that in the multiple dozens of announcements we had from the party opposite starting in 2014.
I'm grateful to the honourable gentleman for his question, and he's entirely right that a reliable, affordable, frequent public transport service, including that new rail line between Liverpool and Manchester, will enable and encourage more people to leave the car at home and make those journeys in a more sustainable way. I mean, it strikes me as ludicrous that at the moment it takes an hour and 25 minutes to get a direct train from Liverpool to Manchester Airport for a journey of less than 30 miles, when you can get from Paddington to Reading in 22 minutes, which is a journey of similar length.
Mark Sewards.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
As chair of the Yorkshire and North Lincolnshire APPG, I absolutely welcome that Phase 1 of the Northern Powerhouse Rail project prioritises Yorkshire. It will absolutely generate growth and opportunities for people in my region, and it's something that members of the APPG on both sides of the House have long campaigned for. But with my city, Leeds, in mind, can I ask when my residents will benefit from this Phase 1 investment? And can I also ask the Secretary of State if she agrees with me that we should accelerate the delivery of the West Yorkshire Tram project so that my constituents can benefit both from better railways and a mass transit project?
I'm grateful to the honourable gentleman, and I should just say that what we've announced today in terms of improvements for Leeds and the surrounding area is additional to the existing improvement plans for Leeds Station. The government is obviously looking at Leeds South Bank as a potential location for a new town in an existing city, and I'm very aware that Leeds is now known as the Northern Square Mile, given the attractiveness of that city to financial services. I am working closely with Mayor Tracy Brabin to ensure that we deliver the mass transit system, because I think Leeds is the largest city in Western Europe not to have a mass transit system, which we've got to put right.
Alex Serval.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I want to warmly welcome the news that we're finally going to get Northern Powerhouse Rail today. The fact that we're starting in Yorkshire is historic. The world's longest continuing railway, Middleton Railway, is operated since 1758, and it will be just metres from the lines that will be improved. Can I ask, that railway helped kick-start the Industrial Revolution. This could kick-start a new revolution for the north of England. Is she working with MHCLG to look at housing growth, to look at jobs growth, to look at maximising the benefits of Northern Powerhouse Rail in the way that our Victorian forebears did?
Very much so, and if we were able to bring productivity in the north up to the average levels of productivity, we would see the UK's economy growing by about £40 billion a year. This is not just about trains, it's not just about tracks, it's about leveraging in private investment, new jobs, new homes, city centre regeneration, breathing life back into our town centres as well. And I look forward to working with him further on it.
Jo White.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. As the Secretary of State has just said, this is the evidence that we now have that cross-government working is in action. The Treasury, the Department of Transport and MCHLG, setting the case, establishing confidence that the North is open for business, the place to invest, to build and to live. We have a government that has the self-assurance to shift away from the well-trodden path where growth is traditionally centred on London and the South. The record is clear. The Tories underinvested in the North time and time again, and Reform have already opposed everything that Northern Powerhouse Rail stands for. Their betrayal of the North must never be forgotten.
Order. That was so voluble. Please, Jo White. Well, I would welcome the member to withdraw that.
Yeah, I do withdraw that. I'm sorry. I apologise.
Jo White. No. Thank you.
Order.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Their betrayal of the North must never be forgotten.
Hear, hear.
For this to work, however, we need our council leaders and mayors to play their part. For constituencies like Bassetlaw, Bolsover, North East Derbyshire and Chesterfield, our East Midlands mayor must be part of the dialogue and the investment strategy for transport planning and connectivity. We all want to open our doors to businesses on the back of this, and will the Secretary of State ensure that our East Midlands Mayor, Claire Ward, has a place around the table?
I work closely with Claire Ward and have enormous respect for the work that she's doing in the East Midlands. I recognise the point too that she was making about the position of the Reform Party on investment in rail in the north of England. I know she had to deal with some chuntering from the other side, and I just observe that perhaps the honourable member for Runcorn might like to just Google what one of her colleagues said back in September, when he was absolutely unequivocal that he would not back Northern Powerhouse Rail and that he would not back better public transport in the north. This Labour government has exactly the opposite ambition.
Anna Dixon.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. As a member of the Public Accounts Committee who did an inquiry into HS2, I really have to warmly welcome the Secretary of State taking such a disciplined and clear approach to making sure this delivers and delivers on time and value for money, as the TransPennine upgrade has. But as a Bradford MP, I would like, with others I'm sure, Madam Deputy Speaker, to join in thanking the Secretary of State for backing Northern Powerhouse Rail, but particularly for backing Bradford. The new station and the improved link to Leeds will make a massive difference, not only to the city of Bradford, but to the wider district. So will the Secretary of State assure me that these transport investments by this Labour government will deliver not only better connectivity, but also jobs and new homes to the whole of the Bradford district?
Yeah.
I'd like to say to my honourable friend that one of the things we have to achieve through Northern Powerhouse Rail is making sure that young people who are growing up in towns and smaller cities around the big conurbations can easily access the high quality jobs in places like Leeds, places like Manchester and Newcastle. So I can assure her that the approach of this government is one that is about investing in skills, it's about investing in transport, and it's about investing in opportunities for the future.
Paul War. Lawrence Turner.
Thanks very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. A little over 2 years has passed since the last Prime Minister chaotically took the axe to HS2 north and east of Birmingham, and the Mayor at the time, Andy Street, failed the test of leadership and failed to stand up for our region. Now, there is an obvious link between the east-west connections that she's been talking about today and the south to north connections along the West Coast main line. So will she meet and her ministers engage with West Midlands MPs about the capacity issues she has set out, and can we not lose sight of the importance of the West Midlands to East Midlands connection, which is as slow as the connections in the north?
I'd be very happy to meet with him and colleagues to discuss this matter further. I'd also like to pay tribute to the work that Mayor Richard Parker has done in the West Midlands alongside Claire Ward in the East Midlands for working collaboratively with us to make sure that we can not only improve intercity connections, but also those connections that are so important within big cities as well.
Marie Tidwell.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I welcome the Secretary of State's announcement today confirming the biggest investment in rail connectivity in a generation, including £7.5 million for South Yorkshire Mayoral Combined Authority to kickstart plans to extend the South Yorkshire Supertram, including to look at a tram train extension to Stocksbridge via Outerbridge, Warncliffe Side and Deepcar in my constituency. Does my right honourable friend agree that this tram train extension will build on the government's commitment today to finally give Yorkshire the transport network our communities deserve?
We are committed to giving everyone in Yorkshire the transport networks they deserve. As I said in response to my honourable friend, the member for Sheffield, we do want to work with Mayor Oliver Coppard to explore the potential of tram train further. I know she has been a fearsome advocate as well for the Penistone line in her constituency, and there's further engagement going on with Kirklees Council on that issue as well.
Abdissam Mohammed.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I also, like my Sheffield colleagues, strongly welcome the government commitment to upgrading our Sheffield station and putting faster and more frequent trains in place to Leeds and Manchester. It will increase our city centre regeneration and will be of strong benefit to our universities and students who commute into the city. Will the Minister meet with me and other South Yorkshire MPs to discuss timescales and ensure that our infrastructure and plans match the economic ambitions for growth and regeneration in Sheffield?
I will certainly ask the Rail Minister to meet with her and colleagues, and I do think that 2 fast services an hour between the key cities of Leeds and Sheffield is simply not good enough. We're committed to improving those services and to providing the capacity that's required at Sheffield Station. I look forward to discussing it further.
Nav Mishra.
Deputy Speaker, this announcement is excellent news for northern towns and cities. Manchester Airport is a large employer in my constituency, and sadly since COVID we lost the direct connectivity from Stockport Station into Manchester Airport. So I think it's important to restore timetables to some of the timetables to pre-COVID time. Can I also encourage the Secretary of State to look at the Access for All scheme, which unfortunately is far too slow and far too many train stations do not have disabled access, and we need to, in order to make rail better for everyone, we need to make it friendly for people with mobility issues.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
I do agree with my honourable friend about the importance of accessibility at rail stations, and I note the case that he makes about Manchester Airport. I would also point out that in addition to the new line between Liverpool and Manchester that we've announced today going via the airport, there is over £100 million of funding going into Manchester Airport Station at the moment to lengthen the platform so we can have longer trains and more frequent services calling there. That's investment that's happening now.
Before I call the next speaker, can I just ask that people keep the questions very short, because otherwise we will not be able to get everybody in. So please help each other out. Conor Naismith.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And can I begin by expressing sincere and enthusiastic thanks to the Secretary of State for the announcements today. I have been campaigning, and some would say badgering, ministers in my entire time in this place to address capacity challenges on the West Coast Main Line arising from the steaming pile of mess left to this government on HS2. So I welcome today's announcement that the government does intend to build a new rail line between Birmingham and Manchester. But following 14 years of mismanagement of projects like this, how can the Secretary of State assure me and my constituents that these projects will actually be delivered, and how will they be insulated against backwards, anti-growth, populist forces who we know would reverse these plans in a heartbeat?
Well said. We're going to give confidence to the public that when it comes to rail infrastructure, we're spending taxpayers' money wisely. We will learn the mistakes of HS2 and make sure that we do the work properly to start off with, so we're not wasting taxpayers' money in the way that the previous government did with their oversight of HS2.
Luke Charters.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. By my reckoning, York is the biggest winner of this new rail revolution. The new Haxby-York North Station, the York Station Master Plan upgrade, the TPRU route upgrade, and also the fantastic NPR new connections. Which of these does my right honourable friend delivers the most for my constituents?
I'm not entirely sure how to answer that question, Madam Deputy Speaker. He's been a fearsome advocate for his constituents, improving public transport in York and the surrounding areas. I was delighted when we could confirm that we were going to progress Haxby Station in his constituency at the spending review, and I look forward to working with him further to unlock the potential in that city and that region as a result of the proposals that we've announced today.
Elsie Blundell.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I welcome the announcement made today, which will unleash the potential of our northern regions and open the door to opportunities that have historically been denied to my constituents and so many across the north. Would my right honourable friend agree with me that it is the bold and ambitious schemes like Northern Powerhouse Rail that will silence the north's detractors, not that many are in their places today, from the Tories who left our rail network in the north of England on the brink of collapse to Reform who do nothing but talk down the promise of our proud and pioneering region?
I couldn't have put it better myself, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I think she is right that the public want us to be ambitious for the North and to make sure that the benefits of economic growth are spread fairly across the country, and that's precisely what our announcements today with Northern Powerhouse Rail will do.
Dave Robertson.
Speaker, for 17 long years, constituents across Lichfield, Burntwood and the villages have had to deal with the complete failure of HS2 Limited. while ministers were asleep at the wheel, and the chaotic Conservative cancellation of that scheme did nothing to alleviate those problems and instead replaced it with uncertainty on uncertainty on uncertainty. Unfortunately, all today's statement does is confirm that that uncertainty will continue for at least another 2 decades. So can the Secretary of State confirm for me that HS2 Limited, who are so hated by my constituents, will have absolutely no part in any rail infrastructure project north of Handsacre, that she will urgently ensure that me and other Staffordshire MPs have an opportunity to meet the Rail Minister, and that we can commit to the redesign for the Birmingham or the Handsacre to Manchester leg of HS2 to be completed quickly with a view to releasing as much safeguarded land as possible, as quickly as possible, so that constituents across my constituency, Staffordshire and further north, do not have to continue to deal with the problems that they've faced for so long.
I will ensure that the Rail Minister meets with the honourable gentleman and regional colleagues. I do recognise that in taking the right long-term strategic decision about capacity and providing more capacity on the West Coast Main Line in future, that there will be some people today who are dealing with more uncertainty, and I want to work with him and with HS2 to make sure that we treat those people with the respect that they deserve, and that we seek to minimise the disruption to people's lives as far as possible.
Sean Davies.
Conservative government, Telford became one of the largest towns in the country that had a direct link into London. A train line which is overcrowded into Birmingham and into mid-Wales, and private operators falling over themselves to provide a solution being blocked by the Office of Road and Rail. I welcome today's announcements, particularly around the links between Birmingham and Manchester, but will she meet with me or the Rail Minister to explore all options to get Telford connected to the capital?
I'd be very happy to organise a meeting between him and the Rail Minister. He refers to some of the congestion challenges on the West Coast Main Line with regard to train paths and actually putting new services on. And that is why we have taken that long-term strategic decision today, recognising that we will have to address congestion and capacity challenges on that part of the rail network. And as I say, I'd be happy to organise that meeting for him.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And like you, I am a proud Northerner, but for too long we've had to face challenges of underinvestment in the north. So this is good news, particularly for Yorkshire. The plans for Northern Powerhouse Rail, alongside the upgrades to the Trans-Pennine route, which is on time and on budget, will be a game changer for our communities and economy. So can the Secretary of State state how this will particularly support regeneration and communities in northern towns like Huddersfield, and how MPR will build on and connect to the Trans-Pennine route upgrade?
Phase 3 of the plans that we have announced today will deliver improvements above and beyond the work that is happening at the moment with the Trans-Pennine route upgrade. And she's right to highlight the success of that programme in being on time and on budget, very different from the mega project of the HS2. And I'm very keen that we emulate the successes of the Trans-Pennine route upgrade through Northern Powerhouse Rail. Of course, it provides great opportunities as well to the thousands of people who are currently employed on the Trans-Pennine route upgrade, who can go on and get jobs working on the Northern Powerhouse Rail programme in future.
Jill Derman.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. This is brilliant news today, not just for the north of England, but for North Wales too. With investment already in place for the North Wales Main Line, this will give us better connectivity for tourism and for employment and leisure to our great northern cities and beyond. So does the Secretary of State agree with me that we must continue to work together cross-border to give my constituents in Clwyd North the seamless transport system they deserve?
I do agree with my honourable friend, and I have a very close working relationship with Ken Skates, the Welsh Cabinet Member for Transport. He and I working on how best to prioritise that record £445 million that the government committed at the spending review to improve Welsh rail infrastructure. and I'm always happy to talk to her about her ideas about what more we could do to improve the experience of the travelling public in Wales.
Josh Fenton-Glynn.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. As a Yorkshire MP, I couldn't be more proud that it's a Labour government who are delivering this change.
Yeah.
Can I urge the Secretary of State to look again at the Calder Valley line, which needs electrification, perhaps as part of phase 3 of this process, something which was promised by the party opposite in 2015 but then dropped after the election. So could we please look at that again?
I'm grateful to the honourable gentleman for raising the Calder Valley line and the importance of further electrification of the network. If I may, and in the interest of time, I will ask the Rail Minister to write to him with further information on that, but I appreciate that it will be important for his constituents.
Sarah Russell.
Deputy Speaker. Northern Powerhouse Rail will be great for economic growth across the north, and that will very much benefit my constituency. My constituency is geographically located in such a way that it should be great to travel to London, to Liverpool and to Manchester. Sadly, at the moment, it is usually terrible for travelling to any of them. Will the Minister please meet with me and talk to me about both accessibility at Sandbach Station, but also the quality and regularity of services across all of those areas, and how we can make Northern Powerhouse Rail deliver for Cheshire?
I'm grateful to my honourable friend for that contribution and appreciate how important it is to improve the quality of rail services to all the destinations that she mentioned. And some of the benefits of the plans that we're proposing today is that in parts of Yorkshire, for example, I appreciate that's a different part of the country that you could see enhanced services to London. I'd be happy to have a meeting with regional colleagues to discuss the specific issues that she has raised.
Lee Ingham.
Deputy Speaker. And I understand why today the Secretary of State has taken the sensible, long-term decision she has on the future capacity needs on the West Coast Main Line. But for residents in my constituency of Stafford, Eccleshall and the Villages who've had 17 years of worrying, it is more years of worrying for them. Can she assure me that she will listen to the concerns of businesses and residents nearby when making decisions about land powers going forward? And can she meet with myself and other impacted Staffordshire MPs to discuss this further?
I thank the honourable lady for her question and for the measured approach with which she has put that. I do know that this is an issue close to the heart of her constituents, and I know that the Minister for Rail is very keen to engage further with her and other affected members on this issue, and I can assure her that he will be in touch shortly to discuss the issues and a way forward.
Adam Jurgay.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I welcome the Secretary's commitment to improve connections to Manchester Airport, so I hope she'll support my calls for a direct line between Stoke-on-Trent railway station, which serves most of my constituents, in Newcastle and Manchester Airport. As the Secretary has heard from my colleague from Stafford and from Lichfield, a number of Staffordshire colleagues, whilst welcoming the intent and ambition of this statement, have concerns and questions about the impact locally. I've heard from countless people in Newcastle Line with their experience of the disgraceful and failed HS2 project. People in my constituency want clarity, to be heard and to know that there will be no repeat of the distress and destruction they were forced to live with. I'm grateful to her offering us a meeting with the Rail Minister, but I say to the Secretary we would benefit hugely from a meeting with her as soon as possible.
I'd be very happy to join that meeting that I have already committed to on behalf of the Rail Minister, and I think given the breadth of issues that have been raised today, I think that would be appropriate. And just on the issue of direct service from Stoke to Manchester Airport, I do know that West Midlands Trains is considering the feasibility of amending its Stafford to Crewe service.
Kirith Entwistle.
Speaker, I welcome the fact that we are delivering Northern Powerhouse Rail, promised by the Tories, abandoned by the Tories, and now delivered by this Labour government. This will make a big difference to my constituents in Bolton North East, but Madam Deputy Speaker, it would be remiss of me not to take this opportunity to put on record my ask of the Secretary of State to work with the Mayor of Greater Manchester on extending the tram line into Bolton North East, and also ensuring better services on both Northern Rail and Avanti West Coast services.
I do know that we need to improve the performance on both the Avanti West Coast routes and northern routes. The Rail Minister and I are both seized of the importance of doing that, and I will also assure her that I'll continue to work with the Mayor of Greater Manchester to ensure that the intercity improvements that we've announced today are properly integrated with those local mass transit improvements that she is advocating.
Jonathan Davies.
Much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I very much welcome this generational investment which will not just benefit rail in the north of England but the whole country through economic growth and regeneration. And I particularly welcome the investment going to Sheffield. That's a city used by my constituents not just as a destination but as a connecting city elsewhere. And bearing Sheffield in mind, can I invite the Minister to not lose sight of the benefits of electrifying the Midland main line south of Sheffield, which remains unelectrified down to South Wigston. That is something that would drive significant growth for people in mid-Derbyshire and benefit the country as a whole.
We did have to take some difficult decisions as part of the spending review this year on electrification, but we are continuing to keep the potential for full electrification of the Midland Main Line under review as part of our plans to decarbonise the railways.
Dr. Alison Gardner.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I welcome the Government's announcements today for Northern Powerhouse Rail. However, in Staffordshire and Stoke-on-Trent, we still sit in stasis, with legacy issues such as the HS2 compound at Yarnfield, which is costing millions. So may I ask the Secretary of State for clarity on plans for our railway services in Staffordshire and Stoke-on-Trent, and plans for HS2 legacy issues such as the Yarnfield compound?
I'm grateful to my honourable friend for raising the issue of the Yarnfield compound. I'm not sure that her and I have actually spoken about this issue directly before, so if I might ask her to write to me with more detail, I'd be happy to come back to her and let her and her constituents know what more we can do to provide certainty in the way forward.
Andrew Cooper.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Our region, from our big cities to our small towns, is ambitious for our future. We're hungry to play our part in our country's economic recovery, and we've been impatient for the government to see our potential after so many years of undelivered promises. And the announcement to invest in NPR today shows that this government will meet that ambition head-on. Madam Deputy Speaker, the previous government issued an instruction to the HS2 Phase 2B Hybrid Bill Committee to remove the mid-Cheshire sections of the route from the bill. Can my right honourable friend confirm that the government intends to retain this instruction, or if it intends to withdraw it? And will she, if they do intend to withdraw it, will she write to me with details of the status of any undertakings and assurances made by HS2 to my councils and constituents as part of the petitioning process that would not be delivered for more than a quarter of a century and by an organisation that may by then no longer exist? Thank you.
I do understand the importance of these issues to him and his constituent. I have instructed officials today to resume work on the adapted hybrid bill. And if I may, given the detailed nature of his question, I would like to write back to him in response to ensure I get the information correct.
Lorna McAvoy.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. On this side of the House, we're from the North, we fight for the North, and this Labour government will deliver the economic justice that we deserve in the North. As the Secretary of State, I'm sure will agree, Darlington, my constituency, is the home of the railways and has a proud industrial history of British rail manufacturing. Can she please outline how this investment and this plan will deliver for British rail manufacturing in my constituency and the rest of the North?
I'm left under no illusions, Madam Deputy Speaker, that my honourable friend is from the North and will fight for the North. And having enjoyed a very hospitable evening with her in Darlington, at the Hitachi rail manufacturing plant, I know how critical that employer is to her region, and I'm pleased that the announcements that we are making today is not only an investment in rail infrastructure, but it is a down payment on that manufacturing base and their future, and realising the full economic potential of the region.
Final question on this statement, James Nash.
Madam Deputy Speaker, over the past 5 years, per head transport spend in the East Midlands has fallen to just 54% of the UK average, which is the lowest of any region or nation. And rail funding is even more unequal, £175 per head in 2023-24, which is barely 40% of the English average. And of course, HS2 won't be coming to my constituency of Rushcliffe after the Tories scrapped the East Midlands leg in October 2023. So while I welcome the ambition and the scale of this announcement today, can I ask the Secretary of State to once more look at electrification of the Midland Main Line, which will have an immediate economic impact and can be delivered in this Parliament?
As I said to my honourable friend earlier, we are keeping this under review. We did have to take the difficult decision not to fund it in the spending review. That's not to say that his constituents aren't benefiting from improvements on the railway, and I know my friend, the local Transport Minister, is particularly excited about the new fleet of East Midlands trains, which are providing a much better passenger experience for his constituents, and we're determined to keep building on those sorts of improvements.
That concludes the statement on the Northern Powerhouse Rail. Point of order, Sarah Perching.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I believe that the Secretary of State has inadvertently misled the House as regard to our voting record. We have always supported more transport in the north. Can I ask the Speaker's advice as to how we correct the record?
To the honourable member for letting the Chair know that she wished to raise this matter. The Chair is not responsible, however, for how the Secretary of State answered her question. We now move on to the next statement, so I'll allow a few moments for the front benches to swap over. Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. With permission, I will make a statement on the decision to ban the travelling fans of Maccabi Tel Aviv from attending a game at Villa Park in November last year. This decision was taken by Birmingham City Council following the advice of the Safety Advisory Group, who acted on a recommendation by West Midlands Police. The House will be familiar with much of the detail in relation to this matter, not least as the Home Affairs Select Committee has applied itself to this with its customary forensic focus. But it is important to begin this statement by laying out the facts. On the 8th of October, at a meeting with a number of Chief Constables from across the country, I was informed that West Midlands Police was considering its options to ensure the game could be conducted safely. As the minutes of the meeting show, a ban on fans was one of the options under consideration. Policing decisions such as this are subject to operational independence. Politicians cannot dictate how the police choose to manage risk. And so while my department sought information thereafter on what decision was to be taken, I did not seek to influence it. I did not because I could not, while a range of options were still under consideration. All options remained on the table until a decision was eventually taken by the Safety Advisory Group on the 16th of October. The decision to ban the travelling fans taken that day was clearly of considerable national and even international importance. Maccabi Tel Aviv fans who sought to travel to this country to enjoy a football match were told they could not because the game's safety could not be guaranteed. This came, lest we ever forget, just 2 weeks after the most horrific anti-Semitic terrorist attack this country has ever known. On October the 16th, the day the decision was taken, the Prime Minister and I both voiced our considerable concern, setting out our belief that the game should go ahead with all fans present. The government sought further information from West Midlands Police and offered the resources required to ensure the game could go ahead. A subsequent meeting of the Safety Advisory Group was then arranged on the 24th of October. At this moment, the Chair requested, and I quote, a wholly fresh consideration of the issue, at which point the intelligence provided by West Midlands Police hardened and the recommendation to ban fans was upheld. In the days that followed, it was clear to me that an external review of the decision was required, as well as a review of wider questions around safety advisory groups. On 31st of October, I commissioned a rapid review by His Majesty's Inspector of Constabulary, Fire and Rescue Services, Sir Andy Cook, And on the 27th of November, as the intelligence the force provided was called into doubt, I asked him to look specifically at that question. Today, I have received Sir Andy's interim report, and a copy has been placed in the library of the House. Sir Andy's findings are damning. There is no other way to describe them. The force, we now discover, conducted little engagement with the Jewish community and none with the Jewish community in Birmingham before a decision was taken. As Sir Andy himself says, it is no excuse to claim, as the force now does, that there were high holy days during this time that prevented this engagement. Most concerningly, Sir Andy describes an approach taken by West Midlands Police that he characterises as, and I quote, confirmation bias. This means that rather than follow the evidence, the force sought only the evidence to support their desired position, to ban the fans. This saw West Midlands Police speak to Dutch police following a game in which there had been fan violence, while failing to speak to other countries, Greece, Ukraine and Denmark, where Maccabi Tel Aviv had played more recently and more peacefully. The West Midlands Police engagement with the Dutch police is one of the most disquieting elements of Sir Andy's report. The summary, provided as evidence to the Safety Advisory Group ahead of their crucial meeting on the 24th of October, was inaccurate. Claims including the number of police officers deployed, links between fans and the Israeli Defence Forces, the targeting of Muslim communities, the mass tearing down of Palestinian flags, attacks on police officers and on taxi drivers were all either exaggerated or simply untrue. In his report, Sir Andy is clear that the validation of intelligence conducted by the force was a cause of significant concern, that record-keeping within the force was poor, and he was especially concerned about the handling of sensitive information that should never have been shared without redaction. Sir Andy also points to a series of public statements from West Midlands Police that we now know to have been misleading. He shows that the police overstated the threat posed by the Maccabi Tel Aviv fans, while understating the risk that was posed to the Israeli fans if they travelled to the area. Misleading communications also extend to the words of the Chief Constable himself at his appearance in front of the Home Affairs Select Committee, when he claimed that AI tools were not used to prepare intelligence reports, a claim since refuted by one of his own officers who blames incorrect evidence on, and I quote, an AI hallucination. I know better than most that West Midlands police officers do their duty bravely day in and day out. Sir Andy's report does not argue that the entire force is failing. But what is clear from this report is that on an issue of huge significance to the Jewish community in this country and to us all, we have witnessed a failure of leadership that has harmed the reputation and eroded public confidence in West Midlands Police and policing more broadly. Faced by a game of such importance, the Chief Constable of the force, Craig Guilford, should have ensured more professional and thorough work was done. As Sir Andy himself says, the shortcomings detailed in his report are, and I quote, symptomatic of a force not applying this necessary strategic oversight and not paying enough attention to important matters of detail, including at the most senior levels. The ultimate responsibility for the force's failure to discharge its duties on a matter of such national importance rests with the Chief Constable. And it is for that reason that I must declare today that the Chief Constable of West Midlands Police no longer has my confidence. It has been, as I understand it, over 20 years since a Home Secretary last made such a statement. But on the evidence provided by Sir Andy Cook, the Chief Inspector of Policing, that is now the case. Until 2011, the Home Secretary had the authority to dismiss a Chief Constable, a power that was removed by the last Conservative government. Today, it is only Police and Crime Commissioners who hold this power, and so the Chief Constable's future rests with the local Police and Crime Commissioner and not with me. But I am sure that Simon Foster will now follow all due process as he considers that question for himself. I do, however, believe this illustrates that Home Secretaries should, in future, have this power restored to them. When a Chief Constable is responsible for a damaging failure of leadership, the public rightly expect the Home Secretary to act, and I intend to restore their ability to do so. I can announce today that this government will soon reintroduce the Home Secretary's power to dismiss Chief Constables in light of significant or persistent failings, and that this will be part of the government's upcoming white paper on wider police reform, with legislation to follow. I do not expect this power to be used often, but I think it must be available at those rare moments when it is warranted. Madam Deputy Speaker, Sir Andy Cook's report is devastating. It catalogues failures that did not just affect the travelling fans, they let down our entire Jewish community in the West Midlands and across the country. I speak today not just as Home Secretary, but also as a Member of Parliament for a Birmingham constituency. In his report, Sir Andy says he believes the police acted in an attempt to avoid long-term damage to local community relations. If that is the case, what a grossly misguided effort it was. Peaceful, harmonious communities rely on a police service that, above all else, pursues the truth. In a world in which misinformation flows freely and dangerously, the police, in this case, added further misinformation into our public debate, when they could and should have provided the truth that could have allayed fears. In doing so, West Midlands Police did not support community relations. Instead, they inadvertently made things worse. This must serve as a lesson to police forces across the country, a reminder that they are called to their profession to serve truth and the law, to police our streets without fear or favour, and that community trust and cohesion depends upon them doing that above all else. And with that, Madam Deputy Speaker, I commend this statement to the House.
Shadow Home Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. This is a shameful episode. West Midlands Police had evidence that Islamist extremists based in Birmingham planned to attack Maccabi Tel Aviv fans. Let's call that what it is. It is vicious anti-Semitism. And we cannot allow violent Islamists to impose their will on our country. Yet that is exactly what West Midlands Police, through weakness and through fear, allowed to happen. They should instead have confronted the Islamist extremists. In fact, they should have investigated the extremists for inciting racial hatred, as Jonathan Hall KC said only yesterday. But instead, they capitulated to the Islamist mob by banning the Maccabi fans. But it gets worse. The West Midlands Police then tried to hide what they had done. They fabricated a claim that it was the Maccabi fans who were the dangerous ones. They claimed a previous game in Amsterdam had led to violence by the Maccabi fans. This claim was a pack of lies from start to finish. The Mayor of Amsterdam and Dutch police have now confirmed the West Midlands Police simply made the whole thing up. The Chief Constable must be fired. The Home Secretary claimed a moment ago that she now has no powers to dismiss the Chief Constable. But she failed to mention to the House Section 40 of the Police Act 1996, which remains in force today. Under that, she as Home Secretary has the power to direct the Police and Crime Commissioner to do things, including dismissing the Chief Constable where, and I quote from Section 60, subsection 1, any part of the force is failing to act in an effective manner. That test is quite clearly met. Part of the force, the Chief Constable, is indeed failing to act in an effective manner by the Home Secretary's own analysis. If she's unfamiliar with this piece of legislation, I've got a copy of it here. The Home Secretary must today use her Section 40 powers to go through the process to direct the Police and Crime Commissioner, Simon Foster, to dismiss Craig Guildford. She must stop pretending to have no power and actually act. And now we come to the role of the Home Secretary herself in this scandal. In a briefing to the BBC on the 17th of October, a source close to the Home Secretary, which we all know means her special advisor acting with her authority, said the Home Secretary first knew about the possibility of a ban the previous evening, the 16th of October. We now know that is untrue. evidence given to the Home Affairs Select Committee last week and by the Home Secretary's own admission just now. We now know Chief Constable Guildford personally briefed the Home Secretary on the 8th of October that it was likely away fans would be banned, and that was the police's recommendation. So will the Home Secretary now apologise for allowing her adviser to give the BBC untrue information on the 17th of October? And the Home Secretary herself must now answer this. She knew on October the 8th that it was likely away fans would be banned, over a week before the final decision was taken on October the 16th. Yet it appears, in those critical 8 days, she did nothing to investigate further or to try and stop it from happening. The Chief Constable, in his evidence to the Home Affairs Committee last week, said that when he briefed the Home Secretary on October the 8th about the likelihood of the ban, she merely noted he had said, not asking further questions or showing curiosity in what she was being told. She did not convene personally any meetings attended by her in the following 8 days or take any personal steps to clarify the situation. She expressed concerns and took action only after the decision became public on October the 16th, by when it was too late. She was asleep at the wheel at the critical time. Given the disgraceful events that followed, does the Home Secretary now accept that she was wrong to personally ask no questions? Officials may have asked questions, but she didn't personally ask any between October the 8th and October the 16th. Does she accept it was wrong to stand by and do nothing during those critical 8 days? And by the time she did take action after the 16th, it was too late. And by standing by during those critical 8 days, she allowed the ban to happen and let the Islamists win. Will the Home Secretary apologise to the House for that inexcusable inaction during those 8 critical days? And will she also commit to exercising her Section 40 powers to dismiss the Chief Constable?
Secretary.
Madam Deputy Speaker, let me just first say to the Shadow Home Secretary, I have a long extremists in Birmingham, not least in the last general election campaign. I think my track record speaks for itself, and I am a woman who knows of what she speaks. Unlike clearly him, Madam Deputy Speaker, the Shadow Home Secretary appears to be unfamiliar with the law or indeed Sir Andy's findings in his report. So let me remind him of a few things. Firstly, it was the Conservative government that removed the Home Secretary's direct power to remove a Chief Constable. It used to be a power contained within Section 42 of the Police Act 1996. That was repealed by the Conservatives in their 2011 Police and Social Responsibility Act, which explicitly removed the power. And I will quote from the explanatory notes of that Act, and I do believe that the Honourable Member for West Suffolk is very aware of what is in these explanatory notes, as I suspect he drafted them and approved them when he advised the former Home Secretary Baroness May. Those explanatory notes say the Secretary of State does not have power to direct a police and crime commissioner to suspend or remove a chief constable. That is the law passed by the previous Conservative government themselves. And as he should well know, if he made himself familiar with how the law is to be interpreted and to be implemented, he would know that Section 40 of the Police Act, which remains in force in the 2011 Act, cannot be read in isolation. When these matters will be litigated before a court will be very aware of the direct powers removed by the repeal of Section 42. You cannot read the two things in isolation, and if he paid any attention to the detail, he would know that, and he would know that the Home Secretary does not have the power he claims that I do. Secondly, Madam Deputy Speaker, I would suggest that he and other honourable members, for their own interest, do actually pay attention to what Sir Andy has written in his report of today. At page 11, he deals with what the Chief Constable has suggested was the reading of the meeting that took place on the 8th of October. Let me just give a bit of context to the House. That is a meeting of police chiefs that I called myself following the attack in Manchester on the 2nd of October. I had already announced that I was going to look at police protest powers, and I had asked the most senior chief constables in the land, the National Police Chiefs Council, the College of Policing, and indeed Sir Andy Cook himself to attend a meeting with me. Towards the end of that meeting, we did some horizon scanning of other difficult decisions that were coming up that might have public order consequences, and this was one such matter. It was mentioned briefly by the Chief Constable, and his recollection of that is untrue. He did not say to me, or indeed anybody else in that room, already made the decision to reduce the allocation of tickets to Maccabi Tel Aviv fans to 0, but that it was ultimately a decision for the SAG when it next met. That is absolutely categorically untrue. And I would say, given the seniority of everybody who was in the room that heard what was in fact said, if this was the case, it would have elicited a reaction, not just from me and my officials, but from many of the other senior policing officials who were present in that room. What was made clear to me is that the ban was a possibility, but it was one of a number of options that were being considered, and as late as the 15th of October, they made clear to Home Office officials and the policing minister that all options on the table, and the next thing we or anybody else knew about it was when the decision was taken itself on the 16th of October. And so, Madam Deputy Speaker, I think it is important that all members stick to the facts in this matter, as Sir Andy has made clear in his factual findings in his report. There will be those who wish to play politics with this matter, but I'm afraid that does not meet the test of evidence as set out in the report, and I would recommend to the Shadow Home Secretary actually pay some attention to the detail on this matter.
Valerie Vaz.
Could the Home Secretary say, is she able to say, who the most senior police officer reviewed all the evidence, AI or otherwise, and signed off the decision?
Well, ultimately, the final decisions in this matter, in terms of the West Mids police recommendation to this safety advisory group, was the Chief Constable himself.
Dem spokesperson Will Foster.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The recommendation by West Midlands Police to ban Maccabi Tel Aviv fans was clearly an incredibly serious mistake. That has been shown in evidence by Sir Andy Cook's damning report. The way they made the decision, not just the decision, the fact that they covered up their misleading statements, it is absolutely damning. These latest examples, after multiple denials that artificial intelligence was not used into coming to their decision, beggars belief, and risks seriously undermining public trust in the police force, not only in West Midlands, but in the whole country. The Chief Constable of West Midlands does not have the Home Secretary's confidence. He doesn't have mine, and I assume he doesn't have most of the House. He needs to consider his position and go now. I'm pleased the Home Secretary did go quite unprecedented levels to say he should go, and I'm pleased that she's spoken to the House first. Will she later today be meeting with the the Police and Crime Commissioner to call for the Chief Constable to go? Madam Deputy Speaker, we need the Independent Office for Police Conduct to investigate what has gone on in West Midlands Police. Will the Home Secretary ensure that takes place? We have already seen delays to the Hillsborough Law and its duty of candour, including delays just this week. Does the Home Secretary agree with me that this incident shows the need for the Hillsborough Law to come into the statute book as soon as possible? And finally, we need urgent transparency and clarity on the use of AI by police forces. Does the Home Secretary agree with that, and what plans has she got to ensure guidance is given to police forces?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Let me thank the Lib Dem spokesperson for his remarks. Let me just say at the outset, I have, as a matter of courtesy, informed the Police and Crime Commissioner in advance of making the statement that I will be saying I do not have confidence in the Chief Constable of West Midlands Police, but I have also reiterated and made very clear that the process, any statutory process and any decision as to whether the statutory process for further action against the Chief Constable, he can consider that on his own terms, and I'm sure he will be making his findings of Sir Andy's report. And given that there could be a statutory process, I will not be commenting before in order to respect the independence and integrity of any future. Let me just say to him, I do expect that the Police and Crime Commissioner will consider his position on this matter and approach the IOPC if he deems it necessary, but that is a judgment for him. I also expect the to conduct an investigation. He will know that they are, of course, independent, and it would be improper for me to seek to direct them in any way, but they do have those powers. I believe they've already indicated they will consider the position again once they've had a chance to absorb the findings of Sir Andy's report. I agree with him. This case proves why we need a duty of candour on all public officials, and I look forward to the Hillsborough Law becoming an Act of Parliament at the earliest opportunity. And just to say, on the use of artificial intelligence by police forces, I will be returning to these matters when I publish and come to the House to make a statement on the policing reform white paper. I think it's important because AI is an incredibly powerful tool which can and should be used by our police forces, but regulating it to make sure it's always accurate is something that is of legitimate concern to us all, and I'll be saying more about that in due course.
Dr. Peter Prinsloo. Thank you,
Speaker, and I thank the Home Secretary for her statement. It is disappointing, but perhaps unsurprising, that some of the evidence presented to the Select Committee was an AI hallucination. But as I look to the back of the opposite row, does the Secretary of State share my suspicions that there was indeed political interference with the work of the Birmingham Safety Advisory Group? And what will happen if this turns out to be the case?
Secretary.
Well, look, having commissioned Sir Andy to investigate these matters, I think it's important that we reflect on his findings, and he did find that there was no evidence that anti-Semitism or as a result of political work, and I think it's important that I follow those findings that the independent inspector has made and act accordingly.
Are you calm?
Madam Deputy Speaker, this is truly a sad day for British politics, and despite all the rhetoric we have in this House, Brummies know the truth, that this is nothing but a witch hunt, and the Chief Constable is being thrown under the bus. The Home Secretary knows all too well that West Midlands Police have a reputation for working with all communities. They have never caved into community pressure. We all know this because we regularly have far-right protests and marches in our city. The police could have done a better job in terms of procedure, yes, but their reasons for banning Maccabee fans was the same from day one. We all know the unashamed racism and violence, that is the reason why they were banned. And that would have been...
I am sure that the honourable gentleman is...
The police did their job and now they are being punished for it. So I ask the Home Secretary, is it worth throwing our Chief Constable under the bus? Yes. Just to show that the words of right-wing media and Dutch officials are more than our British police.
I mean, the honourable member, I believe, used to be a barrister. You'd think that he might be more cognizant of the actual facts in this matter. I am responding to findings made by His Majesty's Inspector. That is the independent inspector of all those who believe that policing should occur without fear or favour. I would encourage him to read the actual letter from Sir Andy Cook, published today, in detail, and reflect on whether he believes that we as a country should be able to rely and trust all information put out by the police. He purports to speak for every Brummie in the city. I think other Brummies in this chamber know that is simply not the case. I'll tell you what every Brummie and indeed every citizen of our great country needs and deserves, that when the police carry out a risk assessment, that we can trust it and that we can rely on it, and that they will always be open and frank about we all should expect and deserve, whichever safety and the cohesion of our country.
Graham Stringer.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's absolutely clear that by lies and conspiracy, the Chief Constable of the West Midlands created a no-go area for Jews in one of our major cities. He cannot, by whatever mechanism, continue in office, but will the Home Secretary consider prosecuting the Chief Constable for malfeasance in public office or in some other ways? We cannot let an appalling activity by a public servant continue in this way by just sacking him.
Home Secretary.
Well, my honourable friend will know it's not for me to make and the IOPC, I'm sure, will look and consider all of the findings made by I'm sure on that, once they've had a chance to make that assessment. They are, of course, independent, and it would be inappropriate for me from this dispatch box to say any further about what either the IOPC might do or what indeed any other prosecutorial authorities do, but that is not, that is not a power that the Home Secretary has.
Sir Andrew Mitchell.
Can I thank the Home Secretary, who, like me, is a local Member of Parliament, for her well-judged statement. But isn't one of the villains of this piece the Police and Crime Commissioner himself? When in government in 2010 we set up the PCCs, the aim was that they should represent our constituents to the police. Sadly, the reality has been the reverse, and nowhere more so than in the West Midlands, which is why I strongly support the government's decision to abolish the PCCs. Can we please ensure that this is not yet another policy announcement upon which the government U-turn?
Home Secretary.
Well, I can assure him that we will be pursuing the policy that I have set out, which is to abolish the post of Police and Crime Commissioner, and I will be returning to this House with a white paper, and we'll be making an oral statement in the not-too-distant future, setting out what we consider to be the best mechanism for oversight of policing at a local level, and a reset of where some of those powers sit, and another reconsideration of the Home Secretary's powers. So I'm sure we'll be discussing these matters in detail in the weeks to come. And may I just say, I think Sir Andy actually makes some of his own remarks in relation to the Police and Crime Commissioner, but I think it is known he was not briefed in the way that we might have expected on these matters. I'm sure he'll be setting out exactly what he knew and when he responds to Sir Andy's report.
Paulette Hamilton.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I welcome this statement and clarity. The findings are damning. In my community, I was born and bred in Birmingham, and I am a local MP. And in my community, there is very little trust in the police. Can the Secretary of State agree with me that in an increasingly political world, it is important that in future, all Chief Constables need the skills to work in this new world, and that it is important that they are able to engage with all communities? Thank you, Madam Deputy.
Well, I thank my honourable friend and fellow Birmingham colleague for her remarks and her question. And let me just say that is exactly why I have made the statement that I have today, because I do believe all of us in this country need to be able to trust the police when they come forward and they say they have risk assessed an upcoming event and they've come to a professional judgment as to whether an event can take place safely or not. We all need to be able to trust that they have gone about making that risk assessment in a way that is robust, consistent, in line with the law, and frankly just plain old truthful. That is not what's happened in this case. It's why I think it's been debilitating to public confidence in policing in our great city, across our region, but also across the country as well. And it's why I've set out what I've said about losing confidence in the Chief Constable, and it's why I do believe some powers for oversight of policing do need to return to the Home Secretary directly.
Sir Gavin Williamson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I think the Home Secretary is right to talk about the need for the information to be out there and to be openness. And in light of that, can the Home Secretary clarify as to whether any government officials talk to Maccabi Tel Aviv as a club or through either of the embassies to discuss the decision by the club to say that away fans would not travel even if the ban were lifted?
Home Secretary.
I think all of the conversations that have happened were set out by one of my officials and the policing minister when they gave evidence to the Home Affairs Select Committee. There aren't any other discussions that I'm aware of, certainly not from the Home Office. I can write to him in case there were discussions in other government departments that might also have had an interest.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I think it was right and proper to have an independent report commissioned, and the findings of which no one can really challenge because it was done independently. What we need to be cognizant of is that it is not just that the Chief Constable needs to be made the scapegoat in all of this. The Safety Advisory Group had a huge part to play in this, and there was members of that were biased, that were in there with an agenda. Some of them, I'm ashamed to say, belong to my party. Will the Home Secretary agree with me that tough action needs to be taken against the individuals that set out to influence the decision on personal as an independent member of that Safety Advisory Group?
His remarks and his question. Let me just say to him, Sir Andy Cook will be returning to the wider questions as to how safety advisory groups function, who is on them, the role that they play and the way in which they should carry out their duties. So we will return to that part of his remarks, I'm sure, in a later session in this House when the rest of Sir Andy's report is completed and he makes his final findings on safety advisory groups. But I share with him a concern that it is incumbent on us to make sure that the arrangements we have in place are capable of delivering a dispassionate, fact-based finding as to what risk an event poses, and that other political agendas are not brought into play when what we're talking about is the proper functioning of the cultural life of our country.
Bradley Thomas.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. This has been a really dark moment for policing in the West Midlands, and I thank the Home Secretary for her statement. I thank her for putting on the record her belief that the Chief Constable of the force should go. For avoidance of doubt, I agree with her. This has always been about the police being able to fulfil their role objectively, without fear or favour. Repeatedly, the Jewish community are made to feel that they are the ones who are the problem. That cannot go on. Yes, we've seen in this instance the police have surrendered to the pressure placed on them by an Islamic community that sought to create a no-go zone for Jews within the West Midlands. This is not acceptable. So will the Home Secretary update the House on what the government is doing to flush out anti-Semitism across public institutions and she hasn't got time to expand on that today. Would she come back to the House and give a statement?
Well, I thank the honourable member for his question. Look, anti-Semitism is a terrible stain upon our country, and it's incumbent on all of us to work together to stamp it out wherever it occurs. Sir Andy's findings, of course, do not suggest that anybody at the police force level acted because they were motivated by anti-Semitism or with malign intent. But it is undoubtedly the case that some individuals who were making representations to the police may well have been motivated by anti-Semitism. I also know others made good faith representations or wanted to make good faith representations to the police just about the fear of public disorder on the night. But some of those individuals will have been motivated by anti-Semitism. And that's why it's so important that when the police are carrying out their duties, they follow the facts and that when they make their risk assessments, they do so on the basis of facts and their professional judgment as to whether something can go safely ahead or not. And we all need to be able to trust the police when they assert what their risk assessment has told them. That has not happened here. Sir Andy will come back with further findings about to discuss those with him and others in this House, as well as wider need to take as a government and as a country to stamp out anti-Semitism once and for all.
Gurinder Singh Jersan.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Home Secretary for her statement. The West Midlands is an incredibly diverse area, and this whole episode has had a significant impact on community cohesion and competence in West Midland Police, particularly amongst the Jewish community, but amongst all communities. I therefore add my voice to the call for the Chief Constable to resign his position forthwith. And others involved in this shameful episode should also consider their position too. The police have a duty to act without fear or favour, engaging in many safety that the rules that need changing, that there must be more transparency and the ability to manipulate their proceedings must be removed. So will the Home Secretary provide more information about the review into safety advisory groups that she's announced?
Secretary.
I thank my honourable friend. I expect to receive Sir Andy's further findings, particularly in relation to how safety advisory groups function and what changes we might need to make within the next couple of months, no later than that. And I will return to the House to enable all members to take part in a debate once those findings are out. And what I would say is I agree with him. In the end, all of us, we are all safer when we know that we can rely on the police to do their job without fear or favour. We do none of our ethnic minority communities, or indeed any minority community of any description, any favours, if we allow a suggestion to take hold that the police change their responses to things based on which community is involved. Everybody is safe when we know we can trust the police to follow the facts and do their jobs properly.
Sir Oliver Dowden.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Jewish community in this country, including many, many in my constituency, feel under siege right now. And sadly, this is not an isolated example. It's just another example of where elements of the British state appear to err on the side of the aggressor in the name of community cohesion. We have another example before us, and will the Home Secretary, in her capacity as a senior member of the government with responsibility for tackling extremism, take the same robust approach to banning Jewish members of parliament community cohesion grounds? It has to stop, and a more robust approach must be taken by the government.
Home Secretary.
I thank the honourable member. Let me say to him the incident of banning of a Jewish member of Parliament from a school is obviously disgraceful, and he will know that other senior members of the government have already spoken out about this case. It is unacceptable. I hope he will see that the approach I have taken since I've been Home Secretary is to ensure that the law of our land is applied equally without fear or favour and in a consistent manner that gives every community across the country a sense of what they can expect from their local police without feeling that they're in a postcode lottery, and it very much depends on the nature of your chief constable or the approach they take locally. That's exactly what I'm trying to achieve with protest powers, with wider thresholds in relation to the Public Order Act, where I've asked for an independent review by Lord Ken MacDonald, which will report soon. My intention is to make sure that every citizen of our country knows when it comes to all matters of law and order, we are all on exactly the same equal fitting position, and that is the thing that I think is right for all of our citizens.
David Pinto-Duchinsky.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I welcome the Home Secretary's statement. The picture Sir Andy paints of serial failings in the West Midlands Police is utterly shocking, and the Home Secretary is completely right to withdraw confidence. Given the huge damage this saga has caused, what does the Home Secretary think can be done to make sure something like this never happens again?
Home Secretary.
Well, I think this matter has been of interest to all policing leaders across the country, and it is why I address the final remarks in my statement to policing leaders everywhere, because I think it's important that we learn the lessons from this event, and I hope that everybody will hear the message loud and clear. Operational independence will always be respected, but we all as a country, everyone, every citizen and every one of us as parliamentarians and as members of the government need to know that when the police make a risk assessment, we can trust that assessment and that we can rely on it.
Mike Wood.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm proud that my father was a West Midlands Police Constable for 29 years, policing football matches during some of the darkest days of English football. But the Home Secretary is clearly right that there has been a failure in the leadership of West Midlands Police over recent months. The Prime Minister rightly said that oversight for the police ultimately lies with the Police and Crime Commissioner, and that doesn't seem to have happened in this case. The Police and Crime Commissioner also has specific responsibility for improving local relationships by building confidence and restoring trust in local communities, but both confidence and trust in West Midlands Police have clearly collapsed. The Home Secretary is right to say that the Chief Constable clearly needs to go, but shouldn't the Police and Crime Commissioner also be considering his position?
Home Secretary.
Well, I would direct the Honourable Member to the findings Sir Andy makes about what the Police and Crime Commissioner knew, and in fact he was not kept updated, but I'm sure he will be speaking himself once he has absorbed the findings made by Sir Andy, and I'm sure he'll be setting out what he thinks on these matters and what he intends to do next, but it's not for me to put words into his mouth.
Maureen de Jos.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Although I am a proud Wolverhampton Wanderers football fan and as a season ticket holder regularly go to football games, for much of my life I was prevented from going to a football game and discouraged to go to a game because I was told that because I wore a turban and because of the colour of my skin I would be attacked. Can the Home Secretary please give some assurance to this House that we will never again have a situation in this country where football fans cannot go to a game because their safety cannot be guaranteed?
My honourable friend makes the point very powerfully, and that is why it is so important that all police forces always do everything they can to ensure that matters of great cultural and sporting significance in this country can go ahead safely, and that people are not prevented from going and enjoying a game just because of who they are or the faith that they have.
Dame Caroline Diney.
Much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Among the catalogue of failure here is the news that the decision was partly made on the basis of a hallucinated AI report about an entirely fictitious football match. I wonder what assessment the Home Secretary has made on the extent to which AI is being used by police forces and any other consequential decisions that may have been made using unverified AI. Last month, finally, after 2 months, my Select Committee, Culture, Media and Sports Select Committee, finally received a response to our letter on this from, in this case, the Assistant Chief Constable, Mike O'Hara, who said, and I quote, "He was satisfied that the policing operation was conducted with communities and partners and was effective, proportionate, and maintained the city's reputation as a safe and welcoming place for everyone." What would be the Minister's message to him?
Home Secretary.
Well, I think the contents of that letter have now been superseded by the very august report and findings by Sir Andy Cook, and I would hope that everybody who has asserted that there was no problem here and everything has worked exactly as it should will now reflect on what they have said and done, and give the rest of us confidence that these mistakes will not happen again. On AI, look, I think AI is an incredibly powerful tool and has a big role to play in assisting the police, particularly when it comes to sifting through evidence at speed and improving other productivity measures so that they can get on with the job of finding criminals and bringing them to justice. It's important that it's used in a way that is accurate and does not lead to misleading statements, as we've seen in this case, but also protects the validity of evidence, which ultimately has to be strong enough to hold up in a court of law. And that's why I'll be saying more in the Policing Reform White Paper in just a few weeks' time, setting out the government's approach and expectations of the rollout of AI to policing more broadly.
Lawrence Turner.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank my Right Honourable Friend Home Secretary for her statement. As a Birmingham MP, I've set out on a number of occasions in this chamber my serious concerns about both the decision and the way that it was made, and it is clear that the Chief Constable's position is untenable. I pay tribute to the many police officers who are working hard to make Birmingham safer for all its communities. But this decision will not have arisen in a vacuum. Put simply, if there was a sufficient and professional culture followed at every level and by every individual in West Midlands Police, then this decision would never have been made. So does she agree that there must be sufficient assurance now that other decisions, including those that may not have the same national profile but are important to my constituents, have not been tainted by a similar failure of process? And if the Chief Constable does resign or if he is removed, does she agree also that measures must be put in place to make sure that the highest operational standards are maintained for everyone in Birmingham?
Secretary.
Well, I thank my fellow Birmingham Member of Parliament for his comments and his question. Let me just say to him, Sir Andy in his report today does not make a broader finding of systemic failure. The failures that have been highlighted in terms of the approach to evidence and the way in which the risk assessment was carried out is in relation to this specific event. He didn't give us cause for concern about broader West Midlands practice, but of course, I'm sure the Police and Crime Commissioner and others, myself included, and all Birmingham MPs will want to assure themselves of the robustness of the procedures that the West Midlands Police have in place. I'm sure we'll return to these matters as there are further developments in this case.
Mark Pritchard.
Madam Deputy Speaker, can I commend the Home Secretary for her robust statement today and the leadership that she's shown this afternoon. On the issue of community relations, could she assure me and other members that lessons will be learned out of this report, and other chief officers of other forces will look upon this as a reminder that they should be acting on behalf of the whole community that they seek to serve as chief officers? She mentions on not being able to direct the PCC in the West Midlands to dismiss the Chief Constable. But can I ask whether she is confident that there will be no conflict or conflict of interest, or the PCC won't feel conflicted in taking action in removing the Chief Constable? And of course, the Chief Constable, I'm sure, still has honour and therefore might choose to resign.
Home Secretary.
I thank the honourable gentleman. Look, he's right on community relations. Let me just reflect that I think there are many people acting in bad faith and with malign intent across our country who want to set Britain's Muslims against Britain's Jews. And I think that it's incumbent on all of us to make sure that we don't allow those efforts to succeed. And in relation to the police and the approach to community relations, it's why I'm so clear that we must, all of us, whoever we are and wherever in the country we are, we must be able to rely on the police when they tell us they've come to a risk assessment and that the foundation of their risk assessment is robust and secure. If we can't trust the police on that, then I think we've lost much more than just good and effective policing, and he is right on that. And let me say to him on the position of the Police and Crime Commissioner, he will know I will not want to comment from this dispatch box. Might wish to do. That is a matter entirely for him. He will make that choice independently. We'll have to ask questions on that. There is no conflict of interest. Let me assure him of that as well, simply because I have set out a view, having commissioned a report from the independent inspector. I think it's important I come to the House and set out my view, but the Police and Crime Commissioner is unfettered in terms of how he now approaches things, and that is a matter for him, and I've made that clear to him, as I'm sure all of his own legal advice will say so as well.
Antonia Vance.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I wanted to thank my right honourable friend, the Home Secretary, for her words, particularly about the dedicated frontline police officers of West Midlands Police who serve my community and hers. It is clearly time for the Chief Constable to go. It is right that we expect a high standard of community engagement across all of our communities from all of our senior public servants, and this has clearly not been met in this case, as we've explored thoroughly in this statement. But I wondered if more broadly the Home Secretary might wish to comment on whether she might urgently bring forward a community cohesion strategy that tackles extremism, anti-Semitism and sets out clear expectations of how we live together in this great country of ours.
Home Secretary.
Thank my honourable friend. Let me assure her all matters of community cohesion are under intense discussion across government. My right honourable friend, the Secretary of State for Communities and Local Government, has already set up a task force to deal with anti-Semitism. I'm sure the Prime Minister and myself will have more to say in the weeks to come as to how we take a fresh approach. But it is a wider government question because, of course, the Home Office interest is on countering extremism, as it rightly should be. But, of course, the broader interest we all have on community cohesion sits across the rest of government as well, but I can assure her it is a cross-government effort.
Richard Tice.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Home Secretary quite rightly has lost confidence in the West Midlands Chief Constable, who kowtowed to thugs, abandoned the Jewish community and blamed Jewish fans. Now the question is to the Home Secretary, if the Police and Crime Commissioner fails to fire this Chief Constable, will she still have confidence in that commissioner? And secondly, will she make the new legislation retrospective in order to ensure that action is delivered?
Home Secretary.
Well, the Honourable Gentleman will know that retrospectivity is not something we generally do in our legal system, and to take such a step would be a very new innovation here, but he should wait for the full proposals that I will publish in the policing reform white paper. And look, let me say to him that the next decision, if a further decision is made, is for the Police and Crime Commissioner. It would be completely wrong for me to try to influence that or comment on that or get ahead of that from this dispatch box here today. The Police and Crime Commissioner has the powers under the 2011 Act, as we discussed earlier in this session. It will be for him to reflect on whether he wishes to use his powers.
Johnny Reid.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. This sorry saga with the West Midlands Police, I'm afraid, reveals a very serious story about public life in Britain, because it's become clear that employees within our public institutions do not recognise, do not understand, or possibly do not care about anti-Semitism in the police, in our local government, in our universities, political parties and elsewhere. And they're all too willing to accept their claims, the claims of anti-Semites, that their real objection is to the Israeli government at face value. They are unwitting agents of an agenda from the far left, the far right and Islamists. Anti-Semitism is rampant and unrelenting. Will the Home Secretary recognise the urgency of action and consider bringing forward a cross-departmental extremism strategy to address ideological anti-Semitism and other forms of extremism?
Well, I thank my honourable friend and her point about the stain of anti-Semitism in our country and the breadth and depth of how anti-Semitism is presenting itself in our country. Her points are well made, and they are problems that I am well aware of and working hard to try to resolve. There is a cross-government effort underway. We'll have more to say in due course. But let me assure her that from the perspective I take as Home Secretary, it is to make sure that our legal system and our law and order, the overall system of policing in our country is robust enough to be able to withstand attempts to frustrate or to improperly influence that system. It's important to remember Sir Andy Cook did not find that anti-Semitism was a motivating factor for the police officers who made these decisions in this case, nor were they subject to improper political interference or acting with malign intent. But I do accept the broader point that she has raised, and I just reassure her that that is something that we are working very carefully on.
Sir Alex Shelbrooke.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And building on the comments from my right honourable friend for Hertsmere, my Jewish community have felt under siege for a decade now. And one thing that is worth paying tribute to is that the previous leader of the opposition, the now Prime Minister, drove out of their party the people who had given anti-Semitism a safe space. But let's not be under an illusion, Madam Deputy Speaker. There are many people who feel they still have that safe space for anti-Semitism. And whether it be in our universities, where huge numbers of students believe that they can, without impunity, hassle Jewish students, whether it be in our hospitals, as outlined in the Lord Mayor and Dame Penny Mordaunt report, which I know the Secretary of State is trying to address, that anti-Semitism is blatant and allowed to get away with. But we must call it at all levels, and I will call out right now, Madam Deputy Speaker, that the Deputy Leader of the Green Party, who I am ashamed to say is a Leeds City Councillor, drove out into hiding the Jewish priest of the University of Leeds, and he is still in hiding. Shame. And they must be called out. So may I ask the Home Secretary that she uses every effort of her office across government to make sure that where anti-Semitism is still given a safe space, where it is still not being addressed, that they call out the leaders of those institutions and look at what action may be taken. This is another watershed moment, as odd as that sounds, but this time something really has to be done.
I'm Secretary.
Well, let me reassure the honourable gentleman the government is taking action across a range of different departments in the education sector, in health, and also myself as Home Secretary to do everything we can to drive out anti-Semitism in every way that it presents itself, and particularly cognisant of the impact on our institutions and how some of our democratic underpinnings for how our society works can be overcome and frustrated and thwarted by anti-Semites seeking to undermine the very basis on which we run our country. Let me assure him every effort is being made, and I would just also reflect that, as someone who has suffered racism and discrimination because of my own faith and my own race background, I think I can speak for most ethnic minority people in the view that we generally take of these matters, which is that none of us are safe until all of us are safe. There has to be solidarity across our country for every one of our communities. It is the collective whole that makes this country great.
Joe White. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. As a member of the Home Affairs Select Committee, I've been following this very closely. Safety advisory groups from Birmingham and Leicester last autumn banned or scaled down Diwali events. Does the Home Secretary agree with me that councillors should be removed from SAGs? Should there also be greater transparency to ensure that there is no reliance on confirmation bias, which is intertwined, in my view, with the risk of predetermination that local authorities have a duty to prevent when carrying out their judicial duties? Home Secretary.
Well, I thank my honourable friend for the work that she and other members of the Home Affairs Select Committee have done on this and other matters. And let me just say, because there are question marks over the way that safety advisory groups function, and I know, as she remarks, there have been other incidents of controversial decisions where people have had questions about how those decisions came to be made. That is the reason why I asked Sir Andy to look broader at the functioning of safety advisory groups and to come to a view on how they should be made up and the transparency that should be required of them and the process by which they should make their decisions. I think it's a little early to now make determinations about whether any politician should be represented on those groups. I think if the system was to work well, local politicians can bring a local perspective with the knowledge that only they have. But of course, if that then turns into an improper attempt to force their own political agenda, that cannot be tolerated. I hope that when Sir Andy makes some findings on these matters, we'll be able to return to whether policy or legislative changes needed.
Bob Blackman.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I welcome both the tone and content of the Home Secretary's statement today. She'll be well aware that when the draw was made, that meant that Maccabee were going to be visiting Villa Park, there were attempts by extremist elements in the community to prevent the fixture taking place at all. When that failed, they moved on then to try and get fans banned because the club comes from Israel and the fans are Jewish. I've been to Villa Park on multiple occasions. It's perfectly possible for those fans to have been escorted by coach from the airport right outside the ground and for them to be escorted away from the ground immediately afterwards. It was very clear that Aston Villa fans were not going to attack the fans of Maccabi, but extremist elements within the community were going to. It is clear then that the police concocted evidence to support that case. And the reality is, whilst I completely agree with her about the Chief Constable, the senior leadership of West Midlands Police also have questions to answer about who fabricated that evidence, was it done under orders, and if the Chief Constable should go, surely they should go as well.
Secretary.
Well, I thank the honourable gentleman for his remarks. Let me tell him, I know Villa Park very well because until the last general election, the club fell within my constituency boundary. And that is why, after the decision was made, the government and myself, through my officials, did seek to ask West Midlands Police whether there were other ways in which the match could be policed so as to enable it to go ahead, because we were very clear that banning the fans is a very extreme act to take, and in the general run of things we should want cultural events in our country to take place. So I do recognise the picture that he paints. The findings are damning, as I know many honourable members here have remarked already. Just let me say to him on the wider issue of other officers, I think in the end, the reason I've made the remarks I have about the Chief Constable today is he is the individual who leads the force. It's happened on his watch. It's for him to have set the proper culture where all of these risk assessments were done properly and where confirmation bias could not have taken hold. And it is the Chief Constable who, of course, made assertions and gave evidence to the Home Affairs Select Committee in the way that he did. It's now for him to reflect on that. He may have things to say himself in the coming days, and it's for the Police and Crime Commissioner, I think, now to consider what further actions he might wish to take, including his broader responsibilities to make sure that the force is functioning as it should.
Sean Woodcock.
Madam Deputy Speaker, can I say, as an alumni of the University of Birmingham, former resident of Selyoke, I found this whole saga pretty much astonishing from the start. We've had mistake after mistake, evidence that turns out to have been made up. Meanwhile, the bond of trust with our Jewish community that has already been under increasing pressure has been caused further damage. Now, mistakes do get made, but when they are this serious and include presenting falsified evidence to a committee of this House, somebody has to take responsibility. And so I would echo the calls that have been made by members across this House for the Chief Constable to do the decent thing and to resign and to do it today.
Home Secretary.
I thank my honourable friend. I've set out what I think in my statement today. Others will now need to reflect on their positions and what further steps they might take. Let me just agree with him, though, that the findings of Sir Andy Cook's report are damning and devastating, and the bond of trust between a community and the police, once it breaks for one community, it does break for every community, and that is why these findings are so serious, and that is why I've said what I've had to say about confidence in the Chief Constable today.
Sir Julian Lewis.
If I understand the presentation of Sir Andy's independent report by the Home Secretary correctly, it says that the police knew that the visiting fans were not likely to attack the home community. Does it make clear whether or not they thought that the home community was likely to attack the visiting fans? Because if they thought that and then inverted reality to blame the visiting fans, that surely puts the Chief Constable in an absolutely impossible position.
The findings in Sir Andy Cook's report are about an overstating of the risk posed by the travelling fans and an understatement of the risk posed to those fans by others in the local community. So it isn't a case of one thing being presented as fact and the other not. There's an overstatement and an understatement that has taken place, and the effect of that has been to present a risk assessment that was imbalanced, wholly skewed in one direction, and did not adequately deal with all of the risks that were posed. I believe one of the reasons suggested for why the possible attack from local individuals against the travelling fans was about community relations. It's why what I said in my statement I stand by. Community relations in this country are not served by overstatements and understatements and a hiding of the full picture in order to keep things calm. The truth is what helps us all stay safe, and that is what they should have done in this case.
Mark Sewards.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I genuinely welcome the content of the Home Secretary's statement today and her answers to other members too. It's quite clear that the Chief Constable of the West Midlands position is just no longer tenable, but I accept her reasoning for why she can't remove him today, and I am pleased that she will reintroduce that power in the near future. It is a national scandal that Maccabi Tel Aviv fans were not able to attend a football match in the UK's second city for what we now know were totally fabricated reasons. What does the Home Secretary say to those? How can she reassure Israeli fans of any sport that this won't happen to them again and that the law will be applied equally without fear or favour?
I think the message needs to go loud and clear to everyone that our expectation is that every police force, when making a decision on any cultural or football or other sporting event in our country, has to do so by following the facts, acting without fear or favour, and if they do their job properly, then we will always be able to put on events, police them safely, and allow people in our country and from abroad enjoy the great spectacle of football or pop concerts or other things as well. They are important parts of how we function as a country, and they can only carry on being that if the police do their job properly.
Nick Timothy.
Speaker, can the Home Secretary confirm that the Prime Minister was also told that a ban was likely in advance of the announcement? The Home Office and Number 10 were in touch according to the official documents. Was she told of the intelligence of the 5th of September that armed Islamists intended to attack the Israelis? And on the point about operational independence, I do worry she's overstating things. It is obviously wrong for politicians to tell police officers who to investigate or arrest, but for public order situations, there's often a role for the Home Secretary when the planning work is underway before the operation. That's recognised in law, and it's why the Prime Minister himself has called for particular policing decisions in public order situations in advance. So can she confirm, when she was told that the police would seek a ban on away fans, she didn't ask to see the intelligence to justify the ban? Did she test the logic? Is it really true that she did nothing at all?
Home Secretary.
Well, let me say to the honourable gentleman, he's presenting a particular picture of operational independence, which he knows is a difficult line to tread for all Home Secretaries and something that is guarded very closely by police. But it would have been wholly inappropriate for me to try and carry out either my own risk assessment and if I was, as I was subsequently able to do once a decision was made challenging West Midlands Police on the basis on which those decisions, I was dependent on what they would have been telling, I would have been dependent on what they would have been telling me in the first place. I was not told that they would seek a ban on visiting vans. I was told that it was that all options were on the table, so it was one of the things that was being considered, but I was not told that it was going to be done. So I would refer him to Sir Andy's letter and the final page in the first paragraph of that letter, which sets out what actually happened, and I absolutely refute any suggestion that I was told definitively on the 8th of October in the way that the Chief Constable has suggested happened. That did not happen. Let me say to him on contact between the Home Office and Number 10, that would have happened in the usual way, but the first any of us were aware of the decision being brought forward, being made earlier than anticipated, and that a ban was going to be pursued was on the 16th of October. Sorry. And I was not given any intelligence about any armed or planned armed attacks by local people. That was never put to me.
Paul Carter.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. As a member of the Home Affairs Select Committee, I asked Chief Constable Guildford on 2 occasions whether AI was used in the preparation of the police report, and he denied it both times. So I'm pleased the truth has emerged and he's now considering his position. However, can I press the Home Secretary on the use of AI? I hear what she's said, but whilst we await the Home Office's guidance, can she issue preliminary instructions to Chief Constables asking them not to use AI in such circumstances?
Well, I thank the honourable gentleman, and particularly for his assiduous work on the Home Affairs Select Committee in relation to the hearings on this matter. Look, I would hope all police leaders today have heard loud and clear the issue in relation to AI. I don't think any of them would want to fall foul of an AI hallucination. I think that at best that is a deeply embarrassing finding, but actually is pretty damning of the overall approach taken in this case, and I'm sure all police chiefs will want to make sure they don't come into the same position. The Home Office will set out our broader vision for how AI should be used by policing, because it clearly does have a role to play, but the way in which they should hold themselves to account and the regulations by which the use of AI should be monitored, so we can all have confidence that it's being used appropriately.
Iqbal Mohammed.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I thank the Home Secretary for her statement, and any procedural failings by our police force or any public authorities must be investigated and corrected and prevented. The report or the letter by Sir Andy Cook does mention that certain risks were overstated and understated, and that should be balanced. But The statements in this House that incidents in Amsterdam were completely fabricated are also statements that are fabricated. He does acknowledge there's evidence that Maccabi Tel Aviv fans targeted Muslims and pro-Palestinians in Amsterdam. A report by Kick It Out Israel identified 118 incidents of racist chanting by Maccabi Tel Aviv fans during 2024 and 2025, the highest for any club in the Israeli Premier League. UEFA fined Maccabi Tel Aviv €20,000 and imposed a suspended away ban fan for their match against...
Order. This question... Sit down, please, when I'm stood up. This question needs to be a question to the Home Secretary. Sorry. Iqbal Mahmoud.
My apologies, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's open season on Islamophobia in this room, and I am completely against any kind of racism, and anti-Semitism must be quashed, but so should Islamophobia. Will the Home Secretary confirm that there is no reference to anti-Semitic decision-making by the police in Sir Andy Cook's report, and there's no mention of any Islamist influence, because I have the report in front of me, in his report.
Home Secretary.
Well, what I would say to the honourable gentleman, and indeed all members of the House, is we should be led by the findings of the independent inspector. He's been very clear on where evidence was overstated. He's been very clear about where it was understated. He said that he believes confirmation bias was at work, and there are very significant failings of West Midlands Police in this matter, and that is why I have said what I have had to say in my statement today. Let me just say more broadly to him and to everybody else, I just reiterate the point. There are people in this country who want to set our minority communities against one another. Every member of this House should want to police that boundary and make sure that does not take hold in our country. But we can all only be confident that we are all subject to the same law across wherever we are in this country if we can trust that the police will apply themselves without fear or favour. It is in everyone's interest to make sure that these issues are dealt with properly, and every citizen deserves the same sort of response from the police, that when they tell us something is true, we can believe them. That's what's not happened in this case, and that's what needs to happen in the future.
And point of order, Sir Alex Shelbrooke.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Madam Deputy Speaker, I seek your guidance on whether it is appropriate for members of this House to call into question the intentions of members when asking questions relating to this issue in the Home Secretary and accusing us all of peddling Islamophobia.
Yeah. Should withdraw it.
Can I remind all members to be careful of their language, to be moderate in their language, and treat this chamber and members within this chamber with respect, and then we can't go far wrong. Whilst it's not a point of order, it is a matter for the chair, and I thank the honourable gentleman for raising that. That concludes the statement. Order, order. I will now announce the results of today's deferred division on the Draft Public Order Act 2023, interference with use of operation of key national infrastructure regulations 2025. Order, order. Order. Thank you. The ayes were 301, the noes were 110. So the ayes have it, the ayes have it. We now come on to the next statement, Secretary of State.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And with permission, I would like to make a statement about the 7th Contract for Difference allocation round and the results for offshore wind. 18 months ago, the government set out on our mission to make Britain a clean energy superpower. A mission rooted in a simple argument that if we want to take back control of our energy from the petrostates and dictators, if we want to bring down bills for good, and we want to create a new generation of secure, well-paid jobs, then the right choice is to get off the roller coaster of international fossil fuel markets, which caused the worst cost of living crisis in memory. Madam Deputy Speaker, for a year and a half, this mission has faced determined opposition from a well-funded band of doomsters and defeatists. Today, we publish the results of our latest offshore wind auction, and with it, we prove those doubters and naysayers wrong. Let me set out the results to the House. On coming to office, we inherited the fiasco of the fifth allocation round, a failure of their making that trashed the crown jewels of our energy system with not a single offshore wind project secured. That is their legacy. Indeed, that is her legacy. Our last auction, AR6, got the industry on its feet again. Today, it roars back stronger than ever. We've secured 8.4 gigawatts of offshore wind, enough to power the equivalent of over 12 million homes in this country, with winning fixed offshore wind projects in every part of Great Britain. Dogger Bank South off the coast of Yorkshire and Vanguard off the coast of East Anglia, two of the largest offshore wind farms in the world. Berwick Bank in the North Sea, the first new Scottish project since 2022. And Awal y Môr, the first Welsh project to win a contract in more than a decade. And on floating wind, the emerging technology of the future, successful projects in Wales and Scotland. The Erebus project in the Celtic Sea, and Pentland in Scotland, backed by pioneering investment from Great British Energy and the National Wealth Fund. Taken together, Madam Deputy Speaker, this is a record-breaking amount of offshore wind capacity procured in a single auction. The most successful offshore wind auction in British history and the most successful ever to be carried out anywhere in Europe. That is what it means to deliver on the promise we made to the British people. Against the backdrop of global headwinds facing the industry, this is a huge vote of confidence in Britain's drive for energy sovereignty and abundance. And let me explain to the House why these results are so important for the country. First, they are a major step forward for our clean energy mission, as I've said. Alongside our work driving ahead on onshore wind, solar, batteries and nuclear, this puts us firmly on track to take back control of our energy and deliver clean power by 2030. We only have to look at events around the world, Madam Deputy Speaker, to see that we live in increasingly unstable and uncertain times. Fossil fuel shocks have caused half of the UK's recessions since 1970. Last year, wholesale gas prices spiked by 15% in a single week after global instability in the Middle East. And we must never forget the impact of Russia invading Ukraine, which saw family finances, business finances, and the public finances wrecked as a result of them leaving us exposed to fossil fuels. This exposure leaves us incredibly vulnerable as a country, and we haven't got a moment to waste in ending it. That is why our mission is so important. And these record-breaking results show our approach to building things again in this country is working. We are more secure today in our energy system than we were yesterday, thanks to these results. And we look forward to building on this momentum as we look ahead to AR8, which we're on track to open later this year. Second, on costs. These results show offshore wind is cheaper to build and operate than new gas. Today we publish updated estimates of the levelized cost of electricity, the standard industry metric, which includes the cost of building and operating new gas-fired power stations. The same metric that was published under the last Energy Secretary. These estimates show that the cost of building and operating a new gas-fired power station is £147 per megawatt hour. By contrast, I can inform the House that the average price for fixed offshore wind in today's auction was £90.91 per megawatt hour. In other words, 40% cheaper than the cost of building and operating new gas. And don't take my word for it. This is what the head of Energy UK, which represents gas, nuclear and renewables, said of renewables this morning, and I quote, "We need to invest in new power generation, and this is the cheapest form." Madam Deputy Speaker, I know some people want to pull the wool over our eyes on this, but they can only do so by comparing the cost of building and operating new renewables with the cost of operating but not building new gas. And here is the reality. Faced with years of underinvestment in our energy system under the previous government, and power demand set to increase by at least 50% by 2035 and more than double by 2050, there is no alternative to building new energy infrastructure in this country. Now, we can choose to stop building renewables and just build new gas plants, as they want to do, but it is clear that offshore wind remains significantly cheaper to build and operate. And credible independent research confirms that the renewables we've already built are bearing down on wholesale electricity costs, having reduced wholesale prices by a quarter in 2024. Our mission is right. Clean power is the route to bringing down energy bills for good. Third, today's auction cements the offshore wind industry's position as a jobs and growth engine for Britain at the heart of our industrial strategy. These projects will unlock £22 billion in private investment and support at least 7,000 good jobs across the country, from the Scottish Highlands to the Suffolk coast. Now, members across this House know that so many people in our country ask the question of where the good jobs of the future are going to come from for themselves and their children. Clean energy is central to that answer. The previous government failed to act to ensure offshore wind generated jobs and supply chains in this country. By contrast, we will use every tool at our disposal to ensure turbines, foundations and cables are made and built in Britain, creating good, well-paid jobs with strong trade unions. That is why this auction, for the first time, included a clean industry bonus to reward investment in ports and factories in the areas that need it most. I can inform the House that in this auction, the industry has responded with ambition. The clean industry bonus will crowd in billions of pounds of private investment and support thousands of jobs in supply chains across the country. And we look forward to setting out the full results in due course as we drive forward on the 100,000 offshore wind jobs our mission will help support by 2030. Madam Deputy Speaker, let me close by saying that Britain faces a choice over the coming years. We can seize the opportunities of clean homegrown energy to cut bills and create jobs, or we can double down on our exposure to fossil fuels. In calling for us to cancel this auction, our opponents made their choice, setting their face against cheaper, cleaner, homegrown power, against 7,000 jobs supported today and thousands more to come, against taking back control of our energy sovereignty, and against action on the climate crisis to protect our children and grandchildren. Madam Deputy Speaker, this government has made our choice for energy security, lower bills, good jobs and climate, and I commend this statement to the House.
Shadow Secretary of State.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Secretary of State for advance sight of his statement. What the Secretary of State has done today is given a massive boost to the profits of multi-million-pound energy companies, but it will be paid for consumers through their bills. So what do the prices show us? First, wind power is not getting cheaper as promised. These are the highest prices that we've seen in a decade. Today's strike prices in a like-for-like comparison are much higher than last year. If we use the Secretary of State's own figures on the worth of the contract extension that he put forward to 20 years, they are 24% more expensive than last year. That's an enormous increase year on year, 24%. More expensive, much higher than inflation. So can he explain why building a wind farm has suddenly got so much more expensive? Well, I can. It's because the Secretary of State, by setting himself completely unrealistic targets, he advertised to multi-million-pound wind developers that he would be buying whatever they were selling, no matter the cost. He flexed all the rules, he extended their contracts. In fact, he gave the wind developers everything they wanted, and this is how they repaid him. The most expensive prices for wind power that we've seen in a decade. And he wants us to celebrate the fact that he bought a bumper round, the biggest in history, in his own words. Now let's take his key argument on levelised cost of electricity. If he had looked at or replied to any of the letters I had sent him, he would know that I did not agree with using an LCOE to compare wind power and gas power. He will know I started, he might want to listen to this because he might learn something. He will know I started a full systems cost, which he cancelled, even though I urged him to continue it. That's because the full cost of these contracts to the consumer are £95 in today's money, plus inflation, plus the extra costs that come with wind, turning them off when it's too windy, having a backup gas plant when it's not windy enough, and connecting them to the grid. So he's underplayed the true cost of wind on people's bills. And by the way, that's not just me saying how we should look at it. This is what wind developers themselves say that they should look at it. It's how Dieter Hellman, senior economists, say we should look at it. We should look at the full systems costs. Now let me turn to gas. When he talks about the comparison with a new gas power plant, he is willfully ignoring the fact that he needs to build new gas plants anyway. What does the Secretary of State think will power the country on wintry days when the sun doesn't shine and the wind doesn't blow? Even his own plans acknowledge it's gas power. In his plans, he will build the same amount of gas plants anyway. He'll just run them 4% of the time. Would anyone here buy a house they use 4% of the time? Well, I guess out of all of us, the Secretary of State probably would, but Here's the problem. He's having to build more and more capacity, lots of which will sit idle most of the time. That means higher costs for a less productive energy system. These are all costs the Secretary of State is choosing to ignore. But even if we use the figures he's quoting today, which underplay the cost of wind, even in his own figures, the truth is here. If you take out the carbon tax that he's choosing to impose, the cost of a gas power plant running fully is much cheaper, roughly a third cheaper, than offshore wind. It's here in black and white, page 33, if members would like to check. He's hoping that members on the benches opposite won't read what he's published today, but I hope they do, because it should be facts, not ideology, that drives the decisions we make for our energy system. People out there are at breaking point. They get up every day, they go to work, and everything they earn is being eaten up by Labour's taxes and their bills. He tried to tell me last time we were at this dispatch box that people's energy bills are going down, not up. Nobody out there believes him. Energy bills have gone up 5 times under him because of his policies, and now he is celebrating this botched wind auction, which has seen him sign up to the highest prices of wind power for a decade, prices which are close to 20% higher than the cost of electricity. The question is, how on earth can he bring bills down from here with these higher prices? That is what people were promised. This will be the PFI of the energy system long after he's gone from this place. And I warned the Secretary of State that by setting himself completely unrealistic targets, the wind developers would have him over a barrel. And that is what has happened here. He talks about fossil fuel spikes, but he doesn't talk about the ongoing deindustrialization of this country because of uncompetitive electricity prices, prices which he is locking us into for 2 decades. So I have 3 simple questions for him. Will he finally publish a full systems cost of Clean Power 2030? Will he confirm that he will still need to build gas power plants for dispatchable power? Or if that's not his policy, what is going to keep the lights on when the wind doesn't blow and the sun doesn't shine? And does he have a forecast for the constraint payments, how much he will expect to pay those wind developers to turn off when it is too windy?
Secretary of State.
That was a lot. As they say. Look, first of all, let me deal with what she said point by point. First of all, we're going to take no lectures from her on energy bills. She presided over the worst cost of living crisis in history. And not once, Madam Deputy Speaker, have we heard a word of apology. And I'll tell her, it's this government that is taking £150 of costs off bills. And how are we doing it? Because we're raising taxes on the wealthy. And she opposes every one of the measures that we are taking. Second, I have to say to her, I know it's painful for her, but I'm using the same metric that she endorsed in November 2023. She was there as the Energy Secretary. She published the document, and on that metric, she knows the truth that it says, which is that the offshore renewables today are 40% cheaper to build and operate than new gas. And however much she tries to struggle or flail around, that is the facts. They are the facts, I'm afraid. And she asked about carbon pricing. By the way, it's very interesting. Even when you take off carbon pricing, gas is still more expensive on the figures we published today. Her sums simply don't add up. Now then she asks, and this is really rich. She asked about constraint payments. Well, I've got to say, why do we have constraint payments? I am answering the question. Why have we got constraint payments? Because they failed to build the grid when she was the Secretary of State. And get this, Madam Deputy Speaker. Now she comes along, complains about constraint payments, and opposes every piece of energy infrastructure that we try and build to actually bring down the constraint payments. I mean, it is extraordinary. But here's her big problem, Madam Deputy Speaker. Here's her big problem, is that she is making a massive gamble. And it's a gamble on fossil fuels. A gamble on fossil fuels, exactly what they did when they were in office. And we know where that led. The worst cost of living crisis in memory, leaving us at the mercy of petrostates and dictators, and leaving the British people to pay the price. Madam Deputy Speaker, I'll end up by saying this. We were elected with a historic mandate to end their record of failure, and that's what we're doing. We're ending the sellout of our energy security. We're cutting bills. We're creating hundreds of thousands of clean energy jobs. We're protecting future generations. Let me sum it up. She failed. We're delivering.
Before I call the first member, may I just remind members that we also have important debate on Ukraine later on this afternoon. So we will be looking to finish this statement around 4 o'clock, which leaves us around 30 minutes. So please keep questions and answers short. Bill Esterson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Madam Deputy Speaker, the Energy Secretary deserves enormous congratulations for moving from the botched auction round 5, to use the Honourable Lady's words, to the record success of auction round 7. The record success where the strike price will see no increase on consumer bills. Indeed, Aurora say it is likely to see a reduction in bills, and it's 40% cheaper, as he set out in great detail how this will be cheaper than gas. So does he agree that this demonstrates once and for all that renewable energy is good for bills?
My honourable friend is absolutely right, and I do say to him and to others that people can have incredibly short memories in this House, particularly the opposition. Here we are. We're only 5 years on from Russia's invasion of Ukraine. We know what this... And the Honourable Lady says from a sedentary position, gas is falling. But she's just taking a gamble. At the time of the greatest geopolitical instability in a generation, she is gambling on stability. I'm not going to make that gamble. We're going to have homegrown, clean power, and we're going to take back control.
Liberal Democrat spokesperson Edward Morello.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I would like to start by welcoming the results of the AR7 allocation. This is about protecting working families from volatile fossil fuel prices set by foreign powers who have repeatedly used oil and gas as a geopolitical weapon. And relying on Trump's America or Putin's Russia to keep the lights on puts us all at risk. Renewable energy is also the cheapest form of energy. And it is only through renewable energy that we can deliver permanently low and secure energy prices and help with the cost of living crisis, not just today, but for the long term. While procuring 8.4 gigawatt of offshore wind puts the country on track for the government's clean power target, 2030 target, research from Renewable Energy UK does show that this is the minimum needed, leaving very little room for delays.
They're a very independent source.
They are a source nonetheless. But it does place even greater importance on AR8. So I'm hoping the government will commit to its timetable to open AR8 by the summer and to announce the results by the end of the year. Meanwhile, there is still work to be done to bring down bills for working families and businesses, which is why I urge the Secretary of State to look at Liberal Democrat proposals to phase out the outdated renewable energy certificate scheme and replace it fully with a contract for difference scheme. We all must also be honest about the impact of Brexit on energy bills. Well, we can't get through it without mentioning it. So will the government commit to accelerating negotiations to re-engage with the EU's internal energy market to ensure access to cheap electricity when we need a guarantee energy source and export market for when we overproduce? And despite the noise from my science-denying fossil fuel lobbyists on the right and the Putin apologists behind us, this is a good for Great Britain. This is the right decision for consumers, and it promises a better and cleaner future.
Good lines. Let me deal with these questions briefly, Madam Deputy Speaker, following your injunction. One, AR8 is important and sticking to the timetable. Absolutely, we want to do that. He's right, we're rebuilding confidence in the industry. Secondly, we continue to look at proposals from him and others on doing everything we can to cut the cost of electricity. He's right about that. And I think his broader point is right, which is this is about how we make the right long-term decisions for the country, and I'm grateful for his support.
Melanie On.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I mean, I would say I'm old enough to remember when Conservative Prime Minister, Boris Johnson, said that he wanted Grimsby to be the Riyadh of offshore wind. And I also remember the opposition secretary attending offshore wind conferences, championing the sector. So where she stands now is in direct opposition to where she was just a few years ago. And I, for one, am pleased to see the East Coast offshore wind industry strengthened through today's announcement, which will help to deliver energy independence for the UK, secure existing jobs in the sector, of which there are 12,000 clean energy-related jobs in Lincolnshire. I would like to ask, though, the Secretary of State how he sees today's announcement benefiting growth in the supply chain and delivering new industrial investment in places like Great Grimsby and Cleethorpes.
Well, my old friend is right. Bandwagon jumping is basically their policy, and they've jumped on the anti-net zero bandwagon on her really important, serious points about the future. And indeed, she's a brilliant champion for this industry and for her area. I think there are huge opportunities for Grimsby as a result of this. She will know that RWE were particularly successful in this auction, and we look forward to working with her and with them to make sure that we really deliver for her constituents.
Sir Christopher Cho.
Speaker, can I ask the Secretary of State how the figures he's just announced today are compatible with the announcement by the Climate Change Committee's 7th carbon budget last year, which said that the cost of offshore wind per megawatt hour at 2023 prices in 2035 would be £37.80 per megawatt hour. He's just announced £90.91 per megawatt hour. How can that be a bargain basement price? Isn't this really a rip-off of the consumer who's now going to be faced with extortionate energy prices for at least 20 further years?
No, I don't agree with him. What I would say to the honourable gentleman is he should look in all seriousness at the need to build new energy generation in this country. Look, we're going to have 50% rise in electricity demand by 2035, and you've got to build something. Now, if he wants to build a whole fleet of new gas-fired power stations, he can decide to do that. But the figures we published today show the costs of that, and they're more expensive to build and operate than the offshore wind we announced today.
I welcome the statement from the Secretary of State, in particular delivering for Scotland once again with more renewable energy investment. The Secretary of State rightly also talked about the actions and the impact of the actions of Vladimir Putin in Ukraine and why that has had a direct impact on ordinary people here, something we must make sure we protect now and in the future. We must protect both these new projects and existing infrastructure from those outside attacks. Can I ask him to say a little bit more about how he's ensuring as much of the technology in these excellent projects will be made in the UK, how he will protect them from foreign actors, as well as how he's protecting existing infrastructure?
20 minutes left. Questions need to be shorter, answers just as short.
That's why the clean industry bonus is so important, and we'll be announcing more about this tomorrow, Madam Deputy Speaker, because this is going to lever in massive amounts of private investment, including in supply chains.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Secretary of State mentioned the rollercoaster of prices, and yes, we obviously understand that gas prices go up and down, but they come down. We're now stuck at the top of the rollercoaster he's talked about for 20 years. How is that going to reduce bills?
I just disagree with her, Madam Deputy Speaker. She is making a massive gamble on the future. She is gambling that gas prices will fall. We are giving this country assurance that we can have clean, homegrown power and we can lower bills for good.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Congratulate my friend in the Secretary of State for structuring the auction to drive down the strike price and reduce consumer energy bills. Again, it is worthwhile reiterating that this means that renewable energy will be 40% cheaper than gas. But it's also important about creating jobs specifically in coastal industries. Could you elaborate a little bit more on the clean industry bonus, specifically about how we might be able to support supply chain jobs in our coastal communities?
Well, my honourable friend speaks very well on these issues, and I think her question is absolutely right. The great thing about the clean industry bonus is for the first time we are rewarding manufacturers for investing in Britain. It's going to leverage in multiple amounts more private investment compared to public investment, and I believe it can be of massive benefit to our coastal communities.
Speaker, I welcome this statement, but it's important my constituents can feel the effect in their pocket. Does the Secretary of State accept that the biggest reason people aren't benefiting from cheap renewables is that electricity prices are still set by gas most of the time. And what steps is he taking to break that link beyond simply building more renewables?
Yes, this is an incredibly important point. And the great thing about Clean Power 2030 is it will mean gas sets the price much less of the time. And with contracts for difference, the reduction in prices feeds through to bills.
Mike Reader.
This is a fantastic announcement for the UK, and it's fantastic also to hear that you're preparing, the Secretary of State is already preparing for AR8. But could you assure the House that there's going to be as much focus from his department on mid and long-term storage that we need to support all this growth in generation?
I think my honourable friend makes a really important point, for example, about battery storage and long-duration storage, and that is something that we are working on as a department, that Ofgem is working on, because this is what is the sort of crucial other part of the jigsaw.
Ashley Fox.
Madam Deputy Speaker, the Secretary of State is going to pay a floating wind farm £216 per megawatt hour. Can you explain how that will lower fuel prices for my constituents?
This is about an innovative technology, and the experience we had with, and he's right, it is expensive at the moment, but the experience we had with offshore wind and onshore wind and solar was that by investing in it at the front end, we then lowered the price through deployment, and that is what meant it's a cheaper technology. So yes, we are supporting floating wind, and we do think it's the right thing to do, but it is a crucial next frontier when it comes to the offshore wind industry.
Landlocked MP, offshore wind matters greatly to me. As the largest employer in my constituency, GE Vernova produces critical components for this sector. Could the Secretary of State assure me that any and all future manufacturing requirements for this sector will recognise those companies who are investing in the UK, building skills, providing good jobs? And could I again ask him to join me at Stafford as our HVDC facility?
Well, I have a long-standing promise, which I will fulfil, to do everyone seems to know about it, to visit my honourable friend's constituency and what GE Vernova is doing. And I think my honourable friend makes a really important point, which is about making sure that when it comes to procurement, which I know that GE Vernova have a particular interest in, that we procure as much as possible from the UK. And that is something that my department is working on, not just through the Clean Industry Bonus, but many other things we're doing.
While the news on Berwick Bank and Pentland is hugely welcome, it risks masking serious jeopardy for Scotland's offshore wind sector. There's great worry that today's news represents a longer-term shift in the renewables industry from north to south due to the current unfair and disproportionate regime of transmission charges. If Scotland's offshore wind sector is to have a future, we need to see reform of transmission charges before auction round 8, will we?
Even by the standards of the sort of miserablest UK all-comers record SNP, that takes some beating. I think he gets the award, Madam Deputy Speaker. This is a great news story for Scotland, not just Berwick Bank, but in terms of floating wind, and we want to carry on with that progress in ARA.
Henry Tufnell.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a fantastic announcement for Mid and South Pembrokeshire as it enables Wales's first floating offshore wind farm. Can I ask the Secretary of State how he will work with developers to maximise their use of local supply chain so that communities like mine can see the real benefits in terms of jobs and local economic growth?
Can I first congratulate my honourable friend, because he has been an absolutely brilliant champion of this industry, and I am so glad about today's announcement. And he is absolutely right. And I think I do want developers and all of the businesses involved to hear his message and his question loud and clear, which is we want to see this development built in Britain. And it is incredibly important that we work with them, and we will, to make sure that happens.
Tice.
Deputy Speaker, the Secretary of State has inadvertently misled the House. I have gas-fired power plant developers willing to build and operate at last year's price of £79 per megawatt hour. And, Madam Deputy Speaker, will the Secretary of State admit that with inflation, the current bids today are some 25% higher than that £79, and by the time they're actually built, almost 50% higher than £79 per megawatt hour?
With the greatest of respect, I trust our analysts in my department more than I do the honourable gentleman when it comes to arithmetic. And I've got to say to him, as somebody who I think has had an interest in the past in solar panels and all kinds of things, solar panels on roofs, so it's all right for him, but just not for anyone else. That tells us a lot.
Jane Kirkham.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. As co-chair of the Celtic Sea Floating Offshore Wind APPG, I welcome the test and demo model
CFD in the Celtic Sea. It will open the Celtic Sea up to investment. There are other test and demo models in the Celtic Sea. Could I ask the Secretary of State about the role of GB Energy to kickstart these test and demo models as well as supply chains?
My honourable friend makes a really, really important point, and GB Energy has invested in the Pentland project in Scotland. Obviously, they are commercially independent, operationally independent from us, so they make their own decisions. But I think what it shows is that combined with the CFD, GB Energy can play a nurturing role for this technology, and that is incredibly important. It's what they've done in other countries for a long time, and it's now starting to happen here.
Anderson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The price that this has been fixed at today is higher than what gas is with the reduction of carbon tax, or at the average of all of gas of last year. South Shropshire residents' energy bills are going up since the Minister has been Secretary of State. When can he promise that energy bills are going to come down for my constituents?
We're going to be taking £150 off bills in April. But let me refer him to a really important report, Madam Deputy Speaker, if you just allow me, done by the ECIU, the Climate Intelligence Unit, Energy and Climate Intelligence Unit. Because what they show, you see, is that by having renewables on the system, we don't pay for expensive gas, much higher than the average wholesale price. And by not procuring that expensive gas, they believe we've brought down the wholesale price by at least £25 per megawatt hour. It's a really important report. You should read it.
Thank you very much indeed, Madam Deputy Speaker. Well, I very much congratulate my right honourable friend, the Secretary of State, in securing this huge offshore wind investment, which will bring good jobs and opportunities for local businesses to South West Wales, as well as bringing down bills and increasing energy security. But will the Secretary of State liaise with appropriate colleagues to ensure the necessary investment in the port of Port Talbot? And can you give us some sort of indication of the construction time in the Celtic Sea and the proposed delivery time of electricity to the grid?
I can assure my honourable friend, who's a fantastic champion on these issues, that we are very much engaged with Port Talbot and the port on this issue in ABP, because it is incredibly important that we make those investments in the port, and she should sort of watch this space on those issues.
Carla Denyer.
Deputy Speaker, as a former offshore wind engineer, I am delighted that the government has secured record offshore wind capacity. Genuinely well done. But what's even cheaper than renewable energy is the energy you don't have to use because your home is more energy efficient. So the government scrapping an energy efficiency programme last year without announcing what it would be replaced by was less welcome. So could the Secretary of State assure my constituents that when the long-delayed Warm Homes Plan does come out, it will make sure that everyone can have a comfortable, warm, energy-efficient, affordable home?
Well, I'm grateful for her tone, and I'll return the compliment. Thank you for the kind word. I thank her for the kind words about this auction round. And she is absolutely right about the importance of our Warm Homes Plan and investing in energy efficiency. It will be coming very soon, and that's what it will do.
Whereas, Madam Deputy Speaker, very much welcome this news for those of us who believe in a swift transition away from fossil fuels. Can the Secretary of State confirm that coming out of this auction round, supply chain jobs, including those in places like Hale and Falmouth in Cornwall, will remain at the top of the government's agenda?
Yes, and my honourable friend who speaks so well on these issues is absolutely right about this. There's huge opportunities for Cornwall in this area of offshore wind. And look, one of the things that I've been doing in my department is transforming it from simply an energy policy department to an energy policy and industrial policy department, because, Madam Deputy Speaker, this government believes in industrial policy.
Blake Stevenson.
Can the Secretary of State give a clear assurance that not a single offshore wind project procured in this round will be built using technology made by Chinese slaves?
We have certainly not going to be doing that, Madam Deputy Speaker. We want as much as possible of this to be built in Britain.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and can I strongly welcome today's statement from my right honourable friend. The Port of Leith and Edinburgh North and Leith constituency is well placed to support logistics and manufacturing for Berwick Bank, which has been successful today. Will my right honourable friend meet with me to secure every job possible from this investment today?
I look forward to having conversations absolutely with my honourable friend. I think there's huge opportunities for Scotland here, and we intend as a government to maximise them, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Lisa Roberts.
And of course, we welcome the new offshore wind projects in Wales and all the anticipated jobs.
But if only we could guarantee that profits would stay in our communities and that the use of local supply chains was contractually hardwired. So will his government ensure that time is secured for a debate on the Crown Estate Bill so we can discuss how the people of Wales get their fair share of offshore wind profits?
I think securing time in the House is way above my pay grade, Madam Deputy Speaker. But look, let me just say more generally to the Honourable, I promise you it is, let me say more generally to the Honourable Lady, I agree with her, which is, we are looking at the Procurement Act and the way the Procurement Act works. I think making sure that we procure as much of this as we can in the UK is incredibly important, and it's something that's taken seriously right across government.
David Killier.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Congratulate my right honourable friend for securing this, and it's real chutzpah from the opposition, who seem to have forgotten it was them that put the ban on onshore wind. So we need to remember who is in favour of tackling green energy and bringing bills down. But the other side of this, of course, is getting this electricity to constituencies like mine. How is progress on upgrading the grid, and what timelines has he got to make sure that this gets to the people who need it?
I agree with my honourable friend, Madam Deputy Speaker, because the opposition, you know, I'm old enough to remember Boris Johnson, and Boris Johnson used to trumpet the potential of this, the future. He used to talk about it as the future, how it was going to build future jobs. They've abandoned all that. I mean, they're the sort of miserable pessimists about our country. Now, as for my honourable friend's question, I think she's absolutely right about this. And on the grid, she'll welcome this. The NESO have undertaken the biggest overhaul of the grid we've seen in a long time, reordering the queue to make sure we procure the power we need and that it is in the right places, and also that the queue is reordered so we actually give priority to the projects we need.
Rachel Hopkins.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Today's announcement of a record-breaking auction securing over 8 gigawatts of wind power, enough electricity to power over 12 million homes, is clear evidence of this Labour government delivering on our clean power mission. That will help my constituents have lower bills in the future. But does the Secretary of State agree with me that this is good for jobs, is good for growth and good for energy security?
My honourable friend is absolutely right about this, and I do think this point about energy security is absolutely crucial, Madam Deputy Speaker, but because we live in an uncertain world, we need our own homegrown clean energy, and this is what we're doing.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Energy Secretary talked about the clean industry bonus and supply chain opportunities. What commitment will he make that for every tower and turbine that goes up, it is British steel that is being used and Teesside jobs that are being created?
My honourable friend, who I've discussed this with, is absolutely right about this. We want to do everything we can to make sure that we use steel from Britain as part of this process. And look, part of this is about what you legislate for, and part of it is about the conversations you have with the developers to make sure that they do that. I'm setting a very, very clear expectation on this, and I expect developers to do everything they can to meet it.
German.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I warmly welcome not just one but 2 offshore wind projects in Wales, billions of pounds in investment and thousands of new jobs, putting Wales firmly on the map as a clean energy producer. We're delighted to see Allamore in North Wales, and for Clwyd North the benefits are clear. Skilled, well-paid local jobs and a huge boost for local supply chains. Along with new nuclear at Wilver, North Wales is finally getting the clean energy investment it deserves under this Labour government. Can I thank the Secretary of State for this investment in North Wales, and will he join me in meeting apprentices at Coleg Llandrillo already training for these jobs of the future?
Well, I would really like to do that, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Prime Minister and I and the Chancellor and indeed the First Minister of Wales had a fantastic visit to North Wales when we announced our SMRs there, and just the excitement among the people at the college, the students at the college, about the future that we are building was so palpable to see. And I do have to say, that is the difference between this side and that side. You know, we are embracing that future, we are building that future for those young people. They are frankly selling those young people down the river.
Madam Deputy Speaker, can I welcome the investment for Norfolk's Vanguard project, which will play an enormous role, being awarded over a third of total capacity under these contracts. The Secretary of State has spoken about the benefits for jobs. Can he speak specifically about how we will ensure young people at school now and colleges will benefit with the apprenticeships and training in these industries?
My honourable friend makes a really important point, and we're going to be setting up 5 technical excellence colleges in clean energy, and they are incredibly important to help train young people for this clean energy future. There are a huge number of opportunities out there. I think part of it is about the training, part of it is about young people getting to know about these opportunities. I was at an amazing jobs fair in the North East, organised by Kim McGuinness, the Mayor of the North East, which was actually bringing together some of the developers with some of the young people, and the excitement among those young people about this future was so palpable, Madam Deputy Speaker. We need to do more of that.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I want to congratulate my honourable friend for proving that contracts for difference for offshore wind really do work. I'm particularly pleased to hear how much floating wind is in this contract. I know that my honourable friend is always looking to the future, so maybe he can update the House on what his department's doing, looking at emerging offshore technologies like offshore thermal, offshore wave and offshore tidal.
Those are incredibly important technologies, and we need to do more to help bring the costs down of those. Tidal will be in the part of the next part, the next auction pot, but we're continuing to look at those issues about how we can deploy more of them in our country.
Murphy.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I congratulate the Secretary of State and his team on today's announcement, not least because it draws such a stark contrast. Whereas he has announced the largest ever offshore wind auction in history, one of his predecessors came to this House to announce the largest ever energy subsidy bill money from the government to households in history. That was the words from the then government's press release. £40 billion. That was necessary, but it was as a result of their failure to secure our energy supply, which cost our households thousands and the taxpayers billions. Can he confirm that this announcement will both secure our energy future, but also ensure such a catastrophic failure can never happen again?
Your friend speaks so well on these issues, and he's so right. This is about energy sovereignty. This is about our security as a country, and that's why it's so regrettable, because when they were in government, at least under Boris Johnson, the government seemed to understand this, that this is about it is, of course, it's about the climate crisis, and of course it's about good jobs, and it is indeed about lower bills, but it is about security. And in an uncertain, dangerous world, it is about security. They are, frankly, surrendering our security, and it is incredibly dangerous what they're proposing.
Alistair Strathern.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I thank the Climate Secretary, the Energy Secretary, for the leadership he's shown in this record-breaking step forward for renewable power, which I think underlines our commitment to delivering the clean, secure energy our country is crying out for. It's important to note the scale of energy secured as part of this at 40% lower than new gas. It was only possible because of reforms to the auction market design. We didn't tolerate the mechanisms that had failed under the last government. We innovated to deliver better value. But can I ask the Energy Secretary to make sure we do not rest on our laurels and continue to innovate in auction design to make sure we're getting the best possible value for money and the biggest possible capacity outcomes from future auctions too?
My honourable friend speaks very knowledgeably on these issues, and he's absolutely right. We actually changed the auction design not just to be able to see the so-called bid stack, which they couldn't under the previous regime, but also to allow more projects in to increase the competitive tension to get a better deal for the bill payer and indeed the taxpayer. He is absolutely right. We should keep innovating both for fixed technology and other technologies in order to maximise value for money and indeed deployment.
I hope it's been worth the wait. Dr. Jewinson.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Look, affordability is the biggest issue facing our country. Climate change is the biggest issue facing our planet. That's why today's announcement is such good news. Wind power, 40% cheaper than natural gas. Now, bizarrely, Reform called this lunacy. Now, the Shadow Minister used to agree with us and she used to support the Climate Change Act, but now, of course, she agrees with Reform. So does the Minister believe that the Shadow Minister may be planning to join the best and the brightest of her former colleagues and become defector number 21?
I will. It was worth waiting for. I will let the Right Honourable Lady speculate on her own future and whether she's going to join another political party. But I do think it's sad. In all seriousness, I do think it's sad, Madam Deputy Speaker, because the truth is that we used to pride ourselves as a country on competing to succeed when it came to building our clean energy future between political parties. And I think it is deeply regrettable. There are many sensible voices on the Conservative side who shake their heads when I talk to them about the direction that the party has taken. Fundamentally, my honourable friend is right, which is that the affordability, this is central to tackling the affordability crisis, central to tackling the climate crisis in our country, and central to giving us energy security.
Well, we got through that in 18 minutes instead of much faster than we hoped, so well done to everybody. A point of order, Alicia Kearns.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. On a point of order, I attempted today to submit a written question, to MHCOG regarding the unredacted plans for the proposed new Chinese Communist Party embassy in London. The table office, however, told me that they refused to table it on the grounds that the government has effectively issued a block, refusing to answer any questions related to the proposal in any way. Now, this, of course, follows yesterday the urgent question where the government refused to put up a Home Office minister, despite the question being about national security. So please may I seek your advice. How is the government able to block making answers to any questions on a matter of such national importance, and how do we get the answers we deserve if we can't in the chamber or now in written questions?
I thank the honourable member for raising her point of order. Responses to questions are, of course, a matter for the government rather than the chair, but Erskine May, paragraph 22.19 states that questions for written answers are not in order which renew or repeat in substance questions already answered or to which an answer has been refused in that session of Parliament. If the government has refused to answer questions on a specific matter, further questions would therefore not be in order. However, that may not be the case in this incident. I would suggest she seeks further advice from the table office on what other routes are open to her to pursue her concerns, and the government whips are acknowledging that this is something, no doubt, that they will continue in their conversations as well.
Speaker. Thank you. I wish to raise a point of order in relation to the Public Office Accountability Bill. The House will be aware that we've already seen the chaotic last-minute pulling of that bill, but we were due to consider today, moved to next week. The House will also know the convention is that the government lays its own amendments ahead of opposition amendments to give us time to consider them. The government pledged to make us aware of the amendments today before the House rises, so we would have at least an hour perhaps to consider what we might put, and we are still no further ahead with seeing what the government wishes to amend. On top of that, we were offered a Privy Council a briefing on Privy Council terms that myself and a colleague attended, which was cancelled at the last minute. The handling of this bill, which is related to matters of national security, is chaotic. How can we ensure the House is in a position to lay amendments that respond to the government's own amendments?
I thank the honourable member for his point of order, which the front bench will no doubt have heard. The amendments will be available for members in the usual way after the deadline for tabling has passed. And I think he accepts that tabling hasn't yet passed. And no doubt he's got his points on the record, and discussions between the front benches is not a matter for the chair. Shuffle over. Of Bill. Helen Morgan.
Hospitals, Accident and Emergency Bill.
Second reading what day?
Friday the 23rd of January.
Friday the 23rd of January. We now come to the 10-minute rule motion. Banks, financial exclusion and access to finance. Gareth Thomas.
Deputy Speaker, I beg to move Banks, Financial Exclusion and Access to Finance Bill. A bill to require banks to measure and disclose their performance in reducing financial exclusion, including exclusion from affordable credit, and in improving access to finance for small and medium-sized businesses, to establish a system for rating banks according to that performance, to require banks to cooperate with credit unions and community development finance institutions to address financial exclusion and improve access to finance for small and medium-sized businesses and for connected purposes. At the outset, I should declare that I'm a member of the M for Money credit union. Madam Deputy Speaker, Dal Dillon is a great Coventry entrepreneur. He runs Dillon's Brewery, the Spire Bar and the Sky Blue Tavern, which together are helping to fire up Frank Lampard's growing army of Coventry fans as they push for the holy grail of Premier League promotion. Like many growing businesses, when they wanted to expand, they hit a stumbling block, accessing affordable finance. Their application was rejected by a mainstream bank, so Coventry and Warwickshire Reinvestment Trust, CWRT, a community development finance institution, a CDFI or community bank, stepped in. They're not for profit. They're accredited by the Financial Conduct Authority, they're community focused, and they take the time to understand the entrepreneur, their business and their ambitions. In essence, they are a proper community bank. Since 2010, CWRT has loaned over £37 million helping SMEs overlooked by traditional lenders in their communities to start up, to grow and to thrive. Thousands of small and medium-sized businesses, sadly, are locked out of access to affordable credit at the moment. In short, they can't get fair banking. This holds back too many people in too many communities from turning strong ideas for new inventions or new services into more jobs, new high street ventures, or just great commercial opportunities. For the entrepreneur who doesn't have a track record or assets, access to business finance and to financial advice is a huge challenge. Indeed, the cost of business finance in the UK is higher than in other comparable countries. In government, senior figures in one bank told me that the typical business client who received personal sit-down financial advice had a trading income of £10 million or more. According to the Federation of Small Businesses, who are concerned about access to the funding their members need and who are supportive of this bill, nearly half of small businesses recently rated the overall availability and affordability of new credit for small businesses as poor. At the same time, millions of people in the UK don't have access to affordable credit when they need it most either. Over 20 million adults are now classified as financially underserved, a 50% rise since 2016. 1 in 3 adults face barriers to mainstream credit, often leaving them without safe or affordable options. 12.5 million people have no savings to fall back on in a crisis, and almost 2 million have turned to illegal lenders in the last 12 months alone. As the team at the excellent London Mutual Credit Union pointed out to me when I visited last week, to not have fair access to affordable credit can mean having to use payday loans, forcing those who can least afford it to put up with higher charges and interest rates, paying a poverty premium. It means it's harder to save, it's more costly to buy key things like a fridge or to repair a broken boiler. In short, it's harder to pay for life's unexpected costs. The financially underserved don't live far away. They're in all our communities. They're among our families, they're our friends, and they're certainly our neighbours. I welcome the work my honourable and right honourable friends on the front bench have put in establishing again a financial inclusion strategy. This bill seeks to build on that good work. We need to go further and faster if the loan sharks are to feel their opportunities are shrinking, if we're to see credit unions doubling in size, and community banks unlocking more of the business ambition in our country, especially in the most economically deprived areas. A Fair Banking Act would require the Financial Conduct Authority to analyse the performance of mainstream banks according to their size on providing equitable access to both credit for individuals and to SMEs. It would create a published rating system that showed which banks were doing well and which less so. Banks could improve their ratings by expanding their own provision of affordable lending to underserved communities and businesses, and also by creating partnerships with community banks, CDFIs. I am not interested in bashing Britain's banks. They are critical to our economic future, huge sources of wealth and jobs for British people and all our communities. But I do think they could do more. There are fair banking requirements in other countries, most notably in the US, where most British banks already operate very comfortably with them. There are, of course, differences between the financial services environment in the US and here in the UK. A UK Fair Banking Act would need to focus here on small business lending and an individual's ability to access affordable credit, and less so on mortgage lending, a key issue in the US. American fair banking requirements mean British banks invest in left-behind communities in the US, investing in and working happily with community banks or CDFIs. Indeed, British banks are amongst the largest investors in US CDFIs. They don't lose money, and there is often joint lending by CDFIs and banks. And they celebrate in the reports they have to publish, for example, their work with women entrepreneurs and with black and ethnic minority businesses. So the question for those British banks is why they won't back such requirements here, why they won't do more with community banks and credit unions in the UK. To be fair, there is some investment in CDFIs from Lloyds and JP Morgan, but it's striking how many other banks invest in CDFIs in the US but don't invest similarly here. Because of the US requirements, British banks are already used to working with the disclosure requirements I envisage in this bill. The majority of the data needed for disclosure requirements under this bill will already be collected by the FCA through, for example, their consumer credit product sales data. So this is not over-regulation. Conservative estimates, with a small c, following detailed research for the Fair Banking campaign, suggest that the requirements in this bill could result, for example, in an increase in the level of annual lending just by CDFIs and credit unions here from an estimated £250 million per year up to £3.3 billion a year, transforming the prospects for thousands of entrepreneurs and financially underserved people in all our communities. There have been some suggestions that the measures in my bill might overlap with existing laws and regulations, including the recent consumer duty. Unfortunately, the consumer duty only applies to people who are customers. So people who apply to banks and are turned down are excluded from this. There are too no mechanisms or metrics currently in place or being proposed on measuring banks' performance on expanding access to affordable credit as a whole. Specifically, there is no current framework for benchmarking banks' actions on providing affordable credit or on working with credit unions and CDFIs. And there is currently no mandate for banks to expand access to affordable credit, and no incentive for them either to work with credit unions and CDFIs to do so. What the widespread exclusion from credit demonstrates is a major market failure, that current measures aren't working, that voluntary measures aren't enough. The measures in my bill would end that failure. Talent, entrepreneurial talent in particular, exists everywhere in the UK. We need to give that talent the chance to flourish, and more affordable sources of credit are key. And no one in crisis should be forced into punishing levels of debt or worse because the mainstream banking sector has locked them out. I am grateful for the support of the Federation of Small Businesses, Small Business Britain, Richard Marshall of Pall Mall Barbers, the Building Societies Association, ABCL, the Co-op Party, Responsible Finance, and the excellent team at Finance Innovation Lab. A Fair Banking Act is a common-sense, proportionate measure which could have transformative benefits for businesses and communities across the UK. And I commend this bill to the House.
Yeah. The question is, does the honourable member have leave to bring in the bill? As many in their opinion say aye? Aye. Contrary no? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Who will prepare and bring in the bill?
Dame Meg Hillier, Sarah Champion, Liam Byrne, Sarah Owen, David Burton-Sampson, Lloyd Hatton, Bill Esserson, Mr Tamanjeet Singh Desai, Nick Smith, Annalise Dodds, John McDonnell and myself.
Gareth Thomas. Nicely done.
Banks, financial exclusion and access to finance bill.
Second reading what day?
27th February.
27th of?
February.
27th of February. We now come to the... If the ministers wish to swap over very quickly. We now come to the general debate on Ukraine. I call the Minister to move the motion. Minister Stephen Doherty.
Well, thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I beg to move the motion in our name. Next month marks 4 years since Russia launched its illegal and barbarous full-scale invasion of Ukraine. But Ukraine has stood strong and we have stood alongside them and will continue to do so. And I am particularly proud that this week also marks 1 year on from our agreement of a crucial 100-year partnership with Ukraine that I know enjoys wide support across the House and that we will be celebrating and taking further forward this week. But this is 4 years, Madam Deputy Speaker, in which the Ukrainian people have stood firm, bravely resisting this assault on their sovereign territory. 4 years of enduring relentless drone and missile strikes that have killed civilians and have torn through homes, infrastructure, hospitals and schools. And like many members across this House, I have been in Kyiv while those attacks have been underway. I've seen the devastation, the damage caused. I've seen the implications for the civilians, the ordinary people of Ukraine who are facing this. I've been in the bunkers where children have to take their lessons because of the attacks. And I've heard the harrowing stories of those who've been abducted and taken by barbarous and illegal Russian action. And just last week, Russia launched 252 drones and 36 missiles at targets across Ukraine. Yet another attack that killed and injured dozens of civilians and left millions without power or heating as temperatures plunged to minus 20 degrees. The attack also included an Oreshnik intermediate-range ballistic missile that struck critical infrastructure near the Polish border. And Russia's use, for the second time, of a hypersonic IRBM in Ukraine, this time close to NATO territory, is a reckless and dangerous escalation. Moscow claims it was responding to an alleged Ukrainian attack on one of Putin's residences, an absolutely baseless allegation, and yet another example of Russia using disinformation to justify its actions. And disinformation is an issue which I was discussing just last week in the Foreign Affairs Committee with members, and an issue which I know many of us take deeply seriously across this House. And I would, as an aside, Madam Deputy Speaker, note the absence yet again of one party in this House. Again, I think we all note that because I think there is a very strong cross-party consensus on this, but there's one party that's missing. And of course, that's a party that has willingly repeated Russian narratives on NATO and on Ukraine, and indeed whose former leader in Wales took bribes from Russia to share their narratives. And they might like this to go away, Madam Deputy Speaker, but it's not just their words, their absence speaks volumes too. And I therefore, and I genuinely do, commend the opposition and indeed the other parties that are present here today, because I think all of us in this House, and I've had many conversations with the members here on many occasions, have stood resolutely, whichever side of the House we've been on, with Ukraine since the start of this conflict. And that very much, I think, represents where the British people are, where British people stand in relation to this illegal and barbarous aggression in our continent. We know too from our own history what that can mean, and we will continue to stand. And I'm proud of the constituency, my own constituency, and indeed in all of our constituencies, who continue to support Ukrainians here in the UK and continue to stand with Ukraine in their fight against Russia. And of course, Madam Deputy Speaker, Russia's barbaric actions come against the backdrop of US-led peace negotiations. Time and again, Ukraine has shown that it is the party of peace. And just last week, President Zelensky came together with world leaders and the United States in Paris to discuss next steps. And we welcome the significant progress that has been made and the work of President Trump and many others in taking that forward. And alongside France, the UK has led the coalition of the willing, carrying out detailed military planning on the security guarantees which are needed to ensure against future Russian aggression in the event of a peace settlement. And in Paris, at the largest meeting yet of the coalition, my right honourable friend, the Prime Minister, joined President Macron and President Zelensky to sign a declaration of intent. And that declaration confirms that in the event of a peace deal, the UK and France would deploy forces to Ukraine. It paves the way for a legal framework under which British, French and partner forces could operate on Ukrainian soil, securing its skies and its seas and regenerating its armed forces for the future. And as my honourable friend the Prime Minister has said, if British troops were to deploy under this agreement, the matter would come before this House for a debate and a vote. And the Paris Declaration, agreed with US and coalition partners, sets out the security guarantees to be activated once a ceasefire takes effect. I can see, I'll happily give way.
And I've previously suggested that to have an occupied eastern part of Ukraine under Russian control, whilst the western part of unoccupied Ukraine were left as a military vacuum, would be a recipe for disaster. However, it is of concern that the alliance that stood firm at the end of World War II to ensure that West Germany did not get encroached upon by Soviet forces from the east is not still in being as far as Ukraine is concerned because of the ambiguous attitude of President Trump. Has the Minister a view on why President Trump is so clear when it comes to dictatorship and aggression by Iran, and yet has such a strangely different view when it applies to the same two features of Russian behaviour?
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, I have huge respect for the right honourable gentleman, as he knows. I would gently disagree with his suggestion. I think President Trump's leadership and indeed the very important discussions that took place in Paris with the United States and indeed other coalition partners sets out very clearly how security guarantees would be activated, and there have been very important steps taken. And of course, more broadly, I am proud that we continue to stand with the United States in NATO. Our commitment to Article 5, our commitment to defending the security of the alliance is absolutely crucial to our security, indeed all of us in the alliance. We, of course, support all the progress towards a just and lasting peace, but it is crucial, Madam Deputy Speaker, that we keep Ukraine in the fight. We all know that its armed forces are fighting heroically and with great determination, and indeed I, like many of you, will have met those who have served on the front lines in Ukraine and the extraordinary bravery and fortitude that they show. But of course, we must recognise they are under immense pressure, and therefore we need to get them the support that they need to defend themselves, and of course ensure they have support into the future. I'll happily give way.
Thank you. I thank the Minister for giving way. Today, the NATO Parliamentary Assembly have been given an open letter from the chairman of the Ukrainian Parliament, who's been here, Russian Stefan Vanchuk, who I've met a few times. He's urging for immediate delivery of air defence and air-to-air missiles. They are in desperate need of it. He's asked all NATO members to speed this delivery up as fast as possible.
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, I thank the honourable and gallant gentleman for his comments on this and for sharing what the Speaker of the Rada has said. I've too met with him in the past, and he's a remarkable individual, as indeed are all of those Ukrainian MPs who we've all met, who stood to defend their parliament at the most difficult times back at the time of the original invasion. But he raises important points. These are all matters which the Secretary of State for Defence and my colleague to my left and others are looking at. We are looking very much at all of the immediate needs, and of course we stand ready to support Ukraine wherever we can. And indeed, that is why we have led the 50-nation Ukraine Defence Contact Group alongside Germany. We secured 50 billion in military aid pledges last year, and why we're also going further. We've developed an advanced air defence interceptor drone, Project Octopus, to be mass-produced in the UK. We're also developing a new long-range ballistic missile to boost Ukraine's firepower and defend against Putin's war machine, and also why we continue to lead not only in supporting Ukraine ourselves, but also in galvanising other partners to maintain that support. I was meeting with my good colleague from Portugal this morning, discussing the contribution Portugal has made, and indeed many countries, large and small across Europe, have stepped up. And I think it's important to acknowledge, Madam Deputy Speaker, that European partners increased aid by more than 50% in 2025 compared with the year before. And indeed, in December, as colleagues will know, the European Council agreed a €90 billion loan to help meet Ukraine's needs. And we, of course, are also providing up to €4.1 billion in support through a World Bank loan guarantee that runs until 2027. But of course, it's not just the support that we need to provide Ukraine militarily now and into the future so that they can defend against and deter against future threats in the event of a settlement, but we must also ratchet up the pressure on Putin to de-escalate the war and engage in meaningful negotiations and come to the table. This government, I am proud to say, has sanctioned over 900 individuals, entities and ships under the UK's Russia sanctions regime, including Russia's largest oil companies and 520 oil tankers. And last week, as colleagues will know, the UK supported the United States in intercepting the sanctioned vessel Bella 1 in the North Atlantic as it's made its way to Russia. And we are working with international partners on further measures to tackle the shadow fleet. These include additional sanctions, steps to discourage third countries from engaging with the fleet, increased information sharing, and readiness to use regulatory and interdiction powers. By choking off Russia's oil revenues and squeezing its war economy, we are showing Putin he cannot outlast us. Our sanctions are biting hard. There is clear evidence for their impact. Russia's oil export revenues are at a 4-year low, and we are preparing to implement further significant sanctions this year, which have been announced, including bans on importing refined oil of Russian origin and a maritime service ban on Russian liquefied natural gas, which I know a number of members have rightly called for over the past months. And as a result of our actions and those of our partners, Russia's economy is now in its worst position since the full-scale invasion began. And we are also taking crucial steps to stop the third country circumvention of sanctions, and whether that is intercepting crypto networks that are flooding resource into Russia, whether it's components and others on critical lists that they might might be using in drones, whether it's in those energy revenues that they're generating. We will not cease till we find every way in which Putin is attempting to circumvent our regimes. And I'm proud to work closely with colleagues across government on this in different departments, but also crucially with European, United States and other partners. It is having a tangible impact, and it is as crucial as the direct support that we provide. I will happily give way.
Grateful to the right honourable gentleman, and I agree with him that the foreign exchange earnings of the Russian economy have been very badly damaged by the sanctions. But we also are now coming to the conclusion, are we not, that it is legal for Western powers to intervene on the fake flag fleet, the shadow fleet, as we saw last week. What plans have the government got, and of our allies, to make the whole business of exporting Russian oil and gas far more risky than it already is by a large-scale interception of the shadow fleet?
Well, he will note I chose my words carefully about future actions. I'm obviously not going to go into specifics, but let me just say this. We know what Putin is doing. We know where he's taking things, and we know what is happening, and we won't hesitate to act lawfully where we can to choke off those revenues that are going through to fuel that war against Ukraine. And let's remember that's exactly what it is doing. So let that be a warning, because we will not hesitate to use the powers that we have, of course, lawfully, wherever we can. I'll happily give way again.
I do thank for the second intervention. I was recently on a trip to South Korea, cross-party with NATO in December, where we heard across government they have changed their position on Russia, and they are now looking to open plants in Russia, and they spouted the NATO line, the Russian lines against NATO. I have fed this into government, but we have recently signed a huge trade deal with South Korea. Is this a concern within government of people we're trading with are now shifting position on Russia?
Well, look, we continue to work with all partners around the world and engage with them and make sure that the reality of any loopholes, any routes that could be supporting that war. Of course, I would note, as we all know, that of course DPRK troops were brought in by Russia to fight, and of course we continue to work with all partners to identify ways. And of course, often there are entities and individuals operating within countries, and we try and bring those to the attention of the authorities in partners and friends to take action. But if necessary, we won't hesitate to sanction and take actions where appropriate. I would turn, Madam Deputy Speaker, also to crucially the issue of accountability, because we are working closely with Ukraine and its allies to hold Russia accountable for its heinous crimes in Ukraine. We are a founding member and chair of the Conference of Participants of the Register of Damage, which allows Ukrainians to record losses, injury or damage caused by the war. And in December, I was proud to visit The Hague to sign the convention on behalf of the UK to establish an international claims commission, which will assess claims under the Register of Damage to determine future compensation. We're also supporting the Office of the Prosecutor General of Ukraine and indeed the International Criminal Court to ensure that allegations of war crimes are fully and fairly investigated by independent and robust legal mechanisms. Of course, we also know, and I mentioned this, Madam Deputy Speaker, that tens of thousands of boys and girls have been snatched from their families, deported and indoctrinated by Russia. We are clear this is a campaign to erase a nation's future. We cannot allow that to happen. So we are backing efforts, crucial efforts, to bring those children home, to identify them and to work with other partners in that regard. And we've committed more than 2.8 million to help trace and return them, and welcome all that colleagues have been doing on this issue to raise that awareness globally. I'll happily give way.
Thank you. I thank the Minister for giving way. Last year, I moved my constituency office into a building called Bosnia House. Bosnia House was a former police station taken over by Anis Kerik and his organisation, who's the CEO for the Bosnia UK network. They support all communities, including Ukrainians, Syrians and Bosnians. My appeal is that we've got such facilities that are operating not only in my constituency but across the country, and more support and help needs to be provided so we make sure that the Ukrainians that come to settle into this country are fully supported and helped, because not only are they given the help and support to integrate, but with the how they can achieve a better life in this country, but also integrate with the other communities that also exist. So any support and help that can be done in terms of sanctions and the money that can be drawn upon that would be most gratefully if they can be specifically targeted to these individuals, organisations, so they can help the organisations.
Well, I thank Honourable Friend for making that point, and he's right to point to the contribution of so many different organisations across the country that have reached out to support Ukrainian communities. I've certainly seen that in Cardiff directly, some fantastic groups who've done so, and I know that's reflected indeed in his constituency too. And I think actually there is a strong heritage in this country of organisations and individuals who previously themselves fled conflict, working to support others who've done the same, and I've seen that repeatedly through many different groups. So I pay tribute to all of them, and indeed I pay tribute to all of the people up and down Britain who brought in Ukrainians to their homes and have supported efforts in many other ways. I'll happily give way.
I thank the Minister for giving way. Whilst we're on the subject of Russian war crimes, we obviously know that James Scott Rees-Anderson was one of the only Britons to have been captured by the Russians. He was tried, and I know that the Foreign Office believes that was on false charges. He was charged with being part of a terrorist group and illegally entering Russia, was sentenced to his first 5 years in a Russian prison, and then would be transferred to a Russian penal colony rather than being treated under the Geneva Convention. I wonder if the Minister could give an update on what progress has been made in securing his release.
Minister.
Well, I can assure him, as he's aware, we are well aware of the number of cases. Of course, Russia has obligations under the Geneva Conventions. We expect those to be upheld. We regularly raise these cases at the appropriate levels. I'm happy to talk to him separately about the specific case that he mentions, but he can be assured that I'm well aware of it, as I am of a number of the other cases. But we're very clear that international law must be upheld, and these are the basic principles of treatment of prisoners of war, of that situation involving children, which I think actually also get to the heart of just the nature of what the Russian regime has been doing and the steps that which they're willing to go to. So we urge the upholding of those commitments that we're all signed up to of basic decency and treatment of individuals. We, of course, are also standing with Ukrainian people on the ground in their hour of need. We've provided more than 577 million in humanitarian support for vulnerable citizens since the invasion began, including those forced to flee their homes. And this year, we will spend up to 100 million on this support, including helping families through this harsh winter. And we've upped our support when it comes to energy, and particularly in response to the attacks that we're seeing regularly. A lot of the work we're doing is helping mitigate, but of course, the scale of those attacks on energy infrastructure are severe, and they're having a daily impact, as you can see from the media reporting and of course from what we know from the ground. We have no firmer friend for Ukraine than the UK, and indeed our commitment runs deep. And I mentioned the crucial 100-year partnership that the Prime Minister signed with President Zelensky in Kiev, and that's an agreement that has enhanced cooperation across defence and security, science, trade and culture, and I'll happily give way.
Could I thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Could I thank the Minister for his update, and in particular for the in-depth overview that he's giving us this afternoon. Further to the point from my honourable friend from Birmingham, I would appreciate an update on the work that he's doing to support families in this country. Could I commend the work of the Ukrainian Community Centre in Reading to him, where there is a Ukrainian language library. It's one of a very few in the south of England. We have visitors coming from West London and Oxford to use it. It's very important for families to be able to maintain their native language and for children to retain their culture at this very difficult time. And I wonder if you wanted to say a few words about the importance of that form of domestic support.
My honourable friend makes a hugely important point, and indeed a similar initiative in my own constituency I've seen of a Ukrainian language library, and I think it is absolutely crucial that that support is given, not only because it's the right thing to do for those young people and enables them to retain that connection with their culture, their heritage, their language, but also because, again, it stands in stark contrast to the attempts by Putin to wipe out that language, that culture, that history, that heritage that he's showing, not only by the abduction of children, by these continued attacks. And I think one of my most moving moments for me on one of my visits to Kiev was being in a bunker under one of the schools and just seeing the remarkable fortitude and resilience of young people and their teachers in the face of that attempt of Russia, not only to physically destroy their lives, but also to attempt to psychologically destroy their lives. But they stand firm and resilient just as other Ukrainians do, and I think that should be a lesson to all of us. And of course, that's why under the 100-year partnership we also have, as well as joint development of drone and defence technology and looking at trading links and digital connection and other matters. We also have important school twinning programmes, and all of those things collectively, I think, will deliver long-term economic growth and security for both the UK and Ukraine and strengthen ties between our nations. So let me finish, Madam Deputy Speaker, because I know there are many contributions that members want to make, by saying this. The UK's support for Ukraine is ironclad. Their security is our security. We fully support US-led efforts to secure a just and lasting peace. We've also said repeatedly only the Ukrainian people can decide their future. We remain committed to the principle that international borders must never be changed by force, and any deal must guarantee Ukraine's sovereignty and security into the future, and indeed Europe's and indeed the United Kingdom's security into the future. And in the meantime, we will not hesitate to keep supporting Ukraine, ensure it has the military equipment to defend itself, sustain that economic pressure on Putin to cut off the revenues funding that barbaric war, and to ensure accountability for the appalling scenes of destruction and devastation that we have seen, whether those are on children, whether those are on infrastructure, whether those are against the whole nation of Ukraine itself. Slava Ukraini.
The question is that this House has considered the situation in Ukraine. I call the Shadow Minister, Andrew Rosendale.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. We are at a crucial juncture in this conflict, and the stakes could not be higher. It has been nearly 4 years since Vladimir Putin invaded Ukraine, a period of time nearly that of the duration of the First World War, with many of those same horrors that our soldiers witnessed in those days. Trench warfare, a war of attrition, being witnessed today by a generation of young Ukrainians and Russians who are being decimated in their hundreds of thousands. We have also tragically seen the horrific mass deportation of 20,000 Ukrainian children. Madam Deputy Speaker, this is nothing short of a war crime. Make no mistake, on the line is sovereignty and territorial integrity of Ukraine. The freedom and democracy enjoyed by its people, and also the entire security architecture of the West, is at stake. The threat is especially acute in the eastern flank, for countries like Moldova and in the Black Sea. But this reaches far beyond the region. It is, Madam Deputy Speaker, about the security of all of us. European countries are already having to protect their borders from malign Russian activity. We have had to do so for years and will continue to do so. But 2025, I felt, looked like a real turning point. Just look at what has been happening in Poland. Whether that's Russian drones, incursions or railway sabotage, Romania and Estonia have both had their airspace outrageously violated by Russia, and the Royal Navy has had to be activated to intercept Russian ships, including Yantar, and we all know the real purpose of that ship. Russia is already waging a sophisticated, hybrid and subconventional campaign against us. The reality is that we must be prepared for sustained tension with Russia for many years to come. But the outcome of the war in Ukraine is central to whether that threat is checked or emboldened. And this extends beyond that of just Russia. The fact that Putin is now reliant on North Korean personnel and ammunition should shame him, but it should also warn us. The war has become a testing ground for an authoritarian axis that will not stop at Ukraine if it is allowed to succeed. And so, Madam Deputy Speaker, all of us want to see this war end. It is unjust, unprovoked, and entirely of Putin's making. It is therefore of no surprise that Putin appears completely insincere about wanting to reach a genuine ceasefire. We understand that initiatives to end this war, led by the United States of America, are progressing, at least at least on the Ukrainian side, and it would be helpful to hear from the Minister in the wind-up his latest assessment of those talks and their direction of travel. It is also important to recognise where responsibility lies. Time and again, Ukraine has showed a willingness to engage in discussions aimed at ending the conflict. Russia, by contrast, has repeatedly demonstrated a lack of seriousness and sincerity. If ceasefire proposals are rejected or negotiations undermined, the obstacle to peace lies not in Kyiv nor among Ukraine's friend, but, Madam Deputy Speaker, firmly in Moscow. One principle must remain non-negotiable, that the Ukrainian people must be sovereign in their own land. They have paid in blood to defend themselves and their homeland, and decisions about their future, their borders, and their security arrangements must be made by Ukraine and Ukraine alone. No peace imposed from outside will endure, and no settlement that ignores the will of the Ukrainian people can be sustainable. And as we have done throughout history, Britain must continue to show international leadership in defending that principle. And so I would welcome an update from the Minister on what the UK is doing diplomatically to that end. What is crucial is that we achieve a just and lasting peace. Putin cannot emerge strengthened from a potential settlement. We cannot give in to him because the lesson of the last 20 years is that he always comes back for more, with a persistent desire to exert control over neighbouring states and to challenge the post-Cold War settlement in Europe. And it is clear that he has, in the KGB playbook, out right now with the statecraft he is using, Putin has not abandoned his territorial ambitions. He wants to subjugate Ukraine, lock, stock and barrel. And so, Madam Deputy Speaker, a lasting peace is not about conceding to aggression. Territorial concessions would mean rewarding Putin's barbaric attacks on the Ukrainian people. Britain must lead the way again on sanctions and keep tightening the screws on Putin's war machine. Moscow should be denied safe harbours for its tankers and profits, and the EU should step up and ban Russian oil and gas sooner than it currently plans to do in 2027. So, can the Minister confirm whether he has been pressing his EU counterparts in the European Union and European capitals to do exactly that? The Atlantic Alliance must lead a new pincer movement to further constrain Russia's energy revenues and stop Putin getting his hands on military equipment. The issue with Russian oil persists. Countries are allowing the purchase and whitewashing of Russian oil on their watch. We know the businesses, refineries and individuals who are profiting from Russian energy exports. So, does the government plan to take further action against those enablers? On sovereign Russian assets, it is clear we need to go a lot further. We welcome the 2.26 billion loan made by the UK to Ukraine off the back of the profits from immobilised Russian sovereign assets. But the government cannot view this as the end of the road. Instead, ministers need to be working around the clock, including with the City of London and our allies, to find innovative and workable legal solutions that allow us to go even further and drive other G7 and European states to do the same. So, what is the current status of talks with the EU, the United States and the G7 partners? And specifically, what recent discussions has the Minister had with his Belgian counterpart? What is the UK doing to help move things along? And does the Minister agree that when those sanctioned assets are mobilised, they should not be just for the reconstruction of Ukraine, but also to support the Ukrainian people as fast as possible? And so, Madam Deputy Speaker, for all the talk of negotiations, we must not lose sight of the fact that we and our allies combined GDP colossally outweighs Russia's, and that we need to be leveraging this in every right way. We need to ramp up our defence industrial base now for the long term, because we know that Russia, sustaining its war economy, will come at an enormous price to them, whilst it is already reeling from sanctions with interest rates at high levels, not seen in decades, and with welfare payments having to be slashed in Russia. Last week we learned that the government's vision for British troops on the ground in Ukraine should happen if a peace agreement is agreed. So this deployment of British troops is, I believe, one of the most serious decisions a government and a parliament could ever take. So there are a number of vital details that I believe we need to understand about what exactly the government plans are for any future deployment. These include the rules of engagement, troop numbers, how rotations could work, the composition of the force, whether any British soldiers will be actively involved in policing and patrolling of any border or demilitarised zone, and what air and naval assets would be provided as part of any multinational force for Ukraine. The British people will expect answers to these vital questions before we consider sending our boys out to a conflict zone, potentially risking the lives of courageous British servicemen and women. The government must also confirm the contributions of other countries and the nature of any security guarantees, particularly with regard to the United States and indeed Germany. We also need ministers to confirm whether soldiers operating in Ukraine will be subject to the European Convention on Human Rights during any deployment. I would also be grateful if the Minister could clarify which government budget such operation will be funded from, and does he agree that this underscores the imperative of spending 3% of GDP on defence by the end of this Parliament? Her Majesty's opposition have called for this, and I hope the government will do the same. Kicking the can into the next decade with no roadmap is simply not going to cut it in the world we currently live in. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, we must do everything in our power to deter another invasion of this kind to any other country. And in principle, Britain must be involved in any and every effort to provide deterrence against such aggression in the future. But two things are also critical in the immediate term. First, that Ukraine continues to receive the military aid it needs to fight back against Russia's increasingly savage war, and that Putin's ability to wage this war is further undermined, for example, through biting new sanctions. Second, that any initiatives to secure an end to the conflict deliver peace on the terms of the Ukrainian people and with the involvement of Ukraine. We cannot allow Putin to be strengthened. And so can the Minister also provide an update on how the UK is ensuring Ukraine is able to meet the increasingly savage tactics being used by Russia? And so to conclude, Madam Deputy Speaker, in the early days of the war, the previous Conservative government played a pivotal role in coming to the aid of the Ukrainian people. Just as Margaret Thatcher stood up to the threat of Soviet domination in Eastern Europe and fought for their freedom and their democracy, ultimately leading to the fall of the Berlin Wall and the breakup of the Soviet Union, my party led at the outset of this invasion and continues to stand with the Ukrainian people. As usual, Madam Deputy Speaker, it was British leadership that set the direction of travel for many European countries. It was the British people who provided approximately £12 billion in overall support, including military and humanitarian aid. And with our allies, it was Britain that imposed the largest and most severe set of sanctions that Russia had ever seen to cripple Putin's war machine. It was indeed Britain that hosted the Ukraine Recovery Conference in 2023, raising billions for Ukraine's recovery and reconstruction. And it was Britain that established Operation Interflux, which has now trained over 50,000 Ukrainian recruits on British soil since the illegal invasion of 2022. When freedom is threatened, Britain stands resolute. Today, we feel as passionately as we did 4 years ago about defending and restoring the freedom that the Ukrainian people earned back in 1991. Long has Britain stood for the cause of freedom, and long may that continue.
Dame Emily Thornbury.
Thank you very much. I've been complaining at home recently because the heating broke down, and I just felt as it wasn't being taken seriously by the other half. And it was -1. I was really cold, and I had been moaning about it for a week. And then it was pointed out to me the obvious, which is right now in Ukraine, in Kyiv, it's -12. It feels like -16, and overnight it will be. In fact, it'll be -17. And what I've now done on my phone to stop myself moaning is I have London's temperature, but I also have Kyiv's. And I just keep remembering that actually in Kyiv there are ordinary men and women who are having to battle against the cold, and their infrastructure is being deliberately attacked by Putin in order to try to undermine their morale. What happened on Monday night? On Monday night, there were 293 drones and 18 missiles in a bombardment. Air defences shot down 240 and 7 missiles, but there was damage to critical infrastructure, civilian infrastructure in Kyiv, across Zaporizhzhia, Odessa, Sumy, Kharkov, and Donetsk. There are several 100,000 households without any power now, without any heating. There are tower blocks, 500 high-rise tower blocks, where they're really cold. They have acute shortages of electricity, and they're doing it on purpose. The Russians are doing it on purpose. And this is not proper warfare. You are not, you just feel this is such a basic thing. You are not supposed to target civilians when you are at war. It is against the law. When you are at war, you are at war. Go for the combatants, don't go for the children. Don't go for the nursery schools. Don't go for the housing estates. Don't bomb blocks of flats. This is not right. It is not proper. It is illegal. It is immoral. It is wrong. The effect on the people, though, is, and of course they're exhausted. They're about to hit the 4th year of being at war with Russia. But what is so amazing, and what has absolutely hit me in the heart when I've talked to Ukrainians, is the strength, the focus, the fortitude, the bravery of these people. How they are absolutely determined to keep their country Ukrainian, and they are not going to allow the Russians to win, no matter how hard it is, no matter how cold it is, no matter how many people are lost. They are going to continue to fight, and they stand resolute. We stand with these brave people. We have had in the Foreign Affairs Committee the honour of not only visiting Ukraine, but also of having a number of meetings with the Ukrainian Foreign Affairs Committee. And they varied over the years. And the most recent one, only the chair, only the chair was the only person we could see. The other people, I sort of joked about it to start with. I was going, oh, they ought to turn the lights on. Oh, what an idiot. They don't have any lights. They don't have any lights. They don't have any power. What they were doing was they were talking to us from their cars, because they could put the heating on the car, and then they could put on a light in their car, and they could talk to us that way. And that was how we had a meeting with the Foreign Affairs Committee. But they showed up, and they told us what they had to say. We stand with Ukraine. This bravery. And there are many things that we can do. So I'm really encouraged to hear that we are we are really bolstering the work that we need to do when it comes to the shadow fleet. I mean, if anybody doesn't understand, the shadow fleet is this. They are a fleet of ageing ships, of obscure ownership, who are uninsured and often environmentally unsound, and they are being used to transport sanctioned Russian oil products in order to be able to get around the oil price cap. And I mean, I hope that what we will find is that we are able to find legal grounds for deploying military assets against the shadow fleets under the Sanctions and Money Laundering Act, and we will be able to look at, we will be able to do insurance spot checks on false flag ships. False flag ships are ships, some of which have been expelled by the countries that they use to wave a flag and claim they come from that country. Some of these countries don't even have a shipping register, and yet they still claim that they belong to those. But if they're not insured, we can really take action, and I'm glad to hear that we are going to step that up. That sort of sanction busting has got to stop.
On that point, will the round roll?
Of course I will. Right.
I thank my right honourable friend for giving way. On the topic of the shadow fleet, just earlier today, 2 shadow tankers from the fleet were scheduled to be going through the channel. And the shadow fleet exists solely to keep money flowing to the Kremlin, threatening also maritime safety and environmental security. So does my right honourable friend agree with me that there are also other aspects that are relevant to this debate that the UK government should be mindful of as we continue to pursue the shadow fleet that allows Putin to wage his unwarranted, unlawful invasion of Ukraine?
Yeah, I mean, I agree completely, and I think we need to be as creative as we possibly can when it comes to this, and I think there is always more that we can do, and the Foreign Affairs Committee and many of the talented members on it are always here to give as many suggestions as the government wishes to hear. But one of the things that does worry me when it comes to sanctions, given that it's all very well having creative ways in which we can put down sanctions, but they are only as good as their enforcement. Yeah. And I am concerned at times when pushing the government on exactly how much effort they're putting into enforcement and how much investment is going into enforcement. My concern is that although they may sometimes look good on paper, I am always concerned that there may be things that are slipping through the net, and we need to make sure that what we say, we mean, and we do it. Let me move on briefly to a couple of other issues that I would like to cover. The first is that of course, although there is a hot war going on in Ukraine, and that is one war which is going on in Europe, we are all agreed that Europe is also at war with Russia on another basis, and that is the new warfare, the hybrid warfare, the sort of warfare that is more difficult to be able to identify, and whether that's sabotage, or whether they are subjecting us to cyber attacks or to mis and disinformation. We are at war with Russia, and they are trying to undermine our democracies and undermine our countries, and nowhere as clearly as around the Black Sea, where around the Black Sea, which is of course of huge strategic importance to Russia. And if you think about the countries around the Black Sea, Bulgaria, Romania, Moldova, Ukraine, Georgia, they have all been subjected to a level of hybrid warfare which we need to look at, not just because we need to be there and to be of assistance to those countries because we are all in it together, but also because it is a portent of what could happen to us. So it is right to describe Moldova, and we heard yesterday from the committee from Anna Ravenko about the ongoing hybrid warfare that Moldova is subjected to. It is at the forefront of hybrid warfare. It has cyber attacks, illicit financing schemes, prolific information manipulation campaigns, political rhetoric espoused by Kremlin-linked actors. Now, there may be some of us sitting here thinking, well, we already have some of that. In fact, we probably have all of that. But we only have that at a low level. But we're heading for elections, and elections are always a time when a democracy is at its most vulnerable. We must not be complacent. I fear that sometimes we are. We are a great democracy. We've been going for a long time. We think, I'll be fine. Because, of course, we're an island. If we were Finland and had Russia right on our border, we'd have a very different attitude. But in modern times, it doesn't matter whether you have a land border or not. They can still try and influence your democracy by undermining you particularly. And I think it is clear, if we open our eyes, we can see there is ongoing disinformation that is trying to undermine our democracy right now. And the problem is the public are not alive to it. And the last thing anybody ever wants to admit is that they have been lied to and they've fallen for it, and trying to explain to them afterwards that they've done that is just impossible. But we need to make sure that we are countering it right now. Because I'm telling you, as far as the Russians are concerned, we are, as Europe is, when it comes to Europe, we are a number one enemy. We are absolutely, when you look at their rhetoric and the sort of things that they say about us, it is absolutely Britain who they loathe more than practically any other country. I'm proud of that. But I think that we need to be mindful of what it means for our country. They believe that we are responsible for triggering the Second World War, that we are responsible for triggering many subsequent conflicts. In today's context, this is projected onto the war in Ukraine, where Britain is portrayed not merely as a supporter of Kyiv, but as the architect and the main driver of the conflict. You listen to some of the things which their Secret Service have been saying about us openly. It's as if everything that's happening in Ukraine is down to us. I wish it was. But I fear that the rhetoric is definitely against us. They advance this kind of conspiracy vision in which Britain is not just acting as Ukraine's ally, but rather as the mastermind behind a proxy war, persuading Europe to fight to the last Ukrainian. The chairman of the State Duma even alleged recently that we were orchestrating specific incidents, such as the shelling of Belgorod, close to the Ukrainian border. And so it goes on. Their propaganda routinely accuses the UK of being involved in terrorist attacks and acts of sabotage targeting Russian nationals. They include the poisoning of Litvinenko, the blowing up of the Nord Stream pipelines in the Baltic Sea. It seems all of this is down to us. And the terrorist attack committed by Islamists at the Crocus City Hall. If you read the propaganda, they continue to point the finger at Britain. It used to be America, but for some reason, America's not in their sights so much anymore, but we are. And in a way, we should be proud of it. But we need to be mindful of this, and we need to stick together, and we need to stand with Ukraine. We stand with Ukraine, they fight the war for us, and we continue to give them every support, and we should be proud of it. And I am proud of the fact that in this chamber and in this country, we are united behind them, with the exception of those who are not here this afternoon. But we remain united, and we must remain united until the end, until victory. Slava Ukraine.
I call the Liberal Democrat spokesperson, James McCleary.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I welcome the time for this debate on Ukraine today, as we meet at a key moment. American peace proposals welcomed by the Kremlin suggested demilitarised zones and buffer areas, phrases that sound technical, but whose consequences could be catastrophic. Ukrainian people see such proposals for what they are, a ruse to circumvent Ukraine's defences and continue the invasion later. Russia's relentless assault in the east has intensified despite them reaching and passing the grim milestone of 1 million Russian troops killed or injured on the front line. Zaporizhia, a city of 670,000 people, is now under serious threat. Russian drones are striking the city itself. Emergency services have prepared a plan to evacuate a third of the population if fighting damages the nearby nuclear power station. This is the reality of Putin's war. Madam Deputy Speaker, President Trump is unreliable, unpredictable and disdainful of the rule of law. Just look at his actions in Venezuela. Britain must take an active role in ensuring Ukraine's interests remain at the heart of all future negotiations, reinforcing collective deterrence and signalling that European security and Ukraine's sovereignty remain non-negotiable. That also requires honesty about the United States. What concrete security guarantees have actually been secured? And can the government seriously assure this House that they would endure beyond the next conversation between President Trump and Vladimir Putin? The United Kingdom and France have committed to the potential deployment of troops in Ukraine should a peace deal be agreed. Any discussion of UK or French troops on the ground must be about deterrence, not escalation, limited in scope, tied to a political settlement, and never an open-ended deployment. It is right that the Prime Minister has committed to putting any deployment of British forces to Ukraine to a vote in this place. Any commitment of this kind, though, must be credible. That means having the personnel, the equipment, the logistics and the funding in place, not just to deploy, but to sustain a force over time. Serious questions remain about our current ability to do that. So can the Minister set out in clear terms how the government intends to ensure any future deployment to Ukraine will be fully resourced, properly equipped and sustainably funded, and not announced before the means to deliver it actually exist? The government must increase the size of our armed forces, plug gaps in military capability and fix the broken procurement processes. Without a clear defence investment plan for our military, it undermines the credibility of announcements of overseas deployments. Alongside military deterrence, we must also apply maximum economic pressure. Yesterday morning, Madam Deputy Speaker, residents in my constituency were surprised to wake up to find various fruit and vegetables and cans of milk distributed across our beaches in Seaford and Newhaven. A container ship passing through the channel had shed some containers in the last few weeks and they'd washed up. Another day, they could find their beaches covered in oil, leaked from a sanctioned Russian tanker, part of the Russian shadow fleet, also passing through the channel. That is why we must take every action possible, not just to restrict the shadow fleet to prevent the flow of money into Russia, but also because it presents an active threat to this country's security, both its economic security, military security, but also our environmental security. We welcome, therefore, the government's announcement to ban UK companies from providing services such as insurance or maintenance to ships carrying Russian liquefied natural gas. It is a big step in the right direction and we genuinely welcome it. UK-owned or insured carriers have transported £45 billion worth of Russian products since 2022. But we must do more. The government's recent oil price cap reduction is insufficient. Liberal Democrats believe the cap should be lowered to at least $30 a barrel, with stricter enforcement to ensure no UK money supports Russia's war effort. The government should also be giving serious consideration to a total ban on Russian oil and gas exports. I think many people would also share my astonishment at the news that the UK still imports £1.7 billion worth of goods and services from Russia, and that this figure actually increased in 2025. The most impactful contribution this government could make, though, is pushing for allied action to unlock frozen Russian assets. My honourable friend, the member for Bicester and Woodstock, has introduced a bill to seize billions in frozen Russian assets and direct proceeds to Ukraine's defence and reconstruction. It is also welcome that the government is threatening legal action to secure £2.5 billion from Roman Abramovich's Chelsea sale. Liberal Democrats have called for this for over a year. It should never have taken this long, but we very much welcome forward movement in this area. Putin must be punished, not rewarded. So it was deeply disappointing to see the European Union fail to agree on a reparations loan using Russian assets. Britain must show great resolve and make Putin pay literally for his invasion. Madam Deputy Speaker, we are all appalled by the abduction of tens of thousands of Ukrainian children. This is a war crime. We support the Bring Kids Back initiative and the Yale Humanitarian Research Lab. However, these initiatives are in danger due to President Trump cutting their funding. Again, frozen Russian assets could be used to fund this shortfall. Support for Ukraine also means doing right by Ukrainians here in the UK. Ministers must provide certainty on length of leave to remain and urgently resolve the status of young Ukrainians studying at our universities and colleges who cannot be left in prolonged legal limbo. Russia continues to pose a profound strategic threat through its invasion, cyber attacks and energy coercion. That threat extends far beyond Ukraine, particularly to the Baltic states, and deterrent must therefore be pan-European if it is to be credible. It would be wholly inappropriate to contemplate restoring Russia's G7 membership. The UK must oppose Russia's readmission. The United Kingdom must step up its contribution to European defence through NATO, the Joint Expeditionary Force and deeper cooperation with our European allies, and be unequivocal in defending the sovereignty of all NATO partners, including in the High North and in Greenland. Aggression and violations of sovereignty will not be rewarded. Madam Deputy Speaker, as we debate in comfort, Ukrainian soldiers man defensive positions in freezing conditions. Ukrainian civilians flee their homes. Ukrainian families live with the daily terror of drone and missile strikes. They are fighting for freedom, sovereignty, and their very existence. They are fighting for principles we claim to hold dear: democracy, the rule of law, self-determination. Will we stand for them for as long as it takes, or will we allow fatigue and the bullying of autocrats to erode our resolve? The Liberal Democrats are clear. We will not look away. We will not accept an unjust peace. We will push for maximum economic pressure, for seizing frozen Russian assets, for proper support for Ukraine's defence, and for democratic oversight of any British military involvement. The unity of this House, with one party a small but notable exception, reflects the strength of the British people's commitment to our Ukrainian friends. They must be tired, but we must never tire of talking about them in this place. They are fighting for all our futures, and we must continue to stand by their side for as long as it takes.
We have 16 speakers, and I don't want to put a speaking limit on, but if everybody speaks for around 8 minutes and monitors themselves, and everybody will then get an equal 8 minutes. So let's try and be mindful. David Taylor.
I shall try and take your advice, but I want to start by paying tribute to what others have said already, and also to the fact that there are a number of MPs in this House of all parties that are contributing in lots of different ways in trying to stand up for the Ukrainian people, not only in speeches in this House, but actual initiatives that they're doing. And I just want to very briefly talk about my own motivation, which actually does start in Syria. I refer to my register of interests, of which I have a role regarding Syria. Members of the House will know that I have a deep-seated passion for seeing that the Syrian people have a proper, free and inclusive future after years of brutal dictatorship from Assad. And of course, Putin was central to that. 500,000 people died in Syria because of the actions of Assad and Putin. And I do believe that if our country and the US had taken a stronger role back in 2013 when that red line was set, I do question whether or not Putin would have felt emboldened to invade Ukraine, Crimea in 2014. And I do also just want to take a moment to reflect on something that the Minister said about parties not being absent here, because there's another party that's not absent here, which is your party. And there is a number of members of that party and a number of members of the hard left that look to this conflict in Ukraine and blame the West. And members might remember a ridiculous statement that blamed NATO expansion on the reasons why Putin invaded Ukraine. Let's be absolutely clear. There was no excuse, and there never will be, for Putin's actions in Ukraine.
Will you give in that point?
I will.
Does he agree that if anybody has any doubt about Putin's motives or morality, they should look to who his partners are in this war? Iran, a country who's killing its own people on its streets and is now executing them. Is he not an absolute disgrace? And anybody that shows any sympathy for Putin really should look at who his friends are.
Well, I think we know who their friends are. That's a matter of public record. And I completely agree. And if I'd had time to say this yesterday, I would have spoken in the Iran statement about the role that Iran is playing in Ukraine. Shahed drones that we've all, if we've been to Ukraine, have had to cower from, are being provided by the Iranian regime. So the sooner they fall, the better. I do want to praise the party opposite for the role that they played in the lead up to the conflict, as well as my own. In particular, Ben Wallace for the role that he played, and in particular getting those N-laws in place, because it was so crucial at the start of the conflict that Kyiv did not fall. And of course, much as we might praise the actions of our government or any other government, we also have to, of course, praise the bravery of the Ukrainian people at the start of that conflict in stopping those tanks rolling into Kyiv. I'm very grateful to the work that ministers are doing and the Prime Minister is doing to try and support the Ukrainian people, the billions that are going in defence spending. We've heard some of those figures already. I'm particularly grateful to see the £3.5 billion industrial treaty that's going to be spent on hardware, the continued support for Interflex training, the Ukraine Defence Contract Group with over 50 partners, and also the British-built Octopus drones that are going to be so crucial as well. I just very briefly want to say that I absolutely welcome the talks towards ceasefire. Who wouldn't want a ceasefire? And I also welcome the commitment with France to deploying peacekeepers at a future point. But I do want to share my own concern that we, of course, need to keep continuing support to the Ukrainian people, because my personal fear about any pause in fighting is that the Russians will just use it as an opportunity to regroup and go again. And we cannot be under any illusion as to the threat of Russia. Many of us have also been part of the Armed Forces Parliamentary Scheme. I had an opportunity to go and visit our fantastic troops in the NATO base in Estonia just before Christmas. And it really does bring home just how real the threat from Russia continues to be. And I'd also like to refer to a couple of trips that I've also made myself to Ukraine since the conflict has started. The most recent one, almost a year ago, actually, which was focused on drone technology and the absolute imperative of supporting the Ukrainians to defend themselves. And we had some absolutely amazing meetings whilst we were over there with the Deputy Defence Minister, Sergei Boyev, but also with MPs, Ukrainian MPs that many of you will know, Dmytro Nataluka and Alexander Maraskovsky, who are members of the Economics Affairs Committee. And I think it was Dmytro who actually referred to the vital importance of drones and the need for what he called a Kalashnikovs in the sky. And what he meant by that was that a Kalashnikov, of course, is a very durable weapon where if it does break in any way, it's very easy to repair. What the Ukrainians continue to need, as well as the sort of most important high technology that we see, is they need these everyday drones that can really help on the front line to do reconnaissance so that they know where the Russian positions are, but also to help them as they try and make advances. So yes, we need investments in advanced technology, but we also need the sort of Kalashnikovs of the sky, weapons that are where the parts are easy to come by, where it's easy for them to repair as well. And at this point, on the subject of drones, I also want to echo a point that the Honourable Member for Romford made, which is that I agree that we need to look at how we can get more UK finance into Ukraine through joint ventures that can help with the production of drones as well. And if we can work with the City of London to look at ways in which we can unlock any barriers that might exist, I think that's absolutely a worthwhile venture, because we do need to get more capital into the country to help Ukrainian companies, as well as our own, to build drones. I mean, the Octopus drone scheme is a brilliant example of trying to work with the Ukrainians. I think there is a real opportunity here. The Ukrainians have got the data, they've got the real lived experience that can help us build drones together that will help us in turn, as well as them in this war. So, yes, I hope in the wind-ups the Minister might talk about the ways in which we can work with the City of London to unlock more capital into the country. I also briefly want to talk about a second trip that I did way back in 2024 when I was but a humble candidate. Because there are a number of organisations around the country of ordinary people up and down the UK who are trying to help in a really grassroots way, in any way they can. And in this moment when there is lots of talk of people talking about charity begins at home and sort of thinking about problems just here alone, I think it's remarkable there have been so many ordinary people around the country who have stepped up and helped people that they will probably never meet. But some people have gone out to Ukraine, and I want to pay tribute to them. I myself went out with an organisation called Help 99, who deliver pickup trucks that maybe a farmer doesn't need anymore, that soldiers are using on the front line to get from A to B. Again, to that earlier point, the long-range missiles and all the sort of expensive technology is really important, but we do also need the things that are going to get into the ground that are going to help the soldiers on an ordinary level. And on that note, I want to just pay tribute to those organisations. I had the privilege of hosting an event here in Parliament last year where over 60 individuals and over 30 organisations from around the country came together. I'd really like to encourage the government to look at ways, and it's my final point, Madam Deputy Speaker, where we can ensure that any excess vehicles on the government estate, be it the Home Office or Network Rail and so on, can be donated cheaply. Let's get the Treasury to write off these vehicles. It wouldn't cost that much money, but it would make a difference to ordinary soldiers on the front line. Thank you very much.
Father of the House.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I know you want us to keep our comments fairly brief, so to save time, I want to associate myself completely with what the Minister said in his support for Ukraine and the opposition spokespeople and the chair of the Foreign Affairs Committee. So Ukraine's fight is our fight. They are brave and noble people showing enormous courage. None of us here have any sympathy whatsoever for Putin and what he has done. And I think we should be reasonably confident, not downhearted. We should be proud of what we've done as a nation from the very start. And I don't think we should assume that Putin is necessarily going to win. He's got an economy the size of Spain or perhaps of Italy. We have vastly more resources. These regimes can seem very strong, where they can collapse very quickly. Who knows what's going to happen? He's only a prototype dictator. In the 4 years, he's only marched 30 miles, where Stalin marched all the way from the Volga to Berlin. So, yes, all right, he's refusing all these peace offers. He's determined to get the rest of the Donbass. I agree that over 4 years, thousands more dying, his economy destroyed, he might get another 30 miles and get the rest of the Donbass. But so what? What's he going to achieve for his country? It's so cruel, unnecessary, pointless. There is criticism of Mr. Trump, but at least he's trying to get some sort of peace deal. And I think our influence is limited, but we should support his efforts. But one thing we can't support is cravenly getting a peace deal which allows Russia to grab even more territory that it has failed to get over the last 4 years and get the fortresses that Ukraine needs for its survival. So there is hope. Now, I know that some people think that it's almost as bad as Germany invading Poland in 1939. It's almost worse, because I've made it my job, really, to, over the last 40 years, partly because my wife is half Russian, to try and understand the Russian psyche. I think it's worse in a sense, because so many Russians, not the Russians I know, of course, who I associate with, but so many nationalist Russians view Ukraine means border country, as part of Russia. They view Kiev like we view Canterbury, as the source of the Russian Rus. So I'm afraid these Russian nationalists will not give up. They want to grab the whole country. So we must remain firm. I would go along with anything the government wants to do in support of Ukraine in terms of sanctions, upping sanctions, stopping tankers, doing anything they like. But in the few moments that I have, I do want to question the government on this idea of sending a small force of British troops, the coalition of the willing. I don't want to be the coalition of the naive willing. I mean, I've sat through so many of these debates. The debate on Iraq, where I was one of only 15 Tory MPs to oppose Blair's invasion, the Afghanistan debates, the Syria debate, where I refused to support Mr. Cameron. There is so much danger here in deploying perhaps just 7,000 British under-resourced troops in a country the size of France, with a population of the size of France, with an 800-mile front, where thousands of people have been dying every month. 7,000 people. Now, if America was prepared to come in, if it was a NATO operation, then I think the House would be very willing to accept our involvement. But compare this with what was happening in West Germany. Compare the size of our army now to our size of the army then. Do you know that we had, Madam Deputy Speaker, 120,000 service personnel in Germany? We had 55,000 British troops, excluding the RAF, in West Germany. We had 900,000 NATO troops in West Germany, including the Bundeswehr. America was totally committed. Now, my honourable friend, I noticed what the Liberal Democrat spokesman said. They didn't immediately say, I'm going to support the government, did they? They asked some quite serious questions. And we, if we have this debate, have got to go on asking these questions. What are the rules of engagement? What happens if I'm right and Putin will accept some temporary ceasefire and then we'll march in again? What's going to happen to our 7,000 troops?
Listening very carefully to what the Right Honourable Gentleman is saying, and I do take on board his points. But I think one of the things that we have yet to perhaps give sufficient emphasis to is whether or not Putin actually wants peace. Because I fully understand that plans need to be made in case there is a peace, but it is rather based on the idea that he actually wants to stop. And I, for one, am not really sure that he does.
I agree with that entirely. I'm not sure this is ever going to happen. I'm not sure there's ever going to be a ceasefire. I think he's just determined to carry on and for another 4 years and again another 30 miles. So I agree with the Honourable Lady. But I do think as the National Parliament here, given the size of our army, given the resources that we have, I think we have a right to question the Prime Minister. Now, I quite understand if you're Prime Minister, it's hell. You know, you've got to deal with the NHS, with the farmers, with the Conservative Party. Much better to be grandstanding. The Liberal Democrats, much better to be grandstanding on the world stage and say, yes, we're prepared to put our troops in. But it is grandstanding, and it is extremely dangerous. And I'll end on this point. Just imagine, I know it's probably not going to happen, but there is a ceasefire, we put it in, Putin marches again. Does anybody here, really, in their heart of hearts, want to be involved in a shooting war with Russia? Does anybody here, I've got grown-up children, does anybody want to hear their son to be called out there and be killed by a Russian drone, as thousands of brave Ukrainians are? This is serious stuff. So I'm so pleased that the two opposition parties are asking the questions, and that's what we all need to do.
Follow that, Joanna Baxter.
Yeah. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And it will come as no surprise to colleagues across the House the issue that I want to focus on in my contribution, which is the treatment of the Ukrainian children. Because when I first visited Ukraine, that was the issue that struck me to my core. The fact that Russia have stolen 20,000 Ukrainian children from their homes, and Russian authorities themselves report that over 700 Ukrainian children have now been officially registered in Russia. A heinous war crime that continues today unabated. And 1.6 million children in the occupied territories are being subject to militarisation and indoctrination. And in recent months, we have seen clear and deeply disturbing evidence, alongside harrowing testimony from Ukrainian children who have been abducted by Russia and from those trapped in the occupied territories, that the militarisation of Ukrainian children is accelerating at pace. It is no longer about propaganda quietly slipped into classrooms. What we are now seeing is the deliberate transformation of schools into instruments of war. An $8 billion down payment on Russia's future military. Ukrainian children being placed on so-called specialised tracks, funnelled into paramilitary movements, now firmly embedded within the education system. Children are prescribed mandatory hours of military training and forced to attend military camps. And if they refuse, they risk failing their secondary education, leaving conscription into the Russian military as the only future left to them. One child told Save Ukraine, "They showed us different types of grenades and mines, how much pressure a mine can withstand when it explodes, how to lay mines, clear areas, set tripwires and dig trenches. Whilst I was digging a trench, they deliberately threw a grenade in to make it feel like the real battlefield." And another child, recently rescued by Save Ukraine, reported that Russian soldiers conduct psychological testing, asking questions of them like, how do you feel about killing? Do you enjoy hurting people? And do you want to be a tank operator or a pilot? That fear of violence and punishment of forced conscription is not isolated. It has become a daily reality for those living in the occupied territories. It's not education, it's coercion, it's cold, it's calculated, and chillingly familiar from the darkest chapters of occupation in history. For those children not trained to fight, they're trained to police. They're being shaped as the next generation of law enforcement officials. And whose laws are they being taught to enforce? Putin's. Laws that silence dissent through violence. Laws that tear children from families. Laws that now allow children as young as 14 to be prosecuted for terrorism with penalties reaching life imprisonment simply for opposing Putin's illegal invasion of Ukraine. Children in the occupied territories live under constant surveillance. Their phones are checked, their social media is monitored, and any sign of Ukrainian consciousness is routinely treated as suspicious, disloyal, and extremism. And Russia's treatment of the children reveals their long-term strategy, with deep security implications for Europe and NATO. I am proud of the leadership the United Kingdom has shown in standing with Ukraine, from the arms we've supplied to the sanctuary we've provided. But I'm deeply concerned that whilst reports suggest we're 90% of the way towards a peace agreement, the language on the abducted Ukrainian children remains disturbingly vague. There is no clarity on how the stolen children will be traced. There's no clarity on how they will be returned, bearing in mind that many have now been trafficked to Belarus or North Korea. What happens to the youngest children who were ripped from their homes and may not now be able to remember a time before they were placed with Russian families? And who will adjudicate if there are disputes on the documentation of children, bearing in mind that many mothers in the occupied territories were forced to register their children as Russian simply to secure maternity care? And there remain disparities between the individuals that we in this country have sanctioned for the forced deportation of Ukrainian children and those sanctioned by the EU and US. I've flagged those disparities to the Minister, and I completely understand he cannot comment on further designations, but I urge him to look again at that list. And I do thank the Minister very sincerely for his efforts, because I know he takes this issue incredibly seriously. And to that end, can I urge him to ensure that the same determination and resolve that is shown to the international coalition of the willing is now, at this pivotal time in peace negotiations, shown to the international coalition for the return of Ukrainian children? And will he push for a meeting of that coalition again at the earliest opportunity so that they can establish a clear post-war plan to secure international consensus on the fate of the abducted children and make absolutely clear that their return must be a non-negotiable next step in any peace deal between Russia and Ukraine? There can be no lasting peace without the return of the stolen children. Slava Ukraine.
Sir Bernard Jenkins.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I shall be as brief as I possibly can. I very much welcome this debate, though it did come as a bit of a surprise, and I think one of the reasons that not very many people are here is they weren't really prepared for this debate, and there is no Prime Minister and no motion, and out of 400 Labour MPs, there's fewer than 20 in the House, which I think projects an unfortunate message for a government debate on Ukraine. But nevertheless, I still welcome it. But I do look forward to a proper debate on a proper motion where there may even be whipping. And everyone will have to turn up and hear what the Prime Minister's got to say, particularly about this deployment, which I'll come to in a minute. I'm not going to repeat the speech I had the privilege of delivering in the debate granted to me by the Backbench Business Committee on the 4th of December, except just to reiterate that Russia cannot win this war militarily. They will only win because of Western weakness, because of our weakness, our lack of resolve. If we support Ukraine, Russia cannot win, which is why his diplomatic efforts are so vigorous. And there's far more that we could do than we are doing. And in particular, we could rearm our own armed forces much more quickly than we are. And I know I get smiles from the government front bench when I say this, because they agree with me. But this government is not delivering the scale of the defence spending increases that we need. Very briefly, I'm going to be as swift as I possibly can.
Just today it was reported 18 tankers from the Russian Shadow Fleet have passed through the Channel since the Defence Secretary's statement in this House on the 7th of January on curtailing Russian oil exports. So does he agree with me that we must show the Russians we mean what we say?
I completely agree. And there should be a NATO operation to intercept every ship that comes into the operational area of NATO in the North Atlantic and the North Sea, around the north of Scotland. We could choke off a significant amount of this, and we're not doing it. We're letting it carry on. Now, getting all the NATO Europe powers in line with that, that's a problem, but let's do it. The NATO nations in Europe together could show Trump we are prepared to deliver for European security, but we're not doing that at the moment. But I think it is essential for us to discuss this so-called coalition of the willing. Now, we all know that there are some armed forces personnel in Ukraine already, and they're providing advice and logistics and training and intelligence and supporting planning in HQs and that sort of thing. Actually, we've probably got more to learn about fighting the Russians from the Ukrainians than we can teach them. But 7,500 troops, informed units, a brigade, supporting a combat battalion or two. Is this what we're talking about? I've got very, very grave doubts about this. What would be the rules of engagement? How would we provide for, of course, security? Would we be just presenting a lovely target for Russians to attack, which they might not attack directly, they might be accidental, but, you know, that sort of, they would blur the areas and create all sorts of problems if we were so overt, unless we've got a force in there that can actually fight and defend itself against the Russians. I have my doubts about this. And how we would respond if Russia escalated in that situation is a very open question. But I have no desire to be an armchair critic of the government's policy. And this brings me to the main point I want to make. It's become fashionable to believe that Parliament has a right to tell the government when or when not to deploy troops. There is no constitutional basis for this whatsoever. In fact, that the Prime Minister assumes his office, he takes the seals of office, and takes the responsibility upon himself about when to direct the armed forces into harm's way. And there is no constitutional impediment for him doing that. What we saw in the Syria debate, and I commend the Honourable Member for Hemel Hempstead for his most excellent speech, what we saw in the Syria debate was a humiliating abdication of the government's responsibility when it knew it was right to deploy armed force in Syria, and then it volunteered not to do so because of a very finely balanced debate and vote in the House of Commons. And the Prime Minister stood there and said, OK, I get it. I mean, this is really O-level politics, O-level statesmancraft. It was ridiculous, and he's completely right. It projected weakness when we knew that the Russians were supporting the Syrian government in murdering and deploying chemical weapons on their own people. And it was weak of Obama to say this was a red line and then fail to do anything about it. We projected weakness. We invited Putin to try again. And I totally agree with him about the consequences of that. Now, the point is, the government has the responsibility to make this judgment. It cannot pass this judgment to 650 armchair generals jaw-jawing in the House of Commons when we don't have the intelligence, we don't have the assessments. We can express our views, and we can hold the government to account for the outcome of what they decide. But I put it to him that put it to the minister that in that debate on Syria, we learned something, that the Prime Minister doesn't resign when he loses a crucial vote. Now, part of that was the Fixed Term Parliaments Act. I mean, if he'd made it a vote of confidence, would he have won it? Would there have been a general election? No, there wouldn't have been. He might have had to resign, but there wouldn't have been a general election. And we were in a very artificial point. But I put it to the Minister this time. If the Prime Minister brings a vote to the House of Commons and he loses it, he would have to resign and hand over to somebody else, or he would have to call a general election, because we no longer have a fixed-term parliament. we're back to real accountability, because the accountability counts at the ballot box and the final analysis. The one power the Prime Minister has is to call a general election and ask the King to dissolve Parliament, and if he'd lost such a vote, that would be the only honourable thing for him to do. But he cannot come here and engage in the kind of abject, humiliating abdication of responsibility we've seen before. And just ask about the other experience. The government of the day won the Iraq vote. I happen to think it was still right. We've got a democracy in Iraq of sorts. Iraq is no longer a Soviet puppet, a Russian puppet. But who in this House still believes that was the right decision? The polls went in favour of the Iraq war at the last minute. Maybe that helped Tony Blair get the vote over the line. Was that a good basis for making a decision? No, it wasn't. Either the government makes this decision for itself and holds itself accountable to this House, or don't accept the seals of office, don't become Prime Minister, because that's the job.
Alex Sobel.
Speaker. I'd like to start by thanking the Leader of the House for giving us this debate. He could have chosen any topic to fill the space this afternoon, but he chose for us to have this debate on Ukraine. And I'd like to say it's a privilege to serve as chair of the Ukraine APPG. I can see many members of the APPG here. It isn't full, other members can still join. We would like to have every backbench member of the House as a member of the APPG. But I think I want to start with first-person narrative about what is happening in Ukraine now. As we approach the midway point through the Ukrainian winter, in the middle of January, the realities, lived experience of what midwinter Kyiv really means and feels like. Russia continues to have the ability to strike on a daily basis and take out Ukraine's energy infrastructure. Their energy security is constantly under fire. I spoke with Lesia Vasilenko. I know many people here know Lesia, the chair of the British group in the Rada, who's in Kyiv. She said to me, I've had no heating in my flat for 4 days. And this was yesterday, it's -10, it's now -13. This is the situation in half of Kyiv. No electricity, apart from a couple of hours in the night. Some buildings have no water. I'm writing this to you in total darkness and wearing 4 layers. The schools are not working. The sound of generators is less and less heard as they're breaking down en masse, given they're not designed to work non-stop and in such low temperatures. Hospitals are working at limited capacity, and every night Russia is deliberately eating more and more power generator facilities and gas infrastructure. Their task is to freeze Kyiv out. At one point, Mayor Klitschko even appealed to the people of Kyiv to leave the city. Putin's invasion nearly 4 years ago resulted in millions fleeing their homes, hundreds of thousands of casualties and relentless attacks on hospitals, homes and schools. She continues. This includes Russian state-sponsored abductions of Ukrainian children, which my honourable friend so brilliantly spoke about, and the arrest of my colleagues at the OSCE, Dmitry Shabanov, Maxim Petrov and Vadim Golda, who I know that my honourable friend, the member for Washington, is raising as an OSCE rep on Ukraine. Lesia is the OSCE PA chair, the parliamentary support team for Ukraine. So I'm really happy that we can support her and continue to support the work that's going on now in terms of our support for their energy infrastructure. Octopus signed a significant deal with DTEC, a large private energy company in Ukraine, for £100 million. We need to see much more like that. I was really pleased my honourable friend, the Minister, spoke about that a bunker under the school on the south bank of Kyiv that we both went to together when we were in opposition. And we just need to think about those children now, not in that school which has got a generator, but in their homes, freezing, and all of those other people, millions of people in Kyiv now being frozen out. And what more we need to do, not just provide emergency energy generation, but also that long-term, renewable, secure energy. Because for us, renewable energy is a matter of energy transition and all those things. We just had the statement right before this. But for them, it's national security. It means the difference between being able to heat their homes, be able to keep the lights on, be able to use their mobile phones, and not. Because it's much easier to take out a gas-fired power station or a nuclear power station by the Russians than it is to take out a wind farm or a solar farm. And we need to ensure that we do everything we can in terms of Ukraine's energy infrastructure. I just want to move on quickly just to talk about, because one of the things that I do as the chair is I write many letters every week for Ukrainian members of the Rada to be able to come and visit us here. And I know that is not just members of the Rada, that is right across the piece, because so many Ukrainians have family members here, have other ties to the UK, but it is still so difficult for Ukrainians to get visas. I just want to ask the Minister about how can we further reduce bureaucracy for Ukrainians to come here and liberalise those short-term travel visas, which are, I'm afraid to say, still difficult to get. I just want to briefly talk about sanctions. Sanctions are one of the few non-military tools capable of influencing Russian policy. The act's leverage that should not be given away without meaningful concessions. Without conditions, such as a withdrawal to 1991 borders and binding agreements on reparations, ceasefire could freeze the conflict in a way that perpetuates instability. Europe and the UK cannot repeat the mistake of 2014 when sanctions over Crimea and the Donbass were limited and political will dissipated. That leniency enabled Moscow to believe that further escalation would be tolerated and led to the full-scale invasion of 2022. So my view is that whatever happens, whatever negotiation, whatever agreement, we need to keep Russian sanctions in place. We need to continue to restrict their ability to operate, because we are... my concern is that we will allow future conflicts to happen because Russia's territorial ambitions are not constrained just to Ukraine or to any agreement to freeze the conflict.
On the topic of sanctions, will my honourable friend give way?
I will give way.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way, and he is a tireless champion for the UK-Ukraine relationship, including through the 100-year partnership. Yeah. Does he agree with me that it is worth commending the government on the action that has been taken in the past month in issuing a licence through OFSI to try and move forward the £2.5 billion proceeds of Chelsea Football Club money that remains frozen and has done for almost 4 years now, that could be used to support the victims of conflict, including in Ukraine? And will he also join me in calling on the government to try and move faster in unlocking the more than £700,000 worth of assets that belong to Peter Arvin, one of Putin's closest oligarch friends, that was been frozen for quite some time now by the National Crime Agency, that could also be used to support the Ukrainian people?
Thank you. My honourable friend is absolutely right. It's taken too long to see that Chelsea money. My honourable friend from Hemel Hempstead talked about the aid convoys. Can you imagine what they could do with that money from the Chelsea sale in terms of supporting Ukraine? What we could do in terms of buying generators, in terms of what we could do in terms of energy infrastructure with those billions, actually, from the Chelsea sale.
Briefly give way.
All right.
I mean, I just want to say very briefly that I hope that if that money is unlocked, we do also look in which ways we can compensate the money that is then going into Ukraine to free up money that might be able to go to other conflicts around the world where we've had to sadly make some reductions due to the cut in the aid budget.
My friend is inviting me to comment on our ODA cuts, which I think we probably share the same opinion about. And I think actually that absolutely that there's a principle here about reparations, whether that is from the Russian state or from individuals that have benefited from this war or from the gangster kleptocracy that runs Russia. So we need to do both those things, and I think that there is there probably a wider discussion to be had about how we can support Ukraine and actually retrench some of those money to some of the other areas, particularly areas like Syria and hopefully actually Iran, that will need ODA money from the UK now and in the near future. I know my time is nearly up, so I'm just going to make a couple of questions which the Minister can answer at the end. So in terms of this much vexed question about our deployment of troops to Ukraine. It is very early, and I just want to maybe counsel some members when they're talking about this that when you're talking about in terms of the language and the approach, we need to be very reminiscent of the run-up to the Second World War and how Lord Halifax approached this, and that there was an agreement in Munich, and Chamberlain said that it would be peace in our time, and then the war started, and the war came to us. Russia's territorial ambitions are not limited; they are unlimited, and we need to be very cognizant of that, and we need to be on the front foot and not on the back foot. And I understand all of the concerns about our ability to deploy troops. So my question really is, what planning are we doing at this stage? What's the process? What can we do to reassure MPs and the public that we are making the right planning steps towards that? And thinking what we can do now, we have very welcomely, and I'm sure my honourable friend, the Defence Minister, will be able to answer this. We have very welcomely announced plans to develop new tactical ballistic missiles with Ukraine, strengthen Ukraine's ability to defend itself against Russia. Could the government talk more about how we're going to do this and when we're going to do this and what the timelines are? Because our own air defences are insufficient, and we need to think in the future that if this war is protracted, if Putin doesn't settle, if we don't get to a ceasefire, then we ourselves could be threatened by drones, by missiles, by all those things that we hear about every day in Ukraine. And we need to be ready for our own defence as well as the defence of Ukraine. Thank you.
There are still 12 members wishing to speak. I wasn't going to propose to put a formal time limit on, so please could members perhaps restrict themselves to about 5 minutes. And should we learn from example before I put a formal limit on? Stephen Gethins.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I thank the Minister for his comments and associate myself with his comments as well? I've got some significant and substantive questions to ask, but I want to reflect for a moment on the human side of this conflict, and that's important. And the member for Paisley and Renfrewshire South did that, as she always did, very, very well. I've travelled a lot to Ukraine over the past 20 years for work and for other purposes. One of the most significant was on Friday night when I drove into Kyiv during the bombardment. And I was reminded that that bombardment on actually the early hours of Friday morning was not aimed at any military target. It was aimed at the energy infrastructure as temperatures in Kyiv reached -15 and subsequently -20. Madam Deputy Speaker, it was nippy. Find somewhere warm to go to, unlike so many people. And what was perhaps told us a little bit more about the Russian administration and the way it conducts its war were the double-tap strikes. They hit apartment blocks, and then shortly thereafter, they hit again, killing ambulance workers reacting. Ambulance workers reacting. I then travelled to Sumy, I believe. I was one of the first British members of Parliament to travel to Sumy since the start of the full-scale invasion, where we have a partnership agreement between Angus Council and my constituency and the people of Sumy, because that sense of solidarity must go beyond Kyiv, and I'm sure our friends in Kyiv won't mind that. And I want to give a shout-out to the people of Sumy who welcomed me. But as we lay flowers to the 37 people killed in an artillery attack who were out shopping, we were moved on very, very quickly. We couldn't even mourn, we couldn't even mark our respects for too much longer. And as the Governor of Sumy said to me, that human element is so important. And can I give a shout out to Timmergreaves Primary School in my constituency? Miss Baird's class, led by Mrs Bezick, wrote letters to children in Sumy as well. And although I took other gifts, I took a tartan scarf, and colleagues from Scotland will understand that, and I mentioned other areas of connection. It was those simple letters from primary school children in my constituency that meant so much to everybody else in Ukraine. They were beautifully written and they were exceptional. And I want to pay tribute to them because it talks to us about some of the more significant issues that we're dealing with. That human element tells us why Ukraine is fighting. That human element tells us why we have a responsibility across Europe to help Ukraine at its time of need. And therefore, and I won't, okay, very briefly, but I'm mindful of time.
Very briefly, and say this. Does the Honourable Gentleman agree when it comes to accountability for those who carried out massacres, who have raped, who have killed, who have violently have tortured people, that there must be accountability, and those Russians who did it must be brought to court and then put in prison afterwards?
I thank the member, and I was going to touch upon, let me touch upon these issues so I try and keep to time. One is exactly that, one of accountability and how important that is. I know that's something that the members agree with, and the member for Strangford quite rightly sets that out. On that local element, could the Minister please speak to us about the 100-year agreement? I get the role that this place has, a really important role that this place has in response to the war in Ukraine, but the message that I had in my travels at the weekend was how important that local-to-local impact is and that solidarity is. And maybe you can talk to us about the conversations he's had with devolved and local administrations in terms of the 100-year agreement, because when it comes to issues like education and other such issues, these are matters for those administrations rather than this one. And I do think it's important to involve others in that going forward. Finally is this, and it's the more substantive issue. We face a significant challenge in terms of European security and have done for some years. The transatlantic relationship is not quite what it was. In terms of the transatlantic relationship, we must look to Canada in many ways. But that common European approach to how we defend Ukraine, who are defending us, after all, is going to be incredibly important, and it would be good to hear, I know the Minister, the Defence Minister, is very thoughtful on these issues, and it would be good to hear some of his reflections on how we deepen that cooperation. And finally this, I heard so many times in Ukraine over the weekend, as we have so many other times when we visit, thank you to us. It's the wrong way round. We should be saying thank you to Ukraine from all of us. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Kevin Bonavere.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. We have heard some very powerful speeches from fellow members in this House. Those of us who are here in this chamber today are united in support of our friends in Ukraine. Members have spoken about their own experience of support. We've spoken about other members not in the chamber today who've also given the support. But remember this, there are members of the Rada, Ukrainian Parliament, who are doing far more than we could ever do, who are actually fighting the war there, who are on the hit lists on Putin's list. We here must show that resolve, because what we say in this chamber is not heard or watched just on the TVs of our constituents. It is watched by our allies and our adversaries. So what we say here does matter. We also know that our ally Ukraine doesn't just depend on words. They need the tools to carry on the job. And they must know that in this country they have no truer friend, and that we will be with them until the very end. Very happy to do so.
Thank you, my friend, for giving way. As we know, Russia is trying to destroy Ukrainian identity, and therefore I'm absolutely delighted that in Epsom they're putting on a Ukrainian Friendship Week this month. So does my friend agree that it's absolutely vital that we provide the opportunity for Ukrainians in the UK to celebrate their culture here?
Absolutely, and the Honourable Lady makes a good point about the Ukrainians that we have given sanctuary to in this country. They are doing a fantastic contribution, and they should be proud of their identity, just as many of us, well, I'm not doing it today, but many of us wear the Ukrainian flag alongside the Union Jack. They should be proud of it and never lose that identity, wherever their lives may take them. But, going forward, the world must be clear about what this country's position is on the future of this horrific conflict. Yes, we want peace, but at not any price. And we must be clear that no peace can be made without the people of Ukraine. We have a proud history in this country of defending democracy, but we have blots on our history too. When we decided the future of Czechoslovakia without the Czechoslovaks, we cannot do that now, and we should urge our allies that they cannot do that either. And that has got to be at the heart of this government's policy. And beyond that, It is about the soft and the hard power. There are people out there talking about hard power politics out there. Now, I speak as a lawyer who believes in the rule of law. But law, without the power behind it, is just empty words. And so, I commend efforts by this government in increasing that hard power. This country is getting serious, and it needs to get more serious. So I'm sure there are many members in this House that will support the government do precisely that. Because if we do not, and if there is a peace which is just a pause for Putin, we know what will happen next. Those Ukrainians are on the front line of Europe, and not just Europe. Make no mistake. This hostility goes right across the world to our allies across the Atlantic and beyond. Happily.
Thank him for giving way. He's right that the world should know and be in no doubt of the UK's position on Ukraine. But we should be in no doubt about Putin's ambitions either. He described as a geopolitical catastrophe the falling apart of the Soviet Union. And Russia's 800-year most modern history is one of almost relentless expansion. So for anybody to deny Putin's ambitions for territorial expansion, you have to deny both the statement and Russian history. Will you agree with me on that?
Absolutely. And we mustn't underestimate Putin, who's a clear student of history, but he draws the wrong lessons from it. That man was an agent, a KB agent, in Eastern Germany when the Berlin Wall fell. His world fell apart. He's now trying to rebuild that world. So it doesn't stop in Ukraine. It goes right across all those members of the then Warsaw Pact. I myself was a member of the Armed Forces scheme in Eastern Poland. And when I went there Eastern Poland last year, I saw our Typhoon jets being scrambled to check out a Russian plane right on the edge of that. This is happening day in, day out. So that man's ambitions has no borders. So what I urge this government to do is to be resolute, this House to be resolute, and this country to be resolute in defending the future of Ukraine, because their future is also our future. Thank you.
Anderson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's a pleasure to speak in this debate, and I just want to put out there to all members, we're potentially in the coming weeks or months going to be voting to put our troops in potentially harm's way. I have put a friend on the back of a Hercules in a coffin from a foreign conflict. It's not something I want to see. Supporting Ukraine, and I am the only member of this House on the Ukraine-NATO Interparliamentary Council. I stand completely supportive of Ukraine, but that doesn't mean it's a given conclusion we are putting troops in harm's way. So we need to clearly set that out. And I want to talk about deployment from experience that I've had there. So I want to first look at two historic deployments, both of which I was on, in Bosnia and Kosovo, to set out some of the challenges it would be good if the Minister can set out later. So in Bosnia is 12 times smaller than Ukraine, and at the start there was 2,400 troops that increased to 11,500 troops during the mid-90s. And the size of the British Army then was 250,000. Not the Army, the Armed Forces was 250,000. In 1999, I was in Kosovo. That is 55 times smaller than Ukraine, and the number of troops, including standby, was 19,000. The size of the British Armed Forces was over 200,000. For reference, the British Armed Forces is today around 136,000, significantly less. It's been declining for 30 years. What would a deployment look like today? The numbers that we've seen, and I take it that no numbers have been disclosed formally, the numbers we've seen so far in the media are 7,500. 7,500 troops equates to 15,000 per 6-month period. You have 7,500 deployed, 7,500 on pre-deployment training, and over a 12-year period that would equate to 30,000 troops tied up, prepared, or coming back from Ukraine, almost half of our army. That doesn't necessarily include naval and air assets that would need to be in the region that will take up a significant commitment as well. So if we're looking a stabilisation in some way, shape or form of British troops on a peace deal. And bearing in mind, we have all stated today that Putin does not respect international law. We do not believe he wants peace. If he says, I'm going to have peace, you put British troops right on his border and he changes his mind or reneges on any deal, that's something we seriously have to consider. And if you're looking at 39 million Ukrainian residents, the rule of sort of military deployment, and the Armed Forces Minister will know, on a stabilisation force, you're looking at a peacekeeping role of 20 to 25 troops per 1,000 residents that would equate to 600 to 800,000 troops, roughly the size of the Ukrainian armed forces. So I ask, what are our 7,500 and France's 7,500 going to do with a highly capable Ukrainian military that's been there for a long time? So there is a cost to this. And I would really like to understand what considerations and what information will be made available over the coming weeks and months, because this will be a hot topic. But how are we planning for a withdrawal, as well as we're planning to put troops in there? We must have a clear, coherent strategy of how our troops will operate, for how long and what commitment. Why are we looking to operate outside of NATO or JEF? Both Bosnia and Kosovo were NATO missions. We have that framework, and I'm very concerned the coalition of the willing will not be working coherently as the JEF does with NATO. How is this deployment going to be funded? Because even this week, CDS has said there are in-year pressures, and if cuts are not made, they will exceed the budget, which they're not allowed to do. So I have concerns with that. The rules of engagement of Putin does not respect any international law. How are our troops protected, not just short term, but long term? And these are questions that we should be early on bringing to this House, but without a major intervention from the government for funding an increase. We need at least a brigade strength more to put this level of troops into that region. With what we have in the UK Armed Forces on the sick and deployable, that's what we would need to do this. And without a major intervention from the government, we do not, I believe, have the current operational capability to have a sustainable conflict or peacekeeping forces over in Ukraine at this time.
Richard Baker.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I had the privilege of joining a parliamentary delegation to the YES conference in Kiev in September. That conference came at the very moment of the incursion of Russian drones into Polish airspace, reminding us that it is far from only the future of Ukraine which is at stake. Their fight is ours and it is Europe's. And at the conference, the Foreign Secretary, on her first international visit in that role, announced 100 sanctions against Russia and, crucially, £142 million to support civilians in frontline communities. I want to focus my brief remarks on the importance of humanitarian support for some of those in Ukraine's civilian community who have been most acutely affected and harmed, but whose experiences and voices need to be more widely heard. When Russia brutally invaded Ukraine in 2022, millions of people were forced to flee, but to leave their homes has not been an option for many disabled people, and not for more than 260,000 Ukrainian people with learning disabilities dependent on their families, their carers. They had to stay in the midst of the invasion. Missile and drone attacks are terrifying for the whole community, but particularly for autistic people and those with learning disabilities. Raisa Kravchenko has been at the forefront of supporting and protecting disabled people over these past traumatic years. And on my visit to Kiev, I met with Raisa and her colleague Yulia Klepets. They founded the all-Ukrainian NGO coalition for persons with intellectual disabilities. They told me how Raisa spent 25 days sheltering in a basement with her son Oleksiy, who has a learning disability, without food, without electricity or gas, how support and coping strategies parents have used to support their children have been wrecked by the invasion. They told me of Vitaly Segelev, who had not left his Kiev apartment in 3 years, was so terrified by air raid sirens, wholly dependent on his mother. This took a toll on his health and safety, and Vitaly died. These are war crimes for which Russia must be held accountable. Before the invasion, Raisa and Yulia were campaigning to move more disabled people out of care institutions into community support. That work has been utterly frustrated, and indeed now disabled people in care institutions have been targeted by Russian forces for kidnapping, as highlighted in the vital report by my honourable friend, the member for Paisley and Renfrewshire yourself. The disabled community in Ukraine is at breaking point and beyond. We are providing support. £25 million from the UK government for the Spirit programme is welcome. It will provide support, including for disabled children. But we have to do much more, to go further, and the international community needs to do more to intervene in a human rights emergency for disabled people, as with so many other groups within Ukrainian society. And I'm keen to engage further with colleagues in government on these issues, alongside the All Ukraine Coalition, Inclusion Europe and UK Friends of Ukraine. I've published a report on the impact of the invasion on disabled people, which I hope will help Parliament consider what more we can do here to support this community of Ukrainian people who have been so badly affected. The experience of disabled people is just one aspect of the crimes committed against the people of Ukraine. We must look to the prospect for a peace agreement, but at this moment in time we have to ensure we're doing all we can to support Ukraine militarily and in terms of the humanitarian need as well, including for disabled people and for those who provide care and support. Raisa, Yulia and their colleagues, their resilience is awe-inspiring. Their lives have been devastated for the sake of Putin's ambitions. And we must understand the scale of the task of reconstruction, estimated at $1 trillion. We have to hold Russia accountable for that. They must be penalised financially to ensure we can support a full reconstruction, support all of the communities who've been so badly affected and harmed because of Russia's illegal actions. And we must do all we can to intervene in this humanitarian crisis.
Martin Wrigley.
Madam Deputy Speaker, like many in this House, I stand with Ukraine and its defence of the front line of Europe, and I'm proud to do so. A couple of weeks ago, I was helping some of the local Ukrainians we have in the Homes for Ukraine scheme move home, and they were being visited by their father, who is a senior officer in the Ukrainian Navy. He was very, very grateful for the fact that we were keeping his family safe, and he said how important it was to the Ukrainians that we were able to do so. However, there are still some things that we need to do to ensure their safety remains here in the UK. One of his daughters had just applied for the extension for the Homes for Ukraine, the Ukrainian Permission Extension Scheme, which you can only apply for 28 days before your visa runs out. She had been waiting more than 28 days. She was worried that without a visa, she would not be able to stay. I asked the government to look at enabling renewal of those visas sooner than 28 days before the end. Now, last year, I was able to win an extra 2 years for Ukrainians to actually gain and stay here on those visas, which was fantastic, and I thank the government for doing that. However, we still don't know how that is going to work, and whether we will still have this 28-day problem, and they have to wait right up to the very end. Now, none of the Ukrainians I know in the UK are sitting back and waiting for help. They have all gone out and got jobs, they're starting businesses, they're doing things, they're rebuilding lives here. And we need to look at how we can make that work. One of the issues for this family was qualifications. Their daughter had highly rated qualifications in maths and physics from the Ukrainian school that was not recognised by the school in the UK. It would be helpful if the government could provide guidance to our schools to actually what extent they can recognise the qualifications from Ukrainian schools for the students who are here. That was one of their explicit asks. I add into that we should be looking at what we can do in terms of dentistry. I have a Ukrainian dentist in my constituency. He is going through an elongated process to try to re-qualify to practice dentistry in the UK, and goodness knows, we need all the dentists we can get. Let's help them. Let's make it easier for them to settle here for longer. Now, there is a problem with the Ukrainian Permissions Extension Scheme that if Donald Trump were to be able to magic a ceasefire out of thin air, which I feel, this House feels probably, is very, very unlikely, we then have a position where we technically have peace in Ukraine, potentially. I dream for that day. I don't expect it to be soon. However, If we have peace, we know that the Ukrainian visas will be ended, will finish, and we will be expecting people to go back. But we all know there's a difference between peace and safe. We know that Ukraine is covered in unexploded ordnance and landmines, which could take up to 40 years to clear. And that could be peace, but it won't be safe. I have a lady in my constituency whose village is in the Russian-occupied zone. Her village has been demolished, her house is rubble. She's lost her husband, lost her brother, lost her father. She's got nothing to go back to. I want to make sure that we look for settlement in the long term. Now, Ukraine has recently changed its law to allow people to hold second passports. The UK is not on that list yet of countries with that agreement. I urge the government to look at that, to ensure that we have a process towards long-term settlement in the UK, so that those industrious Ukrainians who have started businesses can actually thrive and develop and not only contribute to our economy, but can contribute to Ukraine's rebuilding. There are many things that we can do. I applaud the government for all that it's doing, but we can do more. Please help them to help themselves and help us. Slava Ukraini.
Tom Hayes.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Before I start my contribution, I want to acknowledge your own staunch, consistent support for the people of Ukraine, most recently representing the Speaker at the International Crimea platform to reinforce Ukraine's sovereignty. My heart goes out to the people of Ukraine, both in Ukraine and in Bournemouth itself. I commend Ukrainian Relief, who have a donation centre at Castle Point Shopping Centre in my constituency, and the work of Karol Swiacki and other Ukrainians across Bournemouth. Whether the peace that President Trump creates is durable will depend on whether he applies sufficient pressure to Vladimir Putin to secure it. And we don't yet know the final outline of a peace deal or even a ceasefire, but we do know that the Trump administration has pressed Ukraine before to make concessions. Granted a summit with President Trump in Alaska, Putin instead demanded more territory than he had already seized in his war of aggression to date, and the administration responded not by pressuring Russia, but by putting more pressure onto Ukraine. Arms were withheld, intelligence was withdrawn, assistance that remained was limited and slow. Kyiv has been left perpetually uncertain about the reliability of US support. Now, with the offer of a 15-year US security guarantee as part of a peace plan, that should give us room for pause too. 15 years will go by in the blink of an eye, unless a guarantee is exceptionally robust and unless the armed forces of Europe's democracies, ours included, are integral to enforcing it. Otherwise, I fear that Moscow will wait, it will rebuild, and it will return when the clock runs out. We need to be, as the Honourable Member for South Shropshire was saying, mindful about what a deployment looks like and be asking those serious questions. And I know that the Prime Minister, a good man, a serious man, a patriotic man, having to deal with the insanity that is abroad and having to deal with difficult conditions at home, is charting the course as best that he and this government can. And I know that he puts the safety of British troops at the heart of what he does. Because without genuine stability, Ukraine cannot rebuild in peace. Boardrooms will not make investments over the long term. We know too that this would not be peace, it would be merely a ceasefire, a temporary pause. And with the temptation to renew aggression, one that we know Putin can't resist, brutish competition for continental dominance would define this decade and sadly the next. So we have to be keeping the peace as well as making it. And really the only way we can do that is through security guarantees that are robust. And unfortunately, this does mean that we need to come to terms with a changed world. We've not known this fear before. We've not known this fear for a long time. The feeling that Ukraine knows every single day in its bones. Uniquely, the United States has been the richest and most capable country in world history. Yet nations haven't chosen to balance against it, they've chosen to ally with it. It's been a reversal of all that we've known in history. And that's because America sought collective security, self-determination, open trade, institutions, legitimacy, purposeful democracy. But today, that strategic capital is being diminished consciously as a matter of policy by the Trump administration. Not everywhere in the US security apparatus, it should be said, but at the highest level where political decisions are being taken. I've lived in America, I've travelled it widely, I've had the privilege of studying international security at one of its universities, and I have a deep affection for its dynamism and its democracy. But we must also face the fact that, looking at the national security strategy, Ukraine and Europe are less of a priority than other parts of the world. And so European defence planners have to be spending our days tracking Russian troop movements, calculating whether Putin might order an attack on a NATO member before the end of the decade, as he did against Ukraine, and wondering whether the United States will come to our defence. We need to be rearming, we need to be doing it faster, we need to be improving and significantly increasing our weapons manufacture, and we need to be moving closer to European democracies, not the EU per se in defence and security, which may be too inflexible, but our European democratic friends, our like-minded friends who care about peace, care about democracy, and will themselves put forward a programme of rearmament too. And I'll close in saying this. We also need to recognise that in facing the world as it is, and in trying to rearm and increase our diplomatic influence to meet it, there will be people in our country who do not like this. We see in France, we see in Germany the rise of the far right and the populist right, and they are seeking to make an issue about rearmament. We here in this House need to be united. We know there are those on the benches opposite who, not in attendance today, will protest our rearmament and our commitment to Ukraine. We in this House need to be united behind Ukraine, democracy and peace, and we need, as best we can, not to play party politics, but to rebuild that consensus that lasted for so many, many years, but seems to me to be at threat today.
Sir John Whittingdale.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I have spoken about Ukraine and indeed initiated debates on Ukraine a number of times over the past 12 years, which of course was when the war which Russia is waging on Ukraine started with the annexation of Crimea. And during that time I visited Avdiivka, Mariupol, Berdyansk, all of which are now under Russian occupation. I'm proud that as a result of pressing the government at that time, the UK started supporting Ukraine through Operation Orbital. This was before the full-scale Russian invasion, but since then we have been in the vanguard. We've done so because we have a duty as an original signatory of the Budapest Memorandum, because we also believe in the principle that independent sovereign states should not lose territory as a result of military aggression, but also because Ukraine is our front line, because we know that Putin's threat does not just extend to the territory of Ukraine, but to all of those countries which used to be either part of the Soviet Union or the Warsaw Pact, in particular the Baltic states. But I'm more proud of the extraordinary resilience and courage shown by the Ukrainian people. People have talked about in this debate about the fact that it's going to be minus 16 tonight, but 70% of Kyiv has no electricity, as does large parts of Odessa, Kharkiv, a number of other cities. And the losses during this war on both sides have been truly horrendous. Well over 1 million Russian casualties. And on the Ukrainian side, although numbers have not been released, it's almost certainly well over 100,000. So we can understand why the Ukrainians want to see an end to this war, but they want a just and lasting peace. And therefore, the original plan that was advanced by Steve Witkoff and President Trump, the so-called 28-point plan, was utterly unacceptable. It required Ukraine to accept the loss of their territory. It required Ukraine to commit never to having NATO troops on their soil. The plan that is apparently now coming forward is, we are told by President Zelensky, 90% in agreement, but he's described as the requirements on territory as being very difficult. And whilst I absolutely believe that it must be for Ukraine to decide on the terms of any peace, the idea that Russia is going to be allowed to keep any of the sovereign territory of Ukraine is very, very difficult to stomach. We have debated the terms of the potential peace plan involving the deployment of troops as a security guarantee, and I absolutely share some of the concerns about how that will operate that have been expressed by a number of other speakers in the debate. But my real concern is that whilst it is important we do talk about how a settlement might be enforced, I do believe that there is a very strong chance we're not going to get one. Because Sergei Lavrov has said within the last 24 hours that a ceasefire is simply not serious. And since talk of this peace plan was advanced, Russia has stepped up its attack, that the number of drones and missiles landing across the whole of Ukraine has simply gone on increasing. And there is a real risk that actually, as if part of the settlement plan involves the stationing of NATO troops on Ukrainian soil, as we have been debating. Putin has made it absolutely clear that that is a complete red line, which he is not willing to accept. So I think we need to at least prepare ourselves for the fact that this war is going to go on for a long time. In which case, I say to the Minister, where is Plan B? And Plan B has to involve much tougher action against Russia. It needs to involve seizing Russian assets, stopping trade with Russia. It means arming Ukraine to an extent that has not been possible. And I welcome the recent announcements, things like Project Nightfall in the last week or so, where we will be supplying Ukraine with long-range missiles. In terms of assets, very quickly, the Foreign Affairs Committee this morning heard from the Chief Executive of the Chelsea Humanitarian Fund and representatives of the legal firm advising them about the difficulties in achieving what we all want to see, which is the use of the money from Chelsea Football Club to support Ukraine. I would simply say to the Minister, would he please meet them, because there are some serious legal obstacles, and they said that they have a solution to those, but they are anxious to have the opportunity to discuss it further with the Minister. But I will end by simply saying, I would love to think that this war is going to come to an end soon, and my friends in Ukraine pray for that every night. But let us be prepared for the fact that this may go on for much longer, and that we are going to need to do a lot more to put pressure on Russia to get them to stop.
John Slinger.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I've spoken consistently about the need to protect the international rules-based system. It's a system not only under direct and indirect threat throughout the world, but in Ukraine it has clearly failed insofar as Russia invaded. And this is a moment not to jettison it, but to redouble our defence of it, as we did in the past. Britain has a proud track record in the world wars, the Cold War, the liberation of the Falkland Islands, of Kuwait and latterly Iraq, our actions in Bosnia and Herzegovina, Kosovo, and indeed the no-fly zone in northern Iraq. In each case, we defended brave victims against bullies. We used military force to uphold the rights of nations and of human beings. But we know that intervention has a checkered history. Arguably, Madam Deputy Speaker, the warlords and government and some dubious governments noticed the abject failure of the international community to prevent the genocide in Rwanda. And even in cases where we took military action, others watched and drew conclusions. Malevolent actors around the world must have looked upon the former Yugoslavia and noticed that 250,000 civilians were killed before the international community got truly serious, with American leadership finally ensuring that NATO took decisive action. And need I say that Saddam Hussein got away with breaching every known international law before the Americans, this country and others belatedly took, which is itself an action, each have profound consequences. In the case of Syria, many people forget that Russia's move to consolidate its strategic military influence in that country only happened at pace once the West and the international community had signalled they would not enforce the most basic of red lines against Assad for using chemical weapons. Surely that must have emboldened Russia in other parts of the world, such as Ukraine, a point made by my honourable friend, the member for Hemel Hempstead. Despite the excellent efforts of the British military and diplomatic machines in Ukraine, which did ramp up military and other support long before 2022, and which I commend, it was self-evidently, and with hindsight we can say, insufficient. I've always been hugely reassured by the almost universal cross-party nature of this Parliament's steadfast support for Ukraine, Parliament at its best. But at this crucial moment, we must do everything that we can to ensure that the sacrifice of Ukrainian soldiers and civilians is not in vain. More generally, we must make sure that the rules-based system doesn't wither on the vine. And I want to bring my comments towards my constituency, where there are two home fronts at work. Our own here among British citizens. It's crucial that they realise just what's at stake. It's not an exaggeration to say that if we get this wrong, or if we don't get it sufficiently right, war will come ever closer to these shores. And the public are going to have to make sacrifices, because that's what's needed to defend democracy. And then the extended Ukrainian home front in communities like mine in Rugby, where families, schools and businesses have welcomed them as they flee conflict. This is being supported by civil servants nationally, and especially the settlement teams in places like Warwickshire County Council, and they do excellent work and compassionate work alongside their district council colleagues, charities, volunteers, and most importantly, our citizens. And it's supported by community groups like the Ukrainians in Great Britain Rugby branch, whose work I have seen. This is Britain at its best, living up to our values of welcoming those in need. In conclusion, Madam Deputy Speaker, I want to share with you some direct testimony from Ukrainian families who've been in touch with me this week, and I quote, "Russia is systematically targeting the energy system, using hundreds of drones and missiles. Radiators go cold and water freezes in the pipes. People no longer live by the clock, but by the moments when electricity briefly returns. Children do their homework at night. Parents cook food in the dark hours. Civilian life is the target, not military locations. The aim is to break people, to exhaust them, to destroy society from within. And then there are the night attacks, sirens, explosions, and constant fear. They don't let you sleep. Your body is tired, but your mind stays awake, waiting for the next sound. This is what it does to your mental state. You live in constant anxiety. You're always on the edge. Even in silence, you are listening. Supporting Ukraine's energy system, its air defence and its logistics is not abstract assistance. It is the simplest and most effective way to save millions of lives and to prevent a new humanitarian catastrophe in Europe." And I end the quote. There's a lot at stake, but as this government have made very clear, we will not turn our back on Ukraine, quite the reverse. We are going to strengthen international law and the rules-based system, which in conjunction with military power keeps us, our allies and the wider world safe.
Members will be interested now. I'm going to 2. There are 4 speakers in 12 minutes. Dr. Caroline Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Madam Deputy Speaker, 4 years ago when Putin invaded Ukraine, people around this country opened their hearts and their homes to Ukrainian people. And I thank them for the generosity, particularly those in my constituency of Sleaford and North Hykeham, who welcomed people to their homes, who supported them and who continue to support them to this day. There are just over 1,000 people from Ukraine, according to latest council figures in Lincolnshire. And I want to focus on them today. I met a group just last weekend, Madam Deputy Speaker, in Sleaford, who are led by Kelly Breislin and Betty Borsland, who I would like to thank for their work in trying to bring the community together and to help them navigate various different systems within the British state. I met women, predominantly, children, an accountant, a doctor, a dentist. I met a masseuse who set up her own business in my constituency. Firstly, they were grateful to the British state and to the former Prime Minister Boris Johnson for his work in supporting them and their country. They were thankful to the people who'd supported them as their hosts. They told me of their trips out of Ukraine and the fear that many of them felt. I met 2 young ladies who were just 18 when they left as friends together to come across to live with a family in Ruskington, and thought of my own child who's similar age and thinking, how would it be to let that daughter go across to another country, to an unknown, to live with an unknown family in such circumstances. They told me about the cultural and language challenges that they had, and one of them told me about her recent visit to Ukraine at Christmas and the 5 days of power outage that they had there and the difficulties and fear that she had going back for that short period. One lady explained about how life was on hold. When they first came, they were quite content just to be safe, just to have no fear of bombs. But as time goes by, they think of the jobs that they had and the careers that they had and the futures they want to have and the difficulties that they have at the moment in progressing them. So, for example, one young lady talked about the training challenges. If she wants to do an apprenticeship, she can't do an apprenticeship because her visa doesn't last long enough for her to do an apprenticeship. If she wants to do a university course or a training course, she has a similar problem. The 28-day period by which someone has to, if someone is wanting to stay and they have to apply for a new visa, they cannot apply until 28 days before they're due to leave, which also causes problems with employment, and they were all very, very keen to work. I also want to ask the Minister specifically about people who are in medical profession, dentists and doctors, because it seems to me we have a shortage of both. For example, Madam Deputy Speaker, the cardiothoracic waiting list is not just going up last month, it went up last month, it's gone up the last year, and it's higher than it was when we left office. And yet we have in my constituency a cardiothoracic surgeon who's unable to practice currently and is working in a factory instead. So I asked the Minister if he could, I appreciate the time is very, very short and I'm not able to go through all the examples I would have liked to, but if he was able to write to me or ask the relevant Minister to write to me with the various schemes available for people with skills to be able to utilise them to their fullest whilst they're in the country. Thank you.
Richard Ford.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I want to speak briefly about Russian intent the coalition of the willing and sanctions on Russia. And I'll, of course, do so using open source reporting and analysis. But first up, I want to praise the courage and determination of the Ukrainian people because, of course, it is to them that we look to for our own safety. This is not an exaggeration. And I think it's worth articulating what we mean when we say Putin won't stop at Ukraine. Putin has previous experience in invading Georgia, Crimea, Moldova. There is the legacy of conflict in Kievan Rus and in what now these days Russia refers to as Ruski Mir, meaning the so-called Russian world, that part of the world which is Russian culture, Russian speaking. Indeed, 25% of Estonia, 25% of Latvia have Russian ethnic people. So we have NATO members that have ethnic Russians living in them, and it is to them that we must look for the defence of Europe. Of course, we must think about the coalition of the willing that the government was talking about last week. And I've asked frequently about security guarantees for Ukraine, but I am still uncertain about the purpose of this proposed deployment. We've heard the term reassurance, but we've also heard words like peacekeeping. Is it for peacekeeping? Is it peace enforcement? Is it deterrence? Is it defence? Is it a tripwire? A little bit more information would be needed, I suppose, before this House was to vote on what is meant by the coalition of the willing. Of course, the West has successfully called Putin's bluff repeatedly. We did so when we provided armour, such as Challenger 2. We did so when we provided fighter jets, such as the F-16. We did so when we provided deep strike weapons, such as Storm Shadow. But the deployment of British troops is different because of ambiguity over what the West would do if they were targeted. Now, I accept that this might be intentional. I accept that we might practice deliberate ambiguity, but just as we have deliberate ambiguity, Russia tends to use plausible deniability. The former Defence Secretary said on the radio last week that we could see a situation where there is an attack on British troops that is claimed by Russia to be the work of separatists within Ukraine, or indeed even a false flag operation. I appreciate that if this does ever come to a vote, that we will get an opportunity to have a much more extensive debate on that. But those are my comments on the coalition of the willing for today. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Chris Coughlin.
Deputy Speaker, last year in Ukraine, a Ukrainian MP told me that her husband had served on the front line for 8 years. She asked me if, in the event of a peace agreement, I would support British ground troops. And I, of course, have questions about British ground troops, but I said that I would, and that I'm also potentially liable to serve myself. As a reservist soldier, I am proud to be under the same obligations to serve as any British soldier. Because we live in times of enormous peril and we have a responsibility to lead. We are threatened in the East by dictators and in the West by autocrats. Indeed, it is an open question whether liberal democracy will succeed in this century as it did in the last. But Ukraine has been bearing the brunt of this fight, and its sacrifice has brought us time. But Ukraine still has a credible path to a just peace. European NATO GDP alone is 10 times the size of Russia's. Yet Russia has been spending $40 billion more a year on the war in Ukraine than Ukraine and her Western allies. If we closed and exceeded that gap today by seizing the $300 billion in frozen Russian assets, then not only could Ukraine secure a just peace, but we would also deter Putin from crashing into Eastern Europe and testing Article 5. With President Trump disgracefully threatening NATO allies as well, smaller democracies must also ensure that we are economically and militarily strong enough to defend ourselves together. It is the example of the United States, a country that I love, that can show us how. In the 1940s, refugees fled the Nazis to the United States, they built the atomic bomb, and they won the war. In the process, they developed a method of public research and development that academics now acknowledge has powered US technological and economic dominance ever since. The Chancellor's recognised this. In the spring statement, she used the £2.2 billion increase in defence research and development to upgrade long-term UK GDP growth by £11 billion a year. The current and former presidents of the European Central Bank have called on Europe to borrow to invest in defence research and development, not only to deter Russia, but also to lift Europe out of the economic stagnation that has held the continent back and the United Kingdom since the financial crash in 2008. We can do this too. Madam Deputy Speaker, President Reagan described America as a beacon on the hill. Sadly, it appears that that light is now fading, but I believe it has burnt long enough for the other democracies to see it. So now it is up to us, the smaller democracies, to ensure that we are also humanity's best last hope.
Briefly.
Speaker, a serious concern shared by Ukrainians in Wokingham is the crimes of the Russian army. Over 20,000 children abducted since the start of Russia's invasion. This is a disgusting tactic of the Russian armed forces, authorised by Putin, which threatens to rob Ukraine of its future. I would like to know from the Minister, does the government recognise that these massive abductions constitute war crimes, and will the government hold Putin to account for these crimes by implementing the outstanding International Criminal Court arrest warrant against him? It is not just Putin who has been shown to be a bad actor in all of this. My constituents in Wokingham write to me all the time to express their disgust of Trump's behaviour, whether it's bullying Zelensky in the White House or extorting this vulnerable country of their minerals. The President has acted shamefully. If Ukraine cannot rely on Trump, then Europe must be all the more united in their support of Ukraine. Trump has shown time and time again that he does not care about international rules and obligations and is more interested in cozying up to autocrats and increasing the coffers of the wider Trump family. Threatening to invade Greenland is the latest proof that Trump is not pro-democracy and cannot be trusted by the international community. Clearly, the government has to focus on joining with our European neighbours to support our friends' territory and their way of life, and not just Ukraine. If we don't do this, history tells us the aggressor will turn their attention to the UK, which is a situation we really do not want to happen.
Brings us to the front bench contributions. Shadow Minister David Reid.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I think to start, and to raise the point that the Shadow Minister raised in his opening speech, we are at a major crossroad in this conflict, and the stakes could not be higher. On the line is Ukraine's sovereignty, the freedom of its people, and the wider security of Europe. Madam Deputy Speaker, in truth, the security of all of us. I think it's easy in this House to speak in abstractions such as the rules-based order, hybrid threats or deterrence. But the reality is brutally concrete. When Russia is allowed to advance by force, the consequences do not remain on the eastern flank. They spill into energy markets, cyber attacks, disinformation and sabotage. And most importantly, they shape the calculations of every hostile actor watching to see what the West will tolerate. We all know that Russia is waging a sustained and hostile campaign against all of us. We must therefore be prepared for long-term tension. But the outcome of the war in Ukraine remains central to dealing a decisive blow to that wider threat. I think to touch on a number of the points that we've heard from honourable and right honourable members from across this House today, I think kicking off with the Chair of the Foreign Affairs Select Committee, who spoke very powerfully about the lion heart and the Ukrainian resolve. She talked about the day-to-day life of Ukrainian people and how they've been attacked repeatedly by this brutal regime in Russia. She talked about energy and the barbaric nature that the regime under Putin is forcing upon the Ukrainian people, that it needs to stop. She also raised a number of points around the shadow fleets, which I will come on to in later comments. The Lib Dem spokesperson, the Honourable Member for Lewis, raised an important question around deployments of British troops to Ukraine. I'm looking forward to hearing the Shadow Minister's response to those points. The Honourable Member for Hemel Hempstead talked about an almost unified position across this House with the exception of a few parties. And I really hope those parties that don't support that unified approach take a long, hard look in the mirror and work out whose side they're actually on. I also want to align myself with his words around the Defence Secretary, the former Defence Secretary, Sir Ben Wallace. He did really play a decisive role in those early few years of the Ukrainian war. The Father of the House, my right honourable friend, the member for Gainsborough, raised the point that Ukraine's fight is our fight, a point that I think we mainly agree on. We cannot consider giving Putin territory that he has failed to capture over the past 4 years. The Honourable Member for Paisley and Renfrewshire South talked very powerfully about the 20,000 stolen Ukrainian children. I think to try and put that into context, 20 schools worth of children being taken over the Russian border. It's a disgusting and almost inconceivable practice, and we must not allow the world to forget what the Russian regime has done under Putin. My right honourable friend for Harwich and North Essex, he's raised the issue of Ukraine numerous times now over the last few years. And I think we can all agree that when he speaks, everyone listens. The diplomatic efforts that he raised that Russia are trying to push along now are so intense because I think they have worked out that militarily they cannot win. We know that that's the rule of the game now, so we must increase pressure on them and play them at their own game. The chair of the Ukraine APPG, the Honourable Member for Leeds Central and Headingley, talked about the pressure that Ukrainians are currently under and again referred back to heat and energy. And I want to thank him for the work that he's done to connect Ukrainian MPs with members from across this Parliament. The Honourable Member for Arbroath and Broth Ferry, I know how cold it gets in Arbroath. So when he says that it gets down to -20 and it's a bit nippy, I know that he speaks from experience. The Honourable Member for Stevenage, he has mentioned a number of important points around the fact that we all want peace, but it cannot be peace at any cost. And that's a point that we must continue to discuss. My honourable friend, the member for South Shropshire, a former soldier and a member of the NATO Parliamentary Assembly, raised the really important questions, and this is the nuts and the bolts of the politics that will go forward. And I will raise that later on in my speech around troop deployments. There's also been a number of valuable insights and contributions from the Honourable Member for Glenroth and Mid-Fife, my constituency neighbour, albeit separated by an estuary in Newton Abbot, the member for Bournemouth East, my right honourable friend from Malden, and again, someone who's done a great deal for Ukraine over the years. The Honourable Member for Rugby, my right honourable member for Sleaford and North Hykeham, talked about the generosity of her constituents and welcoming Ukrainians into their homes, and I think that's a story that we've heard across all of our constituencies. The Honourable Member and again my constituency neighbour from Honiton Sidmouth, a member of the Intelligence and Security Committee, he talked very powerfully about Russian intent. The Honourable Member for Dorking and Hawley, and I think we all can say thank you very much for your service and your willingness to deploy if there is a deployment to Ukraine. And then lastly, the Honourable Member for Wokingham talked about war crimes, and again, a point that we need to remember and we need to enforce once there is a peace. Madam Deputy Speaker, we all want this war to end, but we've seen delay, obfuscation and maximalist demands from Putin when it comes to peace. A familiar strategy designed to divide allies and buy time. So I say to ministers, pursue diplomacy, of course, but do so with your eyes wide open. As Churchill warned, you cannot negotiate with a tiger when your head is in its mouth. And I think this is a very important point, that a weak settlement, if it's reached, simply starts the clock on rearmament. Putin will not stop. As has always been the case, it is for Ukraine to decide its own future, and any settlement must involve Ukraine and is to secure a just and lasting peace under their terms. What matters most is that Putin cannot emerge strengthened. Conceding territory rewards aggression and sets a dangerous precedent far beyond Europe. Nor should Putin's regime be welcomed back into the international fold, as this was some sort of misunderstanding. This is a war of choice, an imperial project, and Putin has not abandoned his ambition to subjugate Ukraine. This brings me to sanctions, assets and energy, where rhetoric must now become action. Although we welcome the €2.26 billion loan taken from Ukraine profits from immobilised Russian sovereign assets, I do believe that we need to go further, and a number of those points have been drawn out today already. There have been a number of points raised around the Russian shadow fleets, and I welcome the reports that the government are exploring a clearer legal basis to detain stateless vessels. But what matters now is resolve. Sanctions that are not enforced are not sanctions at all. They are merely suggestions. And as the Minister opposite, and I know all too well, Britain has world-class maritime forces in both the Royal Marines and Special Forces, with near unrivalled experience in complex border operations. We should be working with allies to deter and disrupt and degrade this Russian fleet. I also think, and I'm conscious of time, that there are a number of unfolding situations that are linked to Ukraine. Iran and the regime currently in power has been funding the Ukrainian war. And if the Minister can give a few words to the unfolding situation and UK troops being taken out from Middle Eastern bases. Just a really quick point, Madam Speaker. I visited the United States shortly before Christmas, and a congressman made a point to me that should land in every European capital. Americans cannot care more about European security than Europeans care about their own security. The gap between ambition and readiness cannot be closed by speeches, and we've heard already the comments from the Chief of the General Staff today about the separation between the Strategic Defence Review and the need to increase defence spending. We must now match moral clarity, Madam Deputy Speaker, with seriousness. Putin will not stop because we ask. He will stop when he is made to stop. This is the moment to get real and do the right thing. We stand with Ukraine, and we will ensure Ukraine wins the peace as well as the war.
Minister,
Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm grateful to the Honourable and Right Honourable members for their thoughtful and really considered contributions today, and for their continued commitment to a free and sovereign Ukraine. It's just worth pausing and noting that Russia now has been at war with Ukraine longer than it was involved in World War II. And just last month, there were 35,000 Russian casualties. Just think about that. 35,000 Russian casualties. So when we talk about planning, we talk about plans, we talk about regeneration, we talk about capabilities, it is not lost on the Ministry of Defence, it is not lost on this government, the severity of the situation in Ukraine. As we approach the 4th anniversary, and indeed the 5th year of fighting since Putin's illegal full-scale invasion, and as we intensify work towards a just and lasting peace, it is our collective commitment and our unity that sends the strongest message to Kyiv and the Kremlin, that we, the United Kingdom and Northern Ireland, stand with Ukraine. I say this gently. Be wary of the words we say in this House, because they are interpreted very differently in Moscow. And so, yes, we have to be honest to the democratic process, but we must be also recognise the second and third order implications of what we say here and how that reverberates around the world. And when we said, for as long as it takes, we meant for as long as it takes. So before I address the questions raised in today's debate, I want to be clear. Ukraine's security remains our security, as so many members have said today. And without a just and lasting peace in Ukraine, Europe is less secure, and the UK, Madam Deputy Speaker, is less secure. Which is why we've been at the forefront of international efforts on both sides of the House to increase pressure on Putin's war machine and seize the opportunity to secure a just and lasting peace. That has arisen from President Trump's commitment to the end of the war. And it is why we will continue to do all we can to put Ukraine in the strongest possible position to secure that peace and sustain it. I appreciate the support from our approach that is echoed almost from all aspects of the House today, and I'll try to address the questions raised by honourable and right honourable members. The honourable member from Lewis talked through security guarantees. May I reassure the honourable member that our Chief of Defence Staff, our Secretary of State for Defence and our Prime Minister have worked tirelessly to deliver and hopefully put in place the security guarantees. That's really important because it's linked to peace and force posture. No security guarantees, no peace, and indeed no force posture. They are all intrinsically linked. I would also like to reassure that our ability to generate the force, prepare the force, deploy the force, and sustain and then reconstitute the force, I have complete and utter confidence in our military to do so if they are asked. The honourable member from Hemel Hempstead brought up an excellent point. He brought up the point in sum that says history doesn't repeat itself, but it sure does rhyme. Georgia, Chechnya 1, Chechnya 2, Syria, Libya, Ukraine, Ukraine again. This is a repeat and a consistency that Russia is showing to disregard, in all ways, shapes or forms, the historical norms that were put in place after the Second World War. And I also welcome his comments to say that Ukraine unites us all, and it's above politics, which I think is one of the greatest strengths of this House. The father of the House and the retired honourable member from Gainsborough, I completely empathise with what you're saying, and I can absolutely support that there is no braver forces than those standing in front of the Russian machine. What I would say that I would never ask someone to do something I wouldn't do myself. And if I believe our way of life is under threat or that of our allies, then I would happily go to the front. The honourable member from Paisley and Renfrewshire South, can I just commend from all members of the House the sterling work you have done to highlight the plight of 20,000 children and indeed put in place the process to return them to their rightful home. It is worth noting this is Russian doctrine in action. We are dealing with a barbaric nation that has part of its doctrine to steal, kidnap and re-educate large swathes of the population. We're just seeing it playing out in Ukraine. The honourable member from Harwich and North Essex raises a very valid point, and it links to the details of the operational plan. There is a time, a place of where we need to talk and discuss cross-party of what that looks like. To do the detail in here would be nothing other to give the advantage indeed to our adversary. And I also welcome his comments about armchair generals. I have full confidence in our generals, in our admirals and our air vice marshals and marshals to deliver when tasked. We must ensure that we don't apply political pressure on them to such an extent that we end up with politicised advice. And I would also agree that the inability to vote on Syria actually emboldened Russia and result in a whole cascade of events that you could argue, if you played this game back in Ukraine, leads back to some of those decisions in the first place. The honourable friend from Stevenage, I agree completely with his view that Ukraine must be at the centre of any negotiations. And again, my honourable friend from South Shropshire, I deeply respect his gallant insight and understanding. But what I would say is just about language. Right on his border, numbers, rotation, peace support, operations, peacekeeping, comparisons with the Balkans. Language really matters when we're talking about military tactics and doctrine, and it's really important. And it's our job in government to ensure those members with a vested interest understand that detail when the time is right so we can represent it correctly in the House. But again, I have complete faith in our military leadership. And the honourable member from Glenrothes and Mid-Fife, I commend absolutely his work on supporting for disability inclusion within Ukraine. To sum up some of the questions, and I'll allude to some of them later on later on my speech, the honourable member from Exmouth and Exeter, the peace negotiations is not down to us. It is down to the Ukrainians. We are enabling and supporting, but the Ukrainians must be at the centre, the very centre of gravity of those negotiations, and we are supporting them to do so. On the Shadow Fleet, I completely concur we have some of the best capabilities in the world. There's much to be done. We have done a lot already, but there's more to do. I would say watch this space. And then on Qatar, I won't be drawn into comments on force posture, but what I can say is the safety and security of our forces is absolutely at the forefront of my mind during any period of instability. To bring me on to the comments to the Honourable Member of Romford, asking about the details of the deployment, from my perspective, and some of the conditions you put on us were almost as many as Putin would have put on the peacekeeping force itself. To talk about troop numbers, talk about rotations, talk about border policing, naval assets and jets at this point in time would give away too much information to our adversaries who are watching or individuals who perhaps aren't on these benches today. It's a really important matter that at the right time, right place and the right forum, the information is shared so we can unify the House and come up with the right political and military decisions to deliver the support to Ukraine that is required. Very quickly, yes please.
I welcome his summary of this. Would he commit to ensuring that every member outside of this place can have that information to help inform decisions as we go forward when the time is right, without operational security breach?
Was provide the briefings at the appropriate levels. I would like to pay my thanks to the Chair of the Committee for Islington South and Finsbury. She highlights a really important point about hybrid warfare. This is important. There has been several comments about there is no border with Russia. Well, let me tell you, there may not be a border, but there is a front line. That front line sits in the North Atlantic, it sits in cyberspace, and it sits in influence space. And it has been breached every time, every day of every year. National Cybersecurity Centre has already said 20,000 attacks in 2024, 400 serious, 89 nationally serious. That costs the UK 15 billion every year. Hostile state activity against the MOD is up by 50%, and global instability at the start of this conflict increased food prices through fertiliser costs, inflation, the highest point in 45 years. What I would also like to say is one of the key lessons that many members have mentioned is resilience. The resilience of the Ukrainian people. And this is why we need to think about the resilience here in our nation. Our country's security is not measured only by what it can deploy overseas, but what it can deny its adversaries at home. A society that can absorb shocks from pandemic, cyber attacks, economic disruption, corruption, and importantly disinformation leaves hostile state actors with far fewer options. Resilience is not a soft concept, it is a hard requirement of modern deterrence. I support Ukraine 110%. I know the House does. Briefings will come at the right time and the right place to deliver the right decision here in this House.
The question is that this House has considered the situation in Ukraine. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
I beg to move that this House do now adjourn.
The question is that this House do now adjourn. Martin Vickers.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's a pleasure to take part in this adjournment debate, and I thank Mr Speaker for granting it. As advised to the Speaker's office and with the Minister's agreement, my right honourable friend, the member for Great Grimsby and Cleethorpes, will take a few minutes of my time. To some extent, the points I will be making are similar to those in my Westminster Hall debate, which took place on the 11th of December. Before I turn to the specific issue of the closure of the Prax Lindsey oil refinery in my constituency, I want to question the government's position regarding energy security. The loss of Lindsey oil refinery will reduce the UK to just 4 refineries. All of this makes us even more reliant on imports in a turbulent world situation, and as we know, world markets can result in supplies being disrupted. At a time when we have a very unpredictable American administration, we are becoming more and more reliant on American-owned businesses, and I question whether that is wise.
Well, my honourable friend and I,
I'll give way, yes.
I'm very grateful to my friend and neighbour for introducing this debate. And of course, as local members of Parliament, we must be primarily concerned about our constituents who have worked there. But is not the point he makes very powerful? Debate on Ukraine. In an increasingly dangerous world, the government really must look into its own on energy security or meeting national security.
Well, I thank my right honourable friend, the Father of the House, who makes a very important point and strengthens the argument that I was trying to make. The reality is we are exporting skilled jobs, and the government seem to find that acceptable. The Minister of State has previously stated that the market would adjust, as indeed it has. But it begs the question, if we say the same, if another refinery were to close, at what point will we recognise that we must retain some refining capacity in the UK, surely for strategic reasons, if no other? I give way to the honourable gentleman.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I would just like to, before I make my point, I would just like to thank the Honourable Member for Brigg and Immingham for firstly bringing this debate, but also for his Westminster Hall debate. We sit on opposite sides of the chamber, but I thoroughly respect how much he stood up for his constituents and the wider oil refining industry in the United Kingdom. I thank him for that. I'm going to speak about Grangemouth and specifically the jobs that have been lost there.
Order. The honourable gentleman is not going to speak about Grangemouth. The topic of the adjournment debate is the Lindsey oil refinery, and interventions must be brief.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I was under the impression it was on the wider UK refining sector. Anyway, I would just like to say on that note that we talk about just transition. It's often mentioned in this chamber, but with job losses and no future jobs available, that is the definition of a very unjust transition.
I thank the honourable gentleman for his kind words, and equally I recognise how he has stood up for his constituents over the Grangemouth issue, and I compliment him on that.
Further to that point?
I give way to the honourable gentleman.
Can I thank always, can I also thank the honourable member for bringing and Immingham for bringing it forward? And he's right to refer to the Lindsey oil refinery, but it's all the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland that is affected by it, because we then become vulnerable. We rely on foreign entities. And does the honourable member further agree that for the nation's energy security and future energy provision, we need to right this wrong and invest in British-based refineries and energy provision, because everybody in this great United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland suffers as a result?
I thank my honourable friend for his intervention. No debate would be complete without such an intervention. And he's absolutely right that it is the United Kingdom's energy security that we are referring to. If I can turn now to the future of the Lindsey refinery, which has been part of the local economy in my constituency for over 50 years. It's not just a tragedy for the immediate tragedy for the immediate workforce, 124 of whom have already been made redundant, but for the area as a whole, the bars, the restaurants, the hotels, haulage firms, Humberside Airport, catering suppliers, the list goes on. North Lincolnshire Council receive around £2 million a year in business rates, which could steadily reduce over coming years. And needless to say, that would leave an enormous hole in their budget with the consequent impact on the local community. At last week's Energy Question Time, the Secretary of State, in reply to me, said the fault lay with the owners, Prax, and I agree that the directors do indeed bear responsibility. But it is my constituents who are feeling the consequences. The Minister of State has previously stated that the government are not in the business of saving failed businesses, even if it seems when they are vital national resource. On that point, yes, I'd happily give way.
Grateful to the honourable member for giving way. He's right that the UK government did say that they're not in the business of saving failing businesses, but they've washed their hands of some of the key contributing factors as to why these businesses are failing, such as the signalling they're doing about the North Sea in terms of new licences, but also that these refineries use vast amounts of energy, and in the UK they enjoy the highest industrial energy prices in the developed world. That's the government's responsibility.
I welcome the intervention from the honourable gentleman, and he's absolutely right that energy costs have played a major part, not only in the struggles that Lindsey Oil have had, but other particularly manufacturing businesses. And the comments from the government that they're not in the business of saving business, it seems to come rather strange from a Labour government in particular. Ministers have repeatedly said that there is a legal process and the insolvency practitioners must follow that. And of course I accept that.
I have previously used the phrase that I feel the government are hiding behind the administrators. I say that because they have refused to consider the wider implications of the refinery closure, such as the local economy, the workforce and national energy security. I have asked on more than one occasion if the government would prefer a sale of the whole business that would allow the business to continue production and to resume production. Alarm bells rang for me when I received a letter from the Under Secretary of State following my Westminster Hall debate, and it said, the sales process must remain ongoing with the official receiver and special managers continuing to engage with all interested parties. However, they have confirmed that none of the credible, that's the important words, the credible offers received would enable a return to refining operations within the next few years or allow all employees to be retained. Note, Madam Deputy Speaker, that she refers to credible bids. So we have an acknowledgement that there were indeed credible bids and mentions the time frame. This contradicts the repeated statements from government that there were no credible bids. Either there were credible bids or there were not. Which is it, Minister? In fairness to the Minister of State, I think when the member for Great Grimsby and I met with him last week, he did at least acknowledge that the government would have preferred a sale of the business in its entirety.
Will the Honourable Member give way?
I give way to the Honourable
I'm most
Member.
grateful. So picking up this point, if a serious bid to buy the whole site, to invest in it, to keep it going, to maintain the jobs and to grow the jobs, surely in the interests of the local area but also the strategic interest of Lincolnshire and the country, that should have been taken into account, and therefore will he ask the Minister to ensure full transparency on this whole process so that we can establish whether or not there were credible alternative bids to keep Lindsey Oil Refinery going?
The honourable gentleman for that intervention, and he makes he supports the point I was making that I got it in writing from the Under Secretary of State that there were credible bids. It is the issue of credible bids. It's one of the most important unanswered questions. Following last week's announcement about the sale of the assets to Phillips 66, who I should say at this point are an excellent local employer and provide hundreds of well-paid jobs. But I have corresponded or met with 4 consortia who wanted to buy the business. When I spoke to the union representative yesterday, he said there were 7 such expressions of interest contact with, reference FTI, the agents, and they've reached the same conclusion, that they have been ignored and not allowed to put forward their case in sufficient detail for an informed judgment to be arrived at. The Minister will no doubt be aware of an email to the Prime Minister from James Ascot, who's acting on behalf of Axiom. In it, Mr Ascot states that the ministers have publicly stated that no bids were received for the full Lindsey Oil Refinery site that would safeguard the future of refining operations and protect jobs. This statement is factually false. Our company did submit a fully funded credible bid for the entire site on behalf of our client, expressly structured to preserve and continue operations, safeguard jobs, provide a full creditor liability solution and a separate cash acquisition value at £400 million. He goes on to state this bid existed.
Yeah. Would you allow on that point?
I'll give way.
He's very generous. He is, though, setting out a seriously curious sequence of events if you relate it to the actions of a well-intentioned government relative to a vital industry. And is he concerned, as I am, that this is more about the beliefs of the Secretary of State rather than the industrial imperatives of these islands, and that the government, in pursuit of decarbonisation, which they're failing at, they are, however, succeeding at deindustrialisation?
Gentleman for the intervention, and he makes an important point about the overall policies of the government in relation to net zero. I go on to say that Adam Wilson from Falcon Petroleum wrote to me what they describe as, and I quote, the unsatisfactory experience we have had with the bidding process with FTI We own and operate 4 refineries in Europe and the Middle East. With advancement of technology, we have been able to go carbon neutral to all our refineries. We had pledged to turn Lindsay oil carbon neutral within 2 years if we had successfully purchased it. I could give other examples, Madam Deputy Speaker, but what I have said so far makes it clear that the approaches to FDI from consortia that wish to purchase the whole business and continue production have been rebuffed. The potential investors, the employees and all of those affected have a right to know. The government has chosen not to get involved. Yes, they've offered a training guarantee, which is helpful, but much more is required. As suggested by the Minister last week at a meeting that I and the member for Great Grimsby had, he has suggested that the Minister for Investment, the Noble Lord Stockwood of Great Grimsby, the local authorities and other agencies could provide investment in the area, and that we sit round the table and with at an early opportunity. We need better transport connections and early decisions from government on the many proposals in their in-tray that could boost the Humber region economy. To sum up, Madam Deputy Speaker, why didn't the government act to ensure production continued and engage more fully in the process to achieve that? And could he give a date as to when the Minister and Lord Stockwood will visit the area and put in place a structure that helps us to recover the local economy? Could he also give details how many jobs will be saved by the P66 deal? The receiver's job is to ensure the best deal for creditors. Can he explain why a sale of assets rather than the business better achieves this? And as the government are one of the creditors, how much are they owed? And how much will P66 return to the Treasury? I look forward to the Minister's replies.
Well said. Very good.
Melanie On.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank my honourable friend for securing this debate and for being very gracious with his time. For workers and their families across the Humber, the last 6 months have been bruising, to say the least. People who've spent their working lives keeping a complex site safe, compliant and productive have faced prolonged uncertainty, and they've done so with dignity and professionalism. And I want to put on record my support for them and give assurances that they are always at the forefront of my mind when pushing for clarity in this House. It is important that accountability still matters on who is ultimately at fault for the collapse of the refinery. In September last year, the High Court froze around £150 million worth of assets belonging to the former owner of the refinery, Winston Susapilli, also known as Sanjeev Kumar. For workers and communities who've paid the price for the reckless financial mismanagement of Mr Susapilli, this action will be welcomed. But what happens to those assets? How long will they be frozen? Can they be used to help support the site and develop the site, or support some of the intervention measures that the government has discussed? There are also concerns, and the honourable gentleman has detailed them very, very clearly, about the process of the official receiver, and I think that there is some justification here. The whole process has been incredibly opaque, very difficult to engage in communications under legal frameworks that barred government and elected representatives from having any kind of input. So the targets that the official receiver was working to have not been clear at all. We are in the dark, as are the workers, and that has caused even more uncertainty and distress for those people. Is this really the best outcome for the site? I am encouraged by Phillips 66 taking on the site, but it cannot be ignored that there has been ministerial correspondence that says that there were credible bids. We've heard the numbers, they are disputed.